And we're live.
Hey!
In the same room, dealing with mic placements and all that, and not hitting the table as we do.
Oh my god.
We always hit the table.
And
Look, it gets very passionate around this table.
It is 2 p.m. in the afternoon on a lovely Saturday.
There's a high likelihood this is the year that we decide to kill each other because there's
Really?
almost no stakes, so there's nothing but stakes.
and that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah.
Only snakes.
Only snakes.
This is our 5th annual get-together, drink drinks,
God damn.
and discuss the games we play this year, have some fun, have some laughs, have some yells.
actual end of year. Like this is the last weekend. It's
Yes.
like there's no like
True.
2
Yeah.
weeks later another.
There's
game comes
times
out.
we've done it after,
Yeah.
right after the year ends. There's times we've done it like relatively early. It
Yeah.
just depends. We were gonna do this last weekend, and then Bradley got a boo-boo.
Oh my god, I had strep throat. It was not the move.
Oh, that reminds me. I need to.
It was not the move.
I imagine it wasn't.
Thanks for joining us for this 5th year. If you're
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
we don't do this. We don't advertise this a whole lot. We're just kind of here for
This is a for us.
It's a for us and for whoever wants to join us. We like having you here.
11 podcasts for you, one game of the year for us. That's how we do it.
Yeah.
All right, so
It's hot. Oh my god, it's hot.
I got my secret phrase.
Ooh.
In
It's
my
a
phone.
safe word.
If anyone says the secret phrase,
The gun is shot.
Should we have
No.
made bingo cards?
no. Ooh, bingo cards will be good
That's a
next
good.
year.
Oh man. Okay.
Next year.
Next year,
Next
bingo
year,
cards.
okay. You know
Give us an hour. We'll be right back.
If you say it, you have to take a shot. I assume you have some sort of.
I'm
Well,
just gonna drink.
I'm trying to guess
You
what
have
the
to
phrase
take
is
a
now.
big chug.
Yeah.
I don't
Big
have
chug.
any liquor.
Big
Big
chug is
chug.
fine.
Big chug.
Big chug.
We're
We're 30.
Joe, we're 30. Don't make me take a shot. I'll
Most of
die.
us are 30s now. I meant to get some soju before.
Oh, Bradley's 12, so he can't.
I'm 12.
Bradley's 12.
Bradley will baby.
Okay, I'm gonna go through the games.
Yeah.
Actually,
Here.
Tyler, do you want to remind us of the top 10 games of last year? You had that pulled
That's a
up?
good-
I was
So,
curious.
top 10 games of last year. At number 10, we started with Dead Space Remaster.
Wow, I got mine.
Then we had some Final Fantasy rhythm game.
Oh, I love that shit. So
Live
good.
Alive.
Ooh.
Alan Wake 2.
Ooh.
Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
Remaster.
Yeah.
Super Mario RPG Remaster.
That's a you.
Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
Yes.
Hi-Fi Rush. Street Fighter 6. And Baldur's Gate. Which... It's
that's a good top 10.
Yeah.
we did a good job, I
All
feel
of
like.
those games are like legit.
All
Yeah.
of those are great.
Yeah.
You can't go wrong with any of them, and it's got a little bit of spice in there for everybody.
It's got, so that's the thing. That happens every top 10, but the top 5 is very hard to predict, and we try to predict it every year, so we've all submitted our predictions. The winner gets something that never comes true, but by God, it'll come true this year. Okay, I'm going to read everything that we have this year.
Okay.
Maple Story, X Defiant.
You can't start with saying Maple Story, a
I-
20-year-old game.
Let me preface, this is games we played a lot this year and haven't been prominently featured in a previous list. It does not mean just games that
I think
came
we
out
have like
this
a
year.
2-year time limit.
And here's the thing.
Basically.
For people, maybe it's your first time joining us, maybe it's not. Including games that didn't come out this year, but we played this year, maybe it's unconventional, but I feel like it is kind of fun. Because it lets you compare stuff that came out this year, maybe it was something that came out 2 years ago. It's like, how's the game industry
I
trending?
think it
you know?
also caters
Yeah.
to a 4-person format
Yeah.
because Bradley plays more older games than I do. I play more newer games, so to find somewhere in the middle,
Should I put my porn games on here?
what the fuck?
You missed out?
You didn't tell us about those. Okay, Maple Story, X Defiant, Darkest Dungeon 2, Another Crab's Treasure, Disney Pixel RPG, Halls of Torment.
Keep going.
We have a first cut already. Halls of Torment, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney from the new HD collection that came out this year, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. We allow it like the Game Awards. Astrobot, Arcanist, Balatro, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Dune Imperium board game.
It's
a digital version.
Digital version.
Core Keeper, full release. Dark and Darker, Deadlock, Diablo 4, which we technically forgot to talk about this last year, but Tyler played more of it this year.
I played Season 5 this year.
There you go. It
Yeah,
counts.
like shit came out.
Dominion, the board game, the game.
The digital version.
Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, Dragon's Dogma 2, Earth Defense Force 6, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Flip Witch, Forbidden Sex Hex, Marvel Rivals. That's the porn game, by the way.
Yeah.
Marvel Rivals is the porn game.
Am I wrong?
It's next. Yeah.
Give it a couple weeks, and League of Legends
think it was like
Swarm
a day.
Edition.
Swarm game mode.
This was a game mode specifically. Hades 2, Helldivers 2, Blockbusters Inc., Warhammer Bolt Gun, Tekken 8, Destiny The Final Shape expansion, College Football 25, Enshrouded, Wuthering Waves.
What?
Thank goodness you're here.
Thank goodness you're here.
Yes.
Pre-eliminated.
No.
Tyler didn't play it.
You
I played it.
Oh.
Joe played it.
Planet Coaster 2, Stellar Blade, God of War Valhalla, Yakuza 8, aka Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Grand Blue Rising Fantasy versus
Relink?
the fighting game. Relink is the other game.
Oh, okay.
Lockdown Protocol, Metaphor, Refantasio, Mouthwashing, Power World, Path of Exile 2, Persona 3 Reload, Res Infinite, Risk of Rain 2 Final Update, Pokemon Pocket, TCG Pocket, Pokemon Pocket, Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance.
Wild that this game came out this year.
Came out
did.
twice.
It did come out twice
This
this
is the second
year,
time it came out.
but it's the second time on the list, basically. Silent Hill 2
Remake.
Remake. Star
Wars
Wars Outlaw, Super Mario Party Jamboree, The Plucky Squire, UFO 50, Underknife In Birth 2, Unicorn Overlord, ZZZ, Zenless Zone 0, Vellum, Age of Wonder 4, Space Marine 2,
Yes.
Space Marine Battle Sector?
Warhammer
40,000
40,000.
Battle Sector, Yakuza 0, which Joe played this year,
Yep.
and Tales of Kenzara Zao.
There's another repeat on there this year. Age of Wonders 4. This is Tyler's Age of Wonders
Yes.
4 edition.
Which he played more than previous year, so this is a more fair share.
I played it last year.
No, Joe played it last
I
year.
played it
I
last
played
year.
it this year,
Yeah.
and I beat Joe's hours.
Yeah, he doubled it, so he has a better idea.
Did no one play X Defiant?
I played X Defiant.
I played some of X Defiant.
Okay,
I
then
played
we,
like a few
we
rounds.
stay at 60. So this is 64
Yeah, yeah,
games.
yeah.
We have pre-eliminated Aura, History Untold, and Mecha Simul Tactics. Just because one was planned to be played and wasn't played, but I got the picture. And Mecha Simul Tactics we did play, but it's really, really early, so we just wanted to
It's
give it a
very
shout
fun.
out. Yeah.
Quick shout out. It's like a Yomi Hustle.
but
Yomi
with,
Hustle.
strategy mix.
So,
Yeah.
I forgot. Fun fact: we didn't establish the go order before starting.
we do Breath of the Wild usually.
Yeah, but I forgot where we started last year. I think Bradley might have started last year.
That's I think Bradley.
I think I just started last year, right?
Yeah.
So we're
Riley
just
did
starting
so
with
much.
Joe this year?
Then I start,
Okay.
and then we go.
We do Breath of the Wild, so
Yeah.
Okay.
WT.
Yeah.
Actually, it would make sense. Well, I guess we would have gone through every person, right? Because this is year 5.
We go forwards and backwards. I never get to go first.
Yeah,
Um,
it's like
oh,
fantasy
okay.
draft
Oh.
rules.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one quick memorial shout out.
Oh,
Not
fuck.
memorial, but like honorable mention for my not eligible game of the year.
Okay.
By all means.
Which
Don't we
is-
gotta say this before top 10, maybe? Because like,
No, I want to do it
Okay,
now.
alright.
Because I'm going to forgive by that time. But basically, just like a board game, tabletop game that I played this year that I really enjoy. We don't put them on here because I'm usually the only ones that play them. But I want to encapsulate this now. Which actually goes to shockingly Warhammer 40,000.
oh,
Like, I for years, I like fucking pull this game to the dredge. I'm like, don't fucking play this game. This hobby is just kind of like insane. And I'm kind of in it and I enjoy it. This is the first edition I've played. I think this game is super, super solid and really fun. Like, it's the point where, like, I love playing this game. I don't feel, like, contempt towards it when I play it.
Nice.
Which is not, sounds like I'm not saying a lot, but, like, really, the game is really solid. It's got a great balance. Like, my factions were a little bit on the lower end this year, but overall, about half the factions in the game were actually sitting around a 48 to 55% win rate, which is impressive considering there's
good balance.
There's 24 factions in the game.
Okay.
So I've been really, really enjoying it. All of our friends are really enjoying it. It's been tons of fun. So I just want to put that out there as just a memorial for us listening to this later, that maybe this is the one year that
Then-
Joe really
then me-
appreciated Warhammer.
Then me and Tyler get to shout out another good year of One Piece trading card game. Really good set just came out, and also Slay the Spire board game.
Slay the Spire board game is amazing. It is as good as the digital version.
And it was actually so fun.
And I want to draw attention to one notable absence from this list is the new Mario and Luigi game. that did not get played. I feel like there was a lot of hype for it, and was it the IGN review that came out, gave it a 5 out of 10? I feel like killed a lot of people's momentum for it.
They said this game is for babies.
Now, here's the thing. A lot of people played it, and they're like, a lot of the people I heard who played it said 5 out of 10 might be a little harsh, but the game did have some problems. Like, it might have been a good game if it was 10 hours shorter, but I heard there was a lot of just like useless quests and backtracking.
Me and Bradley were so excited about this up until
I was
like
excited about it
until like 3
I know.
days before, and then like it didn't seem good. But then I've also seen like Nintendo like glazing streamers play it, and they're like, yeah, it's kind of fun. Like,
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
it has a slow start, but like with this year was very stacked. The thing is, this year was stacked. I have no idea what the top 10 is gonna be because like I feel like this year was stacked for different people for different reasons.
Yeah.
It's a lot less of a consensus, I think, of what everyone thought was gonna
It
do.
doesn't have the Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate,
Yeah.
like Forerunner,
God of
and not
War.
even like a
Yeah.
Hi-Fi Rush. It doesn't have like a God of War. It doesn't have a Monster Hunter that we all can agree on is a banger.
So do we wanna-
However,
Yeah.
we did have a gimmick for this year that we established in February. We said, oh, Helldivers can't possibly be less than 10. So we're gonna put Helldivers at 10.
Like, fair enough, honestly.
So like this is the Helldivers
Helldivers
the prediction slot,
Yeah.
and then it can move up or down.
Yeah.
When we get around there, we'll start discussing what Helldivers. But this is a game we all played and we all enjoyed at the time. Maybe we don't anymore.
shit.
Tyler alluded that he hates us.
No,
and he hates the game that we all like.
I have a secret game on here. I downloaded it. I played it for a while. I've completely flipped 360. I hate this game. I hate its existence.
He hates. Hate is not a word
Hate.
we throw for. We sometimes don't.
I
like
do
games.
not like to hate games. I hate.
That's like a
This game.
Overwatch word.
Yeah, no.
What the fuck could it be? I'm so. This is more compelling than the gun.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna instantly throw it to the bottom either.
So
I'll probably talk about it after like an hour.
I
or
have to
so.
throw something to the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it the 20-year game that we have on our fucking podcast?
Maple Story. I wouldn't do that to you.
I mean, you
I
can. I don't care. It shouldn't be on there.
Can I?
No,
It's
it's
too early-
It's Willer first.
I mean, but we do suggestions. We do deals. Just let me take a look at the list.
Yeah, y'all.
Yeah, Tyler's going next. I will point out, I've been wanting to say this, is the Halls of Torment font not Agatha Long font? Or no, maybe like Multiverse of Madness font?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, fuck me. That's cool. I'm eyeing Disney Pixel RPG and the Plucky Squire's not mine, but I know like no one's really gonna fight for it.
Is it you, the Plucky Squire?
I'm not the Plucky Squire.
You, Joe. Joe's secret list of games he played.
I fucking post them in public.
You
I
secret
don't know if that's
list.
secret, but
I
Secret
mean,
hidden list.
did that make anyone wince in pain or cringe?
no.
I think they're-
No.
Alright, I'm cutting Disney Pixel RPG.
Dude, I was so fucking disappointed in this
I
game.
played a little bit of this too.
Ah, fuck, dude. I was so excited for this because I don't know, it was a pretty cute gacha. I liked the sprite work, and there was a cool idea behind this game. I talked about it a little bit where the idea in this game is that there are a bunch of video game universes, and the gachas are like different versions of characters from different games. So you can get like rhythm game Mickey, or you can get adventure game Mickey, or you can get puzzle game Genie, or some shit like that. So there's like different versions of the characters, and even then, the plot I think was kind of cool. Like there's one chapter I played through where there's like 5 Mickeys in one world, and the mini of that world is meeting all these other Mickeys, and this one's like, well, I'm a rock star, and this one's like, well, I go on adventures around the world, and I think the Mickey from that universe is board game Mickey, and he's just like a lot more tame than the other ones, and
He's getting cucked by his own Mickey.
I
getting
felt,
cucked by
I
the
felt,
other Mickeys.
fucking targeted when you were describing cucked board game Mickey.
So, like, I don't know. I thought the game was pretty cool. I actually really liked the combat, too. This would have been really good, and I probably would still be playing it, but this is just how you fumble a release of a live service game so hard.
By not releasing
It has
content?
such nice little pixel guys
I know,
too.
but they just didn't release anything. So they launched the game and it had its starting banner, right?
Yeah.
And then we waited like a month for new content.
Uh-huh.
Okay, they had an event, and the event is like you beat a super hard boss, and you can get currency to buy upgrade materials. And if you get enough of it, you can get Cinderella. She's a special unit.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then I waited like another 2 or 3 weeks, and okay, we're announcing a new banner. And the banner is for 2 3-star characters that were in the game at launch that everyone already has probably gotten multiple times by now. And I'm waiting for the new, and there's still no new story chapters. There's no new banners for new characters. It would have been fun, but I'm like, what? You shouldn't have released it. There's just nothing here. So I'm fine with it being last. I don't care.
Cool. All right, we don't have to spend too much time on these early ones because
Yeah.
we have a trend of getting through the first 10 and it's been an hour and a half.
Do I want to reveal my gunshot right now?
It is your turn.
Because I kind of...
You hate this game. No, I don't hate any game. Well, I mostly don't hate any game on this list. So if you hate something, that's pretty strong.
It's either I'm going to shoot this game in the face or I'm going to sacrifice one of my own because, like...
I just want to know what game you want to shoot in the face.
Because... Like, okay, you know what? This is going to be easy. Maple Story doesn't belong on this list. We're going to put it down at the bottom.
Damn.
Tyler, you love this.
No,
play
you've
this
been
every
playing
fucking
this,
day.
dude.
Y'all,
Why are you so bad at fighting for what you like?
This is a nostalgia bait game.
Okay.
I only enjoy playing it because I started playing it almost 16 years ago.
It's comfort food.
I play this almost every holiday season.
Uh-huh.
I'll usually start around late October and I'll play it through about early January, and then I put it down for the year. This is a nostalgia bait game. I have a few friends that I play this with on and off throughout the year. It's Maple Story. Like, if you don't know what Maple Story is, it's a single player MMORPG where you grind up characters, and that's about it.
when you put it that way.
I know I just said an oxymoron, but it's an MMORPG where you don't play with other players. I've actually got into some content recently that I have been participating with my friends, and we've been doing bosses together. So I guess that's kind of a neat thing. But it's just been a lot of easy level up. I'm enjoying the grind. That's it. There's nothing else I want to talk about this game.
Cool.
Is this the one that you hate, or is this just you sacrificing?
This is me saying things that shouldn't be on this list.
Okay.
I don't know if that's the one he hates, though.
No, it's not. I'm so curious, but we're gonna keep moving. Joe, do you have anything that sticks out to you?
Okay, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and cut Tales of Kanzara Zao.
Okay, I don't know what this is.
So this is...
I think you brought this up. You did bring this up on the podcast, I think.
I think I put it on our list and then I took it out. But this is a game by... Oh, God, I can't remember this guy's name. I had it down and I totally forgot. But he is the voice actor for one of the assassins in Assassin's Creed. He's kind of gotten more and more prominent in the industry. Mm-hmm. He's a really nice guy based on the interviews I've spoken to with him. This is a Metroidvania game. It's set in African culture, and it's got a lot of Africa, like mythology, inspired by it and everything. It's got a really cool setting. The writing in this game is so good.
Really?
Like, it's very heartfelt. And it's about basically this prince going through the grief and trying to get his father back, and
Was this featured in the Game Awards last year?
Yes, it was.
And he came up this year.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna cry about my dad.
Yes,
or
that's
whatever.
him.
I was like, you should be able to.
So it felt like it was really written like from the heart and like had a lot of passion to it. My issue was that I think the gameplay was not necessarily there. It was really, really basic. It didn't feel good to move around, especially after playing like Metroid Prime or Dread. I'm sorry, and like feeling that and compared to this, I kind of wanted to get back to like a Metroid feeling game again, and like this wasn't really doing it. But like every time the character spoke, it felt natural, and it felt like your like Navi character is like the god of death, and he like spouts his wisdom about death and living and stuff like that. And it's a very unique setting as well.
It seems like the writing is good, but you're a very gameplay focused
Yes.
person, so it's
And
like
I didn't play too far into it. I probably played about 4 hours or so, and I got to a point where it's like I have other things to play. But I wanted to bring it up because I think it's an interesting game, just not my gameplay thing, but I think if you're like looking for more of a story-based thing, this would be interesting because it's a different culture than what's usually showcased in video games. Like a lot of Asia and like American stuff is popular right now, so having that's African inspired is really cool.
That is cool.
I really like the art in it as well. Like it looks great.
It just wasn't strong enough to get further.
It's just and like if I maybe played it further, maybe, but like I think right there is fine.
Okay, Bradley. Time.
Here's one I'm really curious about is Plucky Squire.
I keep trying to stab this game.
I hear this shit's ass.
Well, I followed the marketing for years, and it looks like a beautiful game, but then it came out, and people said it is just like such a baby game.
This game is for me.
We can cut
Is
this.
it fair?
Yeah.
Alright.
I was between this and
And
Kanzara.
Zal. But you're like, Bradley's got
Someone's
it
gonna.
covered.
I was gonna. Yeah.
Give it a eulogy.
Plucky Squire is made by one of the former lead character designers of Pokemon.
Whoa.
Like he designed Pokemon for a living for years.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
Not the art designer.
Yeah, the art, like an art designer.
Sugimura? No.
Vanilla,
No,
Trubbish,
it's a white
all
guy.
the favorites.
There-
That was this guy.
It was. He was a white
Hey,
guy.
fuck off. Vanilla is... I will defend Vanilla.
Anyways, like kind of what Kanzara's out, a really cute art style, but it's way too handholdy.
Yeah.
It's like it
seems like the kind of game that would drive you insane, actually.
I had to stop playing because like, please stop telling me what the fuck to do. that's the reason I stopped. And to be granted, the theme of this is the idea of like art made for kids and showcasing them early can really inspire them to become something greater in the future.
Well,
and that's what this game is trying to
There's
be.
games on this list that do the same thing.
Yeah.
Better.
I honestly thought this was like Captain Underpants.
You know, it kind of
There's some
They've
really
got
fun,
the long
there's a
vertical
punch-out game
eyes.
that you do in here. Like that's really cute. It's a really cute game, but it is a game for babies.
It reminds me of modern Kirby games where like
Yeah.
it probably could be amazing if they trusted you to be able to do literally
If I
anything.
gave this to like
Not a baby.
But how could they?
my 18-year-old cousin or like future nephew or niece, they might really like it. But as a 30-year-old man, it just kind of felt very flat and very much a baby game.
Maybe
It
for
is
like a
what it is.
1.5-year-old and you're trying to teach him motor skills, you give it this game.
Yeah.
Okay. Tyler.
No,
No, it's me. I have a
It's
question
Miller.
for you.
What?
Fuck.
Do you want to keep League of Legends Storm a little longer?
Yeah.
I want to cut Dragon's Dogma 2 so hard.
Really?
I've heard some shit about this game.
Ooh.
The most magical 15 hours into the most drastic nosedive of any game I've played.
I remember
in
this was
recent
like
memory.
Willer was playing this game, which was shocking because I was like, this isn't really
It's
seen.
Capcom.
It's Capcom.
And
It
it
is-
does
okay.
have
It-
fantastic combat.
Yeah.
But like, you were just like about this game for about a week. You were going on about
Oh, okay. You might.
No,
be,
it was a few
you're
days.
confounding me and Joe
it.
Cirquette, who's like really into this game.
But no,
Oh.
you were like pushing. You're like, I see some, and then you just
We yeah.
Like I said, it had a very promising first few hours. I'm like, Bradley, actually, this is the game where you just sit down on a Saturday morning
And you just play.
like this seemed like a Bradley get lost in game.
And like,
And then just like
do you know what did it for me?
nothing happens.
You know what did it for me?
I don't know.
So like, there's a point. So there's a very much a trope in like RPGs where like you have the tutorial section that's very linear, and then
Yeah.
you have like the prologue section that's a lot more open. But there's very much like during that prologue you have like a list of like things you have to do, and then you get to a point where you talk to an NPC and he goes like, "We're gonna go do a thing," and it's pretty much emphasized like once you do this thing, you're kind of like progressing and rolling down the hill kind of a situation. Like you're moving away from the tutorial prologue section
Okay.
and moving to the main game. We're like, all right, there's this guy who's a fake ass king. We're gonna go up and confront him, and we gotta do it during his coronation, or else he's gonna be the king. And we're like, are you ready to go? It's like, sick. Let's get started. Let's see where this goes. You walk up the steps, and in this game you have these little pawns, right? They're like your little custom buddy that follow you
Yeah,
around.
and like that system is a little over advertised.
Yeah.
And like it's not interesting enough for all the dev time they put into it, in my opinion. Like the coolest thing is like if I hang out with Joe's pawn and Joe did the quest, the pawn will like point stuff up in the quest.
That's cool. But
And,
like
it's cool. It's neat.
Yeah.
It's not changing my world.
yeah, and like so what happens is you walk up to the castle to go do this. Your personal pawn gets a headache. You're like, damn, we can't do this, and you leave. There's nothing else. There's no like, oh, there's this big fight. There's no ambush. There's nothing. It's just you leave, And I'm like, we've been building up to this thing for like, I think 10 or 15 hours now, because it's a long ass RPG because you have to walk everywhere. And you're just gonna, you're not even gonna have like we get attacked, we get to escape.
There's no climax.
There's no climax to this arc.
Yeah.
And you're just like, okay.
To me also, like, as good as the classes in combat are, which is the only saving grace of this game, it runs poorly, and it's such a time waster, which is deliberate.
Yeah.
But I have shit to do, dog.
Yeah.
Like, stuff is coming out. I don't have time to walk my ass everywhere and, like, fight the same enemies every time. Honestly, this game is worse than everything we've ranked so far, in my opinion. But it is, like, but also I got a Capcom glaze. Like, I'm a fanboy, so I gotta protect it somewhat. Tyler, are you going to shoot me now?
Nope.
Or are you gonna shoot
No,
me
it's
later?
great. I found so many more games to put before
Oh,
this
yeah?
one.
Great.
Yeah, what do we got?
Because apparently we love this.
Because I want to cut it off before. I want to cut it off at the right time.
Okay.
Wuthering Waves.
But what goes down next is gonna be a game that we forgot last year.
Oh, yeah.
Diablo 4. Y'all. And
60th best game of the year.
so I played this game twice. And people are gonna, if anybody loves Diablo that's hearing this, I played through this game twice. I played through the campaign first because I actually care about the Diablo story. I do enjoy the lore. I enjoy all of the plotting. Story in this game actually pretty interesting. I didn't hate it. Probably the more entertaining part of it, to be frank. But then I came back in Season 5, which is what I played this year, where there was a huge revamp to the way that the... so they refactored a lot of the stats that come out on each drop. They made them more streamlined, which was good. So you know which stats you're looking for on which weapons and how to allocate them. So it was a little bit less RNG. And then you could do specific modifiers better.
So they made it so it's not such a
It's less RNG, and you know what you're going to be looking for specifically. And then I started doing the boss climb as well. So the boss climb was kind of neat. But dude, this is just... If you've played Diablo 3, you've played Diablo 4.
Yeah. I don't even say that. I think the big failure of Diablo 4 is that it tries to say it's Diablo 2, and it doesn't hit the mark. Like, it's just, and part of it goes on the Blizzard's design philosophy now, where it's like everything has to be something you can do currently, like wherever you are.
Yeah.
And I think, and that takes away from the RPG elements, because it's like, if I'm leveling up my guy, if I go back to Pallet Town and go fight some Pokemon, I shouldn't be fighting a level 20 Pidgey. Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. There's no sense of actual power escalation in the game, because everything.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, now that you mention that, I'm like, the enemies I'm fighting in the very last area seem as complicated as the enemies in the first area. Like, there is no strategy
and
to
vice
them.
versa. You go back and suddenly
It's a nice power fantasy, and it's cool to kind of get all the right pieces together to kind of make them pop off.
Do something.
Ooh, I have infinite frozen orbs now. I feel really strong. It's very satisfying. But you also did Frozen Orb in Diablo 2 and Diablo 2
and
Remaster.
The other thing also too is that the enemies aren't interesting to fight either.
They're not. None of the enemies are interesting.
Because if you're building your build correctly, they're just dead before they get to do anything.
Yeah.
And it's
which is contrast to another game that I've been playing, which I've always had a preference for. Like, when it comes to dungeon runner games, honestly, I hate to say, what is it? Stormlight 2 has been one of my favorites ever. And Stormlight, not Stormlight, Torchlight.
No,
Torchlight.
Stormlight 2 is.
I'm sorry.
Stormlight 2.
I was like, what?
I added a few and I added an S. Torchlight. So Torchlight 2 is one of my favorites, and then Torchlight 3 sucked. Joe, you and I played that one together, and it was just bad.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll talk about another dungeon looter game later on, but yeah, this one was they did a good job. The art looks great. If you
I think it looks fantastic.
If you like the plot, I like that.
Don't bang.
The hand sign.
Yeah. The plot was good. The expansion plot is interesting. They added the new class, the Spirit Jaguar guy, which is their first unique class that they added into the game. I mean, I guess I
It's
said
kind of like Druid.
yeah, which is already in the game.
Yeah.
It's very meta streamlined, and Diablo's so popular that people are constantly online talking about it. So if you're on YouTube and you care about learning things, it's like, oh, don't do Fire Tempest.
Yeah.
That's not meta. That doesn't do damage. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
You stupid idiot. I don't know.
I've kind of learned in the past few years to have really stop like paying attention to those things unless I'm like trying to make something work.
Dude, we put
Or
shit on
it's-
the internet. Like, we're
Yeah.
no smarter than
No,
other people.
yeah,
but
yeah.
like we put stuff online too, you know? Like,
If that's not a sign that people.
But it's also just like the enjoyment of the game because there are some games I played and like there's a PvE element to it, and they're like, oh, this gun or this technique sucks. I'm like, yeah, but
Yeah.
I kind of like using using the jank.
if it's
like,
a PvE game and people are talking about meta,
Yeah.
I'm like, that's where I start to like. It's yeah.
Oh, we're gonna cut X Defiant here.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah. That was like flipping between
Yeah.
those.
So
two.
X Defiant
Is this the
like
COD killer?
this.
Which
Oh shit! It killed
go
me.
ahead, Joe.
So X Defiant was Ubisoft's attempt to kind of get into that Call of Duty market space.
Like Twitch arcade shooter is like the
Yeah.
So
subgenre
it's a
of this.
Twitch arcade shooter, but you do move at the pace of like.
it's Call of Duty. It's like it's got that pacing and everything. And
You think it's slower?
So they wanted it to be kind of you spin as fast as Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Your foot speed is about as fast as what's the Valorant?
okay.
There is a
Valorant's
sprint, so
fast,
it's a little
right?
bit faster.
Yeah. Yeah.
But all the maps are designed like Overwatch.
Yes.
Oh,
That's-
it's
that's
so
perfect.
ass,
Okay.
My
man.
brain just like I'm not even that much of a shooter.
it's
guy.
so
You're
bad.
right, Tyler. That was the thing that was missing. Okay, but yeah, it's very much like a Call of Duty kind of like an interceptor or piercer or attempt to, and it was fun. The one highlight was that it was free, so like you could just go in and play it. But it was a class-based system, and if you're playing Call of Duty, you don't like the class-based.
I fucking despise.
Noted, yeah.
Yeah, it's the fucking skins are awful. Like they're like terrible. Like people shouldn't Call of Duty on having these fucking gimmick ass skins, but at least they're kind of like fun and they're distinct.
They've
and
gotten
different.
better over time. I
Yeah, they're different. These are like the same. Like they're from like the different Ubisoft like
think.
shooter
Like
games.
Rainbow Six. and
Yeah,
stuff.
but they all look the same. So like it really doesn't do anything. The guns sound awful too. They did not sound great.
Pew pew.
So here's the problem. We're running out of games that like I know for a fact are ass.
No, I
I was curious about like this was fun, but I was wondering about doing League of Legends Swarm here since it's just a game mode and not like its own game.
okay, Bradley.
What do y'all think? Unless you're willing to throw
I
something on the bonfire.
I want to toss one to you
Okay.
because I think it needs to get cut here.
Yeah.
If you're okay with that, and that's gonna be Blockbuster Inc.
yeah.
I didn't know how you felt about it.
That's Joe giving you a
Yeah, I
olive branch.
I didn't know how you felt about it.
So Blockbuster. So my favorite management game ever is
Prison.
The movies?
the movies.
Yeah, I know my
yeah,
Joe.
Yeah.
I love that game. I would be playing that game way more often.
Isn't there movies too coming out?
No.
Fuck. That'd be cool
I would
if there was.
play that game way more often if it was actually playable. Like it's so old now that it can't read onto like modern PC hardware without having to do like a boot camp kind of situation.
I've had shit like that with
Yeah.
like 90s Lego games
Yeah.
where you have to do all this weird hacking
You have
shit
to,
just
like,
to
put
make
in
it
a
not
drive.
crash your computer.
We didn't add Animal Crossing Wild World, which
Oh man,
One
whatever.
day I was
Which
like,
reminds me,
sorry.
I need to sell my turnips later. Thanks for reminding me.
I was
brought
like,
my DS.
Bradley, play a game with me, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, I'm redoing my Animal Crossing Wild World Village." I'm like, "That is the most Bradley, that's the most Bradley reply I've ever gotten in the year of our Lord 2024." Anyway, sorry.
So the movies is one of my favorite games ever. It's like probably close to over 20 years old at this point, I think. And it's always been shocking to me that no one's come in and like tried to like remake the game or revamp it. So this was like a spiritual successor to the game. I think they fucking failed.
Damn.
I would put Kanzaro's out over this if it wasn't for the fact that I didn't play it nearly as much. And I just kind of want to give
It
this
lucked out.
Yeah. The only other thing too is that this is made by like 3 or 4 people. So like That's caveat number one. It's hard to make fucking video games with like 3 or 4 people, and this is a big ass game.
Fair.
Number 2, I played this primarily on my Steam Deck, and it's not Steam Deck compatible.
Damn.
But all the complaints I have for it aren't like
Control based.
control based or technical issues. I'm ignoring all of that aspect because that's me
Yeah.
being funky. So the issue I have with this game is that it overcomplicates certain things and dumbs down other things. So a big part of the movies was like the way you place stuff on your lot. So like where your things are positioned. So like your casting office where you like produce the movie and have everyone do the pre-screen scripts, that gets put down, and everyone in that building then has to go run over to where the stages are. So there's a big point of like, okay, where do I want to put these stages because of like how, because the time it takes for them to get from point A to point B is factored into the production.
It's a cool
cost of the
logistical
movie.
thing.
Yes. In this movie, in this game, they just teleport everything around, and you have like a day-night cycle where like people come into work and people don't come into
Then
work.
what's complicated?
And what's complicated about it is you have to set the time where people come in and out of work. But the reason why you don't have that in management games like this is because like that shit's boring. Why? I'm sitting here playing a game. Why is it every 15 minutes I'm literally doing nothing? Like I can't do anything because all my people went home. Like that's what's so frustrating about it. And then the other thing is they made it so you can like custom make each building. I don't care because they're just those buildings are just kind of like placements anyways. Like there's nothing.
Functionality.
Yeah, they're just there to like type a script. Putting more stuff in the script office doesn't make it better, doesn't change the stats or do anything like that. Like so it's one of those things where it's just like I wish it was better.
Next
like I
time,
was really
baby.
rooting.
All right,
Back to Willard.
I'm
Back to
cutting
Bradley.
another Crab's Treasure.
You didn't
Bradley
get to
cut?
cut something.
Oh, Bradley just cut. No, sorry,
he
Bradley
did-
just cut.
Oh, Bradley did
Blockbuster
just
Inc.
cut Blockbuster.
Yeah.
Inc.
No, I'm surprised another Crab's Treasure's coming.
So, I mean, it's a great game. It's like a really good Souls-like. It's got like a bit of. It's got a lot of jank. It's like. It's got some funky music. I think you can turn up the music a smidge too. It's I found a really broken build in this game, which got really fun. The map design is not like super great, but there's like some fun platforming that Souls-likes don't do because you can swim around. You have this hook shot, so it's got like platforming that's better than every other Souls game by default. But that's like not a high bar to beat when your competitor is Bloodborne's janky jumps and Elden
Yeah.
Ring's jumps. The combat systems are fine. Like, they're good bosses. It's very tongue-in-cheek. The story and the characters and the humor is very good. But it's just, like, technically very, like, compromised. It's not the deepest game in the world. I unlocked this move called Mantis Punch. And every time I would do it, I got my Chiquita Punch from Dan to Dan. And I just steamrolled the whole game when I unlocked that. But it's really cool. It's got this system where you get to switch the shell on your back, which gives you a different spell. And then you get to put that shell on your fork, which is your main weapon, to use a hammer instead. So you
Yeah.
technically have 2 movesets. And now you get to use 2 shells because you can swap which one is on your back and which one's on your hammer. So you have like some build variety of like, I'm going to go into the boss with these spells based on what I have equipped. I do recommend this to everyone. I think Bradley in particular would like this. It's a very cozy Souls-like game. It does have some somewhat difficult bosses, but nothing is like crazy hard.
Is this a Souls-like game or just an action game? That's
It
my
is
question.
Dead ass a Souls-like
Souls-like
game. It's
game.
got
Okay.
corpse runs. It's got like you get to the end of a zone, you get your giant Souls boss. It's got a giant like open world map in the middle that takes you to like 5 different zones. Very
Yeah.
DS1,
Demon
DS2
Souls,
vibey.
yeah.
See, what's cool about this game is I have TikTok, and what I've seen a lot of indie game devs doing this is while they're developing their game, they'll do like devlogs on TikTok just because it's a good way to like hopefully get your game to go viral or get traction or attract people to your Kickstarter.
This on the shorts.
And I saw this game, I feel like, for like a year and a half on TikTok before it came out. So it was really cool to like see the journey, and then it comes out, and then like it actually gets kind of popular.
You want to know my hot take about other developers making Souls-like games?
What?
I think other developers underestimate the environmental world telling that they build
Yeah.
from software
But
games.
you know what? They're not bad at that. This has a
No. These guys
But
get
you're right.
it.
But they take that they put a humorous spin on it. Your souls are microplastics that you're constantly collecting and selling.
I love it.
So funny.
And the story, like, you learn umami magic, which is like the power of the swirl of the oceans. But like, you get into the deep lore, like you go into the bottom of the ocean near the end of the game, and like you find out that like the ocean represents like the decay of everything, because as nature and people pollute the ocean, it's the sign of the end, and it's a cycle. Like, they go places with
That's
this.
actually
It's
pretty cool.
The only reason why like it's great is the more I talk about it, it's like, this is a cute game. I'm willing to cut it because it doesn't step on anyone else's toes. And I have games that I like more than it on the list. So
Yeah.
Fair enough.
all right, Tyler.
Tyler.
Ooh.
Is it time?
Joe just added. So we did mention this. Joe has his Warhammer army on the table for inexplicable
How many points
reasons.
are we at right now?
Let me count that up, actually.
We're doing a
I'll let
2,500 point match.
you know. That's actually a lot of points on the table right now.
He's got 3 tanks,
3 tanks.
and like 12 dudes. 10
9
dudes.
dudes. 9 dudes.
Yeah.
I am going.
Which one?
Might do the Dominion digital game here.
Okay.
I was wondering.
But this is not because it is bad. It is not going on the list because it's low, because it's bad. But because it is mostly a board game. I like touching the physical cards better. But this game has every expansion for Dominion in it. And you can you can buy like every expansion for the board game for like $100. And you will own all of Dominion. It is fast, it is quick, it has good UX. It's very easy to pick up and put down with other players, and it has cross-save. So if you own the app on your iPad and you bought it on Steam, you just transfer all of your purchases over to the tablet, and then you can pass it around with your friends on a camping trip or something.
great.
It is great, it is solid. I simply prefer playing the cardboard edition better because this is one of those games that...
That's a good qualifier.
It is a pure preference.
It's also really easy for that game to like go in the digital version, and you don't know what the fuck just happened.
correct.
Yeah,
And
it's like shit just happens.
Yeah.
But okay, let's do that one quick, because we have. I realize we're not even in the top 50 yet, so
Also,
Lordy.
points update. We're at 1,115 points.
At a 2,000?
Yeah.
Those tanks are too fucking big.
Oh, bro, these things are the MVPs on my list every time.
Okay,
know.
that was not the time. Bradley?
No, it's
No,
me.
Joe.
Joe, actually.
It's Joe.
Jover?
Joe
Let's cut.
What?
No.
You gotta cut one of the Warhammers.
Oh.
No.
The Warhammers are top 40 games.
Well, we're gonna cut college football 25.
Okay.
Okay.
Return to form?
Yeah. I mean, this is the first college football game in 11 years.
People were excited for this one. It
was,
had some nice
It was fun.
traction out the gate.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's one of the best-selling games of this year. I think it's like number 2 or number 3 or some shit like that.
Fair. I mean,
Yeah.
they're back, right?
I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. Dynasty. Every time I try, I want to play a sports game, but like, there's the management side of sports games that I enjoy, and then there's the physical playment of it, and there's
got to be a balance, right?
got to
You
be a
wanna
balance, and like they never just hit the right space of where I want it to be. Because it's like, I want to definitely play the football games, right? But I do want that management side to be a lot more deeper.
Which is better in baseball games, right?
Yeah, baseball is very, very static. So it's like, it's fun. It's like, it's got A&M stuff. You can customize your board, and like, getting like, to like have like Reveille on your like loading screen when you start up the game is really cool. But it's fine. It's a fun game. If you're a big sports fanatic, it's pretty much an easy buy. But otherwise, it's whatever.
All right, that
Now it's
puts it
Bradley.
on Bradley.
Yeah.
How good was Deadlock? Is that good?
So Deadlock's not officially out.
The
yet.
internet loves
Yeah.
but like this game is fully playable. People have put thousands of hours into this.
Are we those people?
That's the Tyler question.
Are we?
I'm not so I could talk about it.
But
Which
would it
doesn't
go
mean
here?
he's talking about it but not cutting it. He just wants you to. He
I
wants
don't-
to put some
There's a- I mean,
perspective.
Maybe I don't want to defend it. I don't know.
That's up to you. Would you prefer Deadlock or Swarm?
If you defend it, you gain one little guy
Probably
to say
Swarm.
that you
One little
defended it.
guy.
Probably Swarm out
This is
of
our new
Yeah.
You
novelty.
give a little guy to big defenders, but they will die.
They will die.
That is the grim.
I'm more brain off now, so.
It doesn't seem like he's super into.
No, like if that's where you want to put it.
I mean, well, no, I mean, there's other things I'm curious about, like
He's
Wuthering
just
Waves.
I'm just vibing.
I'm also curious about things like Wuthering Waves or.
Oh no!
You can't be. Yeah.
That's too high up.
Yeah, no.
Too high up.
Okay, can we
Okay.
change the list a little bit?
Yeah, no. We can do
put
that
Okay,
now.
okay.
games at least below like
This
another
is
Crab's
going
Treasure?
next to Pixel RPG, though.
As the second to last.
Yes.
Okay.
That's too much of a blunder.
So we
No.
bump,
Yeah,
so we
this
bump
was a
Looking
big
Up.
fuck up.
No, because that puts Dragon's Dogma in the top 60.
Do we bump college football up one then?
I mean, that's fine by me. I don't care.
Let's move it to the right of another Crab's Treasure.
Okay.
I forgot. Like,
Actually, let's move it to the right of two indie games
Okay.
against this
that's how
giant,
bad. That's
like,
how bad this
conglomerate
blunder
game.
was. Is
So I put it here, Bradley.
I genuinely forgot that this game was on the fucking list.
What is this?
I mentioned
It's
it
a
last
gacha
time.
game, right?
It is the thing that showed up in the Game Awards, and Ryan goes, "Oh, that's Genshin Impact," like 20 times.
Yeah, that's-
One of them was Wuthering Waves,
That's what
So
I thought.
this is a Genshin Impact clone.
Uh-huh.
and Genshin Impact specifically. It's the open world exploration.
This is more relative to what you would expect out of a Chinese multiplayer or like Chinese open world game.
It's what you would have thought Genshin would have been initially.
Yes, Genshin feels very Japanese, I'd say, with its anime style and like how simple it is with a lot of its choices.
Yeah.
Wuthering Waves is more complicated. It has a kind of more realistic art style, very much what you would expect out of Chinese game developers. Very similar
It looks
to.
just like it. I can't. I'm not gonna.
It looks like Black Desert Online, maybe a little bit, like if there was a newer version of it, I guess. But I haven't played a lot of Black
But it
Desert
is the
either.
Genshin killer. Genshin's dead.
Anyway, this game was made in Unity. This game ran like ass on my 3080 Ti. It was just.
So they all look, you know. They
Let me see.
Let's see these babes. Bradley,
Like-
rate us the babes.
AI generated babes.
Yeah.
I
That's
mean,
the most
yeah,
generic
I get it.
ass.
Yes.
I would AI generated is too much of a disc.
Now,
you know, real people worked on
like
that. But
now, I walk into Willer's apartment. He's got Zenless Zone Zero on the TV. Ellen Joe, are you fucking with me?
she's just hanging
So,
out. That's babe
here-
number
here's-
one.
that's babe
That's
number
not
one.
even Bernice, brother. That's
Here's-
not even.
yeah.
Tsunami.
Here's the thing about Wuthering Waves is I would say the combat before ZZZ came out, like
Was
it
better.
is a little bit more entertaining than Genshin, where it's like you had some nice combos, you kind of went into like light attacks versus heavy attacks into slashes.
I
But
did
then,
criticize Genshin combat. I thought it was just like whatever.
yeah, it is better than Genshin combat.
Okay.
However, then ZZZ came out and made this game look like an absolute fucking joke in terms of action combat, and it was just like.
So now it's like worse exploration than Genshin, worse combat than ZZZ. Okay. All right. I don't know what to cut now.
Ooh,
I got rid of my easy one.
I know. Like most of the
They're gonna
like
think
low
so?
hanging fruits
Are
are
you
gone.
sure? They're gonna fight.
Are you sure?
We're gonna fight.
They're gonna fight.
This is
so I
gonna
don't want
suck.
to- Well, who's this guy?
That's me.
Is he-
I want to keep that on there a little
Okay.
more.
All right.
Mm. Oh, you just bend over. He says he wants to keep it on. You just say, "Oh, all right." can I get you some more beer?
May I? I literally didn't cut one because you two would fight it just now.
Okay.
What are they?
I'm cutting one that we need to have a conversation about, Bradley.
No, it's not that one.
Wait, no. What was
no,
if Bradley and I played that we would fight you about?
No, there's a different one that you would fight me over, and there's one that me and Bradley would have a.
No, I know.
Okay, who's into Vellum?
Oh, me.
Okay.
You're
Venom's
into it?
better than a lot of games on this list, sadly.
Okay, but Halls of Torment though, is it like that?
Oh, dude, Halls of Torment's fucking lit.
Okay, you like it?
I've been drinking.
Speaking of
I
drinking,
have my power-up juice. I've been drinking my power-up juice.
No one
speaking
said
of drinking, I broke the seal before we started. I'm on P like number 4. I'll be right back.
Okay, is Dark and Darker a Bradley game or no?
That's a me game. I could
Okay.
cut that one.
You can cut Dark and Darker.
I could cut Darker and Darker. Dark and Darker is everything I kind of don't like about a game. It is a first-person melee combat game. It is it is a extraction fantasy first-person combat. You move at a snail's pace through a dungeon. It is a dark. It has a lot of interesting concepts. It is doing a lot of unique things in the game, but they are all things that like I do not prefer. They have a bunch of different classes you can choose too. Like you don't have to be melee combat. You can have like an archer or a wizard or something.
Okay, well.
You're like going through
probably
looking
better
for
for
loot and
first
supplies, trying to level up an RPG character, and it's like The environments are every time you play through. They have a nice set of environments like Tarkov does, where every time you go in, you're starting at a different place. Getting out of the dungeon is pretty fun. And then there is like a PvE element to it as well, where like if you escape the PvP zone, you're now descending down into a PvE dungeon where like it's way harder, and you're like you and your friends are trying to beat the elements now. But that's like a different aspect of it. It's just across the board, it does a good amount of unique things. I would never tell anybody who is interested in this game not to play it.
Okay.
To me, this game is incredibly mid.
I mean, it's the 52nd. Oh, no shot. We established that. It's the 52nd best game of the year.
Yep. Is he gonna kill it?
Is it gun time?
I'm very interested to know
You
this.
hate this game. You just said this game is mid, dark and darker, and you're
Yeah,
willing to cut
you're
it.
like-
But you hate a certain game.
I do hate a game on here, but there are other games I would put lower than it because it would.
I don't understand the minds of Tyler.
Because now hear me out. I would put other games lower than this because I would feel less passionate about arguing about these games
Okay.
than I would this one.
All right, Tyler. How do you feel about Darkest Dungeon 2?
Well, that was fine.
What the fuck is it?
Again, we've talked
Is it
about.
your cut?
We've talked about.
It is
Yeah,
his cut
it is
right
about
now.
my cut.
Hey.
Do I pull the gun now, or do I pull out like Enshrouded or Res
he said
Infinite?
it's a 360, which means he played it earlier in the
Year.
year and liked it,
Yeah.
and now he hates it.
That's why I thought it'd be that, because at least, I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, 360 would mean he liked it,
Oh,
he hated
and
it.
then he came back. True.
I'm gonna say.
Court Keeper.
I think I'm gonna say Enshrouded.
Okay, I don't know what this is.
What is that?
This is another Tyler game. This is an open world survival base building
okay,
game.
gotcha.
This one had some elements of something I've found interesting in pursuing in types of open world games, where it tries to progress the plot together. It kind of has like
two men.
it kind of has Terraria
He's lost a lot
elements
of
where
games.
like, do you remember
You don't
in
have a starting man.
Breath of the Wild where you did like the animal temples? You know,
Yeah.
what are those called?
I don't fucking know. Shrines.
Yeah,
Shrines,
animal
shrines,
shrines or
shrines.
whatever. This game has something where like you do a couple of shrines with your friends, and then like you unlock some
Is this the
advanced
one
tech.
that
and
Trash
you,
was playing for?
yeah, I played
Okay,
with him.
yeah.
Circuit and I played with him.
It looks okay.
It's
solid.
okay. It does a lot of okay
But we're
things.
reaching okay zone, right?
This
Like,
is okay zone.
Yeah.
But he hates this game.
But he hates another game.
Enshrouded does a lot of cool things very lightly.
Very lightly.
Yeah, they don't go into depth really on any of their mechanics that would make the game more interesting. So it's a very lighthearted open world survival game. Their building tech is good. They had really great building stuff.
Cool.
I don't know.
No, it's not this.
Okay, so that was Tyler. So it goes to Bradley.
Yeah, bro.
No.
Joe.
No,
it's
it's you.
Joe. It's me.
Sir.
This is a lot harder.
Yeah, we're not sitting in good order. I'm not telling you because I'm not giving you that satisfaction.
So would this be
you man up and you tell me this should be the 50th best game of the year.
Okay.
Prestigious title.
Prestige. I'm gonna do you no. How are we feeling about Pokemon Pocket?
Well, you're not gonna get that past Bradley. You're a fucking fool.
Whoa!
I mean, well, here.
So, Bradley, I want to like throw my pitch here.
Yeah.
I think the Pokemon card game, I really don't like it. I think it's really
I mean, I'll
simplistic.
go in on that, and I play this shit.
Yeah, and,
I
the
keep
card
trying.
collecting part of it is really
It's so
cool.
peak.
It's
so
it's
peak.
the big. It's a good.
I will
kit.
say, by far the most fun part of the app is collecting the card game. Any card game obviously is RNG
Yeah.
based to some degree.
Yeah.
Among all trading card games I've ever played, this is the most
This
RNG
one,
based
this one, like I think has the best UX when it comes to like you're opening your packs and like.
It's so
Can
good.
you imagine if every card game had an app like this?
Oh my god, this
Holy
would be like
fuck!
put this on like the Dragon Ball game. I forgot to put this on here. It's too late. That has like it has a game. It's solid. The UX has nothing on Pokemon
So look,
Pocket.
I didn't think it would go this early, but
No, it doesn't-
I wouldn't lose sleep over it.
Bradley, you still have a little man. You can defend
save
yourself.
him.
No, I'll be alright. Like, I won't lose sleep over
Okay.
this.
I'm not saying.
I've played a good bit this game. I like log in every once. I like the Wonder Pack system.
All right,
very
y'all
good.
gotta give me a second.
It's not you
It's
yet.
not you.
I fucking hate Pokemon Pocket.
Oh!
Is this the game?
This is the game.
Really?
Okay, we did it.
This game
We
is
flushed out the traitor.
an egregious, terrible terrible game.
What part of it is egregious? Okay, hold on. I don't love the game, but egregious terrible.
I want to
This
know.
game so first of all, this is a mobile application.
right now. Yeah.
So let's
Tyler spent
I've-
$50 and didn't get the alt-art.
Nope,
map.
I did not
Tyler.
spend a single fucking thing on this game.
Okay.
So, I have never had an application on my phone pushing me more to open this more than once a day
Oh, really?
than not even Duolingo pushes
I
me
open
more.
this game once a day.
You just were talking about how you're like, yeah, I can do one in the morning
That's
before
what Joe
work,
wants to say.
and then
And
one
then what did
after
I
work,
say? And
because
then
it's
what did I
every
say?
12 hours.
And-
It's not every 24
Yeah,
hours.
but getting a free booster pack every 12 hours is cool,
And
right?
then I said something very specific. I said I do mine at night,
Yeah.
as in I do both of
But
mine at night.
it gives you multiple opportunities to open more than one a day.
Mm-hmm.
It incentivizes opening more than one a day. And opening the app more than once a day. It incentivizes FOMO by showing you what your friends are pulling.
That's peak. There's already that's no more.
all I'm hearing is you get multiple free
So-
packs a day, and it reminds you
and
so
you
you
get
don't
to
waste
take
them.
one of your
This
friends'
is
FOMO packs.
this is you are
Mark Shadow. Joe just pulled an Auto Mark Shadow. We're all cooking here, dog.
You
You,
are
know what? We're defending.
No, cut it.
you are pulling for things you cannot even physically touch. It is the worst parts of a TCG game, which is collecting. That is the worst part of a TCG.
He's also not.
Tyler, I thought you were going to hate
If
this
you
for
are
literally the
because
exact opposite
it is
reason.
This is
pure
weird.
it is pure gambling, and you don't get shit out of it. You own nothing. You cannot trade it. You cannot resell it.
You put
It is
200 hours into Genshin
Ah.
and fucking Honkai
that's
Star
a
Rail.
full experience out of it. You don't even. Most people aren't even playing the fucking game out of it.
I got to
They're-
make a cute binder where I put all my EX arts, and Bradley looked at it and sent me a thanks.
I did send a
That's
thanks.
actually really wholesome.
And you get shit for the things.
I got shit for the thanks.
so bad.
Look,
it
for
should
whatever
not
reason we
be
agreed it
allowed
goes
to
here.
exist.
So.
And that is why it's the 50th best game
Whatever.
of the year. Okay, anyway.
I still
Was
have
that-
my
was that
bullet
Joe?
in the chamber.
That was Joe.
That was
which means
Joe.
That was Joe.
What do you have a
Jesus.
bullet in the chamber? No, you're.
I wanted to shoot this game.
Okay, go.
No, that was it.
Oh, so you hate this game. You didn't get to shoot it, so you're keeping your bullet.
Yeah.
You're saying you should get one more little man.
Oh yeah.
No, you have two little men.
Give me this guy.
No, you got two little men.
You have
No,
two
he's
little.
stuck to
That's,
7. You
that
can't
guy's
have
worth
him.
2 points.
Okay.
This whole unit is like
Bradley?
180
Guys, this
points.
does not translate well.
I think I proposed this 2 turns ago, but League of Legends Swarm, which was
Yeah, yeah,
fucking
yeah,
fun,
yeah,
but it
yeah,
is just
yeah,
a
yeah,
mode.
yeah.
It was a
He's right,
limited time
you know.
mode. But it was like Vampire Survivor League of Legends, right?
Yeah, but it had progression mechanics.
Yeah.
This game is better than early access and beta games I've played.
Yeah, for sure.
Honestly,
It was completely free. You didn't have to pay anything
It's like
for
a
this game.
mode
mode.
that's-
No, I get that, but it's just weird, Tyler, to say that a game made by an established studio that has one of
Yeah.
those largest games in the world
But Tyler's
made a
a
game
little
better
weird.
than
We
an
give
early
him-
access game.
He says funny things like that. Okay, that was a joke. That was a Bradley cut.
yeah.
Okay. Oh shit.
They-
I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah. I know.
All
It's rough.
We'll see you maybe next year. We don't know.
I am eyeing Deadlock. I think.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Deadlock's
yeah.
not gonna rough one of
Alright,
others. Okay.
Deadlock is an alpha?
It's a but
it's so fucking weird.
that
man.
alpha's made hella money at this point.
Now,
No,
right?
it
Is
has
it-
not made a single
no
cent.
money-
There
It
is
has
no
no
microtransactions.
Yeah.
now is this
Well, Valve has infinite money, so who
Correct.
cares?
is the genre like COD Killer or Valorant Killer?
Either.
Nope,
it is
neither.
League of Legends killer.
It is
League of
a, it
Legends
is a it is a first person MOBA.
Third- is it not third? It's first.
Oh, third person.
Yeah,
Yeah,
third person
It is a
MOBA.
third person MOBA. Probably similar. What was?
Smite.
Yeah, Smite.
But this has
This has some
guns.
cool stuff in it.
It's cool. I think the character designs are really
What's the setting like? Like, what are they?
It's like urban.
noir
Okay.
urban.
Noir.
like kind of like
That's-
is it?
Like a steampunk.
I was thinking like a Turn or Return, but
No,
No,
it's
no.
noir.
Oh, man, I miss
it's
it.
like
Wait,
the,
we're trying.
the map is like 1920s Chicago.
yeah,
okay.
Everybody has like these.
No, it's
steam-
cool. This is gonna be a great game, and this will probably come back.
This is a good game
okay,
right now.
that feels like a more unique setting within MOBAs.
I pray that they goo a pass
They
through all the
goo.
characters.
I pray they go. As
hope
well.
they go.
I pass all the characters because we didn't mention Concord, but Concord being one of the biggest flops of the year.
Well, no one has time to play that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one.
Wait,
has
did
that.
that Amazon show
Yeah, it
Secret
did.
Level? Did
Yeah.
they still air
Yes.
the episode
Yeah,
for
yeah, yeah.
Concord?
I mean, they're not going to, but they're not going to just rip it. But part of the reason that game fails is that you look at those character designs and there's just nothing attachable to them.
Yeah.
There's just And,
I mean,
like,
people go to bat for these designs. I don't.
I don't
This
either.
is personal. Like, this isn't like
Yeah. I think-
everyone lambasted Concord, but people
Yeah.
do like that.
I think these have more personality than Concord designs.
They're so sauceless.
Yeah, it's like I don't know, man.
Now this leads us to a Tyler cut.
Tyler.
Tyler uppercut.
Mr. Man.
I think I cut Call of Duty Black Ops 6.
You think so?
I think so.
Is zombie not
Fuck
carrying this
it.
guy?
Zombies was fun. I played a good bit of Zombies. I enjoy it.
Here's the thing. Am I alone in feeling like it's kind of lame that... You know what? No one's ever said this sentence before. I feel the same way I feel about Call of Duty Zombies as how I feel about Legendaries and Pokemon.
Yeah.
Where
that makes sense.
Used to, you had to just actually stumble upon it. Whereas now it's like the game wants you to, like, you're railroaded into it. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Now, Bradley, there's a lot of legendaries that are still way the fuck out there these days. This is a thing with Bradley's legendary take that's always irked me.
Nah.
He's just like, I was
No.
a child who
He's
didn't know how to
cooking.
do anything, so I didn't
Look,
know that Articuno was over there.
Everything was better when I was a kid. There.
Yeah.
You know what? He's trying.
Where's Pokemon Red? Why is it number 1?
Yeah. Look at that.
Black Ops.
I'm not gonna fight for Pokemon Red.
Black Ops 6, though.
That
Black
shit
Ops
is-
6.
Black Ops
Yes.
6 is fun.
Okay.
It was fun if you like fast game. Zombies was nice. What the fuck is Gobblegum?
My father loves Black Ops 6, by the way.
Nice.
Interesting.
The cool
Hot
thing
take.
about every Call of Duty is that it's someone's like return
Yeah.
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
series.
I think this, like, it's a good setting that my dad likes. It's got guns that he recognizes and uses, and I think
Which is wild, because the name of the guns change in every fucking game.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I'm
you
like,
know which one it is
because
that's
I-
MP5.
but the icons change too. And I'm like, could you keep the icons the same, please?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, and they
like
used-
the names don't need to change.
next?
Like, I'm fine with the names
Where are
changing.
we at?
Keep the icon the
And well, they
fucking
used to
same.
use actual brands back in the day,
That's
right?
expensive, ain't it?
Well, I didn't know if they got rid of that because
Yeah,
it was
I think
expensive
free
to use
Warhammer
the actual
games,
gun
yeah,
brand names,
Or
or
was
if
it
it
a
was like a
moral
legal
thing?
thing. I
Yeah.
don't know if it was like a moral thing.
I
Like
don't know.
you promote school shootings if you put the actual brand name. But here, a lot of people returned to this Call of Duty because it was the turn of like. In the past few Call of Duties, there was like kind of like the open world zombies. This is like old school round based zombies, like your mama used to play.
Like your mama.
Like your mama used to play.
Okay,
all right.
it is Joe's cut. He's got some ideas.
Okay,
He's got some ideas.
I'm gonna poke one out to you.
Poke me.
Res
Res Infinite.
Infinite.
Okay.
I mean, that's fine. It is a bit older, nuanced
Yeah.
game.
I don't even know what the
It-
fucking
it
game
is more-
It's like a vibey rhythm.
This game, okay.
There's nothing like it. It's super unique.
This game is an experience.
It's like Thumper.
Oh.
It's like,
Oh.
but like it's not like Thumper, but it's the same kind of like brain twisting
Yeah, yeah,
rhythm
yeah, yeah,
gameplay.
yeah,
It
that
is
Thumper
an experience.
Yeah.
The game is just like.
It's hard to explain.
No, I can explain it.
Okay, go
But
ahead.
I'm not going to because then it's an experience.
Oh.
Take mouthwash.
Like this, so Res originally I
What,
think
peak
came out
washing?
as like
Right,
an
grab your beer.
arcade pseudo. I think it originally came out on the Xbox Arcade.
Oh.
This is like one of the earliest.
Oh, it's old.
Oh.
Like Xbox One arcade.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
So
this
Xbox
release-
One is the first
Sorry.
Xbox.
Oh,
Okay,
God. We live
sorry.
in
No.
society.
We're going back earlier. It was
What
published
would
by
you
Sega
go
for the
back?
Dreamcast,
Whoa!
and then PlayStation 2.
And then they keep like upgrading it and resing it, and, now
And then
it's a VR.
it was
Yeah.
ported to the
Did
360.
Did someone say the magic word?
So after it was released in 2001, it was ported to the 360 in 2008 and was called Res HD.
Damn.
Res Infinite is their newest release of it, and this has been ported into a VR experience, which is like
Fits well for that kind of game. from what I've
it
seen.
is it's kind of surreal thing if like thinking about it because of what the game is. This is weird to have a game be the exact same but evolve with technology over time to
That
become
is cool,
different every time. Like
Ah.
if you can, so they have the original on probably Steam now and
Wait,
it's Res
Dreamcast,
HD.
that's like Bradley's favorite thing too.
I know. I was looking it up. Like how much is it to just buy a copy for the Dreamcast?
That's cool.
I don't know, just Dreamcast.
So like play it on the
I forgot about
Dreamcast
that.
and then play it on VR.
Yeah.
And it's just This is probably one of the most artistic games I've played in my life.
So it's so weird you say that it's so good in VR because like this is a weird year where there's been a few like under the radar VR games that a lot of people who are in the VR space have been like, these games are really, really
Oh,
good.
dude, that's
I've
actually.
been seeing the new Alien game.
God,
That game looks
Every time
good.
there's a Sony State of Play, they dedicate like 10 minutes to VR games, and
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not interested in any of these, but they all like continuously look better and better
Yeah,
than the last.
so, like-
and then the internet lambasted it because no one cares about VR. But the people who do,
Yeah, like the
are really
Arkham.
into that.
There's a new Batman Arkham
Yeah.
game that's
Everyone
VR.
loves that shit.
That game, that's one of the best games for Arkham. I was like, are you fucking shitting me? Like,
And you know what's been really good for VR? I hate meta. But the Quest 3 is kind of crazy. I bought the Vive Pro 2 a few years ago. At the time I bought it, it was like $2,000.
Yeah.
Jesus.
The Quest 3, I think the resolution is only barely worse for
Yeah.
hundreds of less dollars,
Yeah.
and you don't have to hook it up to a computer.
And my brother got one last year, I think, and like that system is really cool. It's completely its own thing. You don't have to attach it to a computer. It can work in a small enough space that's workable in an office environment. So it's like it's getting to the point where we're really close to making VR like
When I went back to Abilene, I was surprised how many people I knew got one. My niece and
Yeah.
nephew had one,
Wow.
and I was like, I don't know, maybe people are... The Quest just makes it so much easier for normal people to
Good
get
stuff.
into VR.
Yeah. So like I just really cool that Res can do that and like evolve itself while still being the same, but also just wanted to shout those
Yeah.
out.
That being said, I'm going to play it on the 2001 technology.
Yeah, you should. This game
Yeah.
came out in 2016, 2017. I think the VR support got added for it recently.
Bradley, you should get on.
in life.
You should get Shrifty and
This
play
game
this.
is
This is a Bradley Shrifty game.
this
Shut
game
up.
is $750.
Well, I'm never going to cut one of my own on purpose.
You don't have that
So
many.
what
you
if you
gotta
cut
defend-
UFO 50?
No,
You're a
no,
fucking
no, no.
fool.
I know.
The 50th best game.
Well,
You know what? People played the fuck out of this, but I'm wondering what the lasting impression is for Pal World.
I like it better than some games on
Some
there.
games on it, I can see that.
You know what? No, maybe not.
No shot.
No way.
Hold on.
Y'all did play a lot of
You
this,
were
man.
addicted to this.
Okay.
Like I want to cut it, but like you gotta stand up.
Here's
for
another
yourself,
idea.
bro.
I know y'all
This
were
is the
y'all
Tyler-
were.
he
I have
keeps-
no dignity.
He keeps building up little.
yeah, because
man.
he's gonna try and get this shit up there.
I wanted Res HD,
Look,
but Res Infinite.
well,
above
here's
Pal
another
World.
idea to compare it against.
This is
Y'all
more
were
my
really
game
excited
than
for
it
this to come out,
I
but
don't
how
know,
extensively did you play EDF 6? Is that better than?
Ooh, that's not a question for Tyler. That's a question for Willard.
Is that
I
better?
played like over 20 chapters of EDF. Okay.
Which is better between those two?
EDF or what?
EDF or Power World?
EDF is. I mean, I'm biased. I've only played one.
Or Star Wars Outlaws? Did that end up being a banger?
Ooh!
Star Wars Outlaws. I'm also throwing that out there.
Let's go ahead and throw Star Wars out.
All right, fuck it.
I'll,
Okay,
I'll
all
give
right.
it that to y'all.
I don't know why.
Things are about to get complicated.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take this little
About-
Oh, come on, that is not a Little Man game. You're not getting another Little Man. So, for reference, I've divvied up a Little Man for everyone they can use for defense or offense.
Yeah.
If they, that they can, I don't know, it's a loose system.
We're each gonna have like 5 soldiers at the end.
Also,
and
a
we're gonna-
Little Man is a Warhammer figure. We throw that around
It's
a
a
lot.
Space Marine.
It's a
On the
space
top
marine.
row, we're gonna actually play a real Warhammer game to decide
To
the
decide
placements.
what-
Joe has
what
2
cuts
armies
what?
in his truck. Don't tempt
I
him.
do have my orcs in my trunk. Anyways, Star Wars Outlaws, made by
Yeah.
Ubisoft, credited as the first open world Star Wars game.
Open world.
Is it?
No.
How'd that do?
I mean, if you want to ignore Jedi Survivor, sure.
That's not open world.
No,
That's like
it's-
level based. No?
It's got like a big like hub area where you explore and do all this stuff. Like, it's the first Ubisoft styled open world game. Is a better description.
That
of it.
is a bad description. That is a downgrade.
That correct.
Yeah.
I think there is. I think as an amusement park, theme park, walking through the Star Wars worlds and kind of just like looking around, it's cool. It's great. It like if I was like 10 years old and I played this game, like I love this game. I get to drive around on my speeder. I have my own spaceship and I get to shoot and like smuggle, and I have these different factions. I would love it. As a 30-year-old adult, it's super wide, but like an inch deep. Like that's the thing, right?
Is
And-
that not the Ubisoft classic?
right? And I think the biggest hell point for this was people were asking like, why is it so easy to get all of the like. There's different like factions in the game, and like you have a reputation meter with them, and players were asking like, why is it so easy to get the reputation meter up to like be positive with all of them? They're like, well, we're afraid that you're gonna miss out on all of the like, the content and like the bonus equipment you get for being with that faction. But I'm like, then why do we have a negative side of this? Because another part of the thing is that if you piss off that faction, they start hunting you down and chasing you down.
I remember you bringing that up, yeah.
And I went down once on one faction. It was like just a one random thing that I just chose, and then a mission later I was back to positive. I never dropped below again. It's like super easy to get that up there. And like if you're worried about people like missing content, then put content in the negative side of things. Like I don't understand. Or like don't worry, like make content.
They only made punishments for doing bad, not rewards for doing
correct.
bad.
Yeah. Kay, the main character of the game, really liked her. I thought she was a fantastic character.
Cool.
I really, really liked her. And I like the buddy as well. I think the plot was serviceable. I don't think it was anything kind of crazy or over, like, anything intense. It's an okay game. It's like $20 and you're a Star Wars fan, probably worth it. But also, this game is the game that made Ubisoft delay the new Assassin's Creed game like by almost a year, and they are now committed to like bringing this game back up to where they think it should be. Because I think they were really hoping this was going to be a surefire hit because it's a Star Wars license. It's got their formula. Ubisoft open world games sell well.
Yeah.
And the fact that
it's also because they're usually like established franchises.
Right.
But so is Star Wars, right?
Yeah, right. So this should have been like gangbusters. Like it should have been on that level, but it wasn't. So they're going back and trying to figure out what the fuck is happening.
So I'll say this for example. I have a relative who plays like almost every Assassin's Creed game, and it's like the setting of fiction, realistic fiction.
Yeah.
Or like authentic fiction, is that the word? Where it's like could have happened this way, but
fiction.
It's historical fiction aspects of it. A lot of it,
Yeah.
like I feel like that is a huge seller for so much of the Assassin's Creed franchise.
Yes.
My brother keeps talking about how much he doesn't play video games, but somehow he knows about Assassin's Creed and he wants to play them so bad. So
It's like Star Wars is not that strong of an IP. Hot take.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Power.
It's lost a lot.
No,
of power.
it has lost so much of its weight.
From the corporate point of view, because they're so on high, they can't.
Oh yeah, they think yeah.
They're snorting too much
Sure.
cocaine and they think
Yeah.
Star Wars is so cool.
Right.
Star Wars is so
And now
It
cool.
was never cool.
So cool.
Okay. It's my cut, huh?
Yeah.
Bradley?
No.
It's
Why
your
don't-
cut?
Why don't we... Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Because Bradley just cut.
Yes.
Outlaw.
Why'd you say it like that?
Let's have a conversation about Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, Bradley.
Ah, really? I'm surprised.
That's another word for
Here's the thing,
disappointed.
I feel like I've done a very deliberate thing with my enjoyment of this game, which I feel like might be why we have such a split.
Did you play with your cousins this
No,
holiday
but
season?
I have not. I have not played this game online. I don't play online. I don't play ranked.
Yeah,
I just
you
play by
shouldn't.
myself. Which you've
How much?
you've had the veil lifted from your eyes, so like
Yeah.
I think you've seen more of like how
You've
the
gone
game
out
can
of the
go
game.
wrong. You've gone out of Plato's
I
cave.
climbed Corin's tower and I'm looking down on this world of sin and cheese.
So like if you're like me and you're playing it like you played Dragon Ball games in high school and you're just doing all the single player shit for fun.
So this is my question. Have you played this like you played Dragon Ball games from high? How many hours have you put into this?
Not as many as I did in high school, to be fair.
But you've like gone through the story mode.
Yeah, I've been playing through the story mode.
How far are you in the story mode?
I haven't beat it though. I've gotten past Namek, but
You have so there's 5 story modes. He's still on Goku. Hasn't got past.
yeah, I'm just doing Goku shit. But I really have not played that much of this.
All
game.
to say, even in your like protective bubble from the sins of this game,
The sins of the world.
it wasn't enough to hook you immediately.
It wasn't enough to hook me immediately.
I think the story mode's kind of boo-boo in this, like as well.
And you know
And the
what?
Custom battles is the fun.
Now that I'm thinking about it, in some previous Dragon Ball games, like I'm
Right.
thinking of maybe, like my mind's going back to Budokai 2, where they might have stuff where you can equip the different skills, sometimes even passive skills that go on your character.
They have that in this one.
But then I'm thinking, but then like some characters, I don't know, just have like predefined skills they might have. Is that a thing?
This one has stuff you can equip to your characters. It's like stat boost and stuff, but like
but I like where you can equip the
it
specials.
doesn't change their special. The only one that has that is Android 18 if you change one of her costumes.
Yeah, some games had where you could equip literally the specials you have, or in Budokai 2, if you wanted to fuse, if you wanted to be able to have the option to fuse during battle, you had to use up a bunch of your special move slots to have the fusion skill, so that's kind of a cool trade-off. So, I don't know.
The only reason why I haven't tried to cut this game yet is because I have so much fun playing this specifically only with Bradley. It's only happened a few times, but when we play this, it's actually like a super fun game, worthy of its 43rd slot in our list, in my opinion.
But
however, they really botched it with game balance. I don't think the single player is good. Like, it looks pretty.
Known Dragon Ball hater Willer.
Not true.
Doesn't even like super tournament arcs.
I mean, it's...
I'm not there yet.
Here's that. I'll let this go here because it's fair enough. I liked what I played, but it didn't hook me enough to keep playing it over and over.
If you played it with your cousins, I'd back off. Because I remember you're like, I'm going to play this and kick my cousins' asses. But y'all played Smash Brothers instead.
We ended up playing Smash
Y'all
Brothers
played other things instead. You played Luffy's Bento Panic.
We played Luffy's Bento Panic.
But you didn't play...
We didn't play this.
Dragon Ball Sparking Zero.
So fair enough.
Oh, you want a little... Was that did that hurt?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not going to die over
Let's
it.
be real, yeah.
All right, Tyler,
Yes?
it's your go.
It is my go. Now, I have not cut anything really juicy, I feel like.
I think that was the first juicy cut, I think, of the whole list. If I
Well,
We're
God.
getting there now.
Yeah.
This is actually going a lot faster.
I could sacrifice another one of mine, but I don't think I want to cut any more of mine.
I feel like everyone's been too
I feel like
generous.
I've been cutting a lot of mine.
Everyone's been very generous, I think.
That's why you got two men.
What is Under Night in Birth?
Oh, we can cut that.
Yeah, I think we should.
Hey, no.
I think we should. He's already agreed to it.
Sorry, no,
Willer's
no.
in the other room. He can't stop us. He's going potty. There's nothing he can do to prevent this. Joe's already dragged it over into the list.
I've got it clipped. I'm dragging it over.
He's not even about to wash his hands.
Stop this right now! Okay, you can cut a fighting game, but it's not Under Night. You can
Okay,
cut
okay.
Grand
Blue?
Grand Blue.
Okay,
Yeah.
Grand Blue.
Grand Blue,
Okay.
yeah.
Grand Blue's a great game.
Yeah.
Actually,
I wish I could have played this.
I was thinking, I was like, I knew there was something I was missing. It was the Grand Blue.
Where is it?
It doesn't have the words on the
No, it
picture,
doesn't.
right?
I can't find the guys. Oh, there they are.
Yeah. Oh, you were looking.
So I think this is a fantastic fighting game package. This is actually like
It's
This is probably in the top 4 fighting games out right now. It may even be third. In my preferences, I think it's third.
What are the other two? Street Fighter 6 and Tekken.
I can't. Under Night is also in that conversation, so
Oh.
I can't spoil you.
Okay. Oh.
The thing with this game is I just haven't played enough of it, but I think it's really easy to get into. It's the best Arxis game in my opinion
Oh, wow.
that they've ever made. I like it more than Strive. Strive has a 3v3 mode right now, which is really cool.
Dude, Strive's 3v3 mode is amazing.
it's so bonkers. I've been playing it with.
I told
Austin
you
Key.
that
Yeah.
it was just like, yeah, you're just on 3 team. You're in team of 3.
It's just like I haven't put enough work into this one to like really justify me fighting it over the other two. But this one has a player base. A big thing with fighting games is doesn't have a good netcode.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Number
have
one.
good gameplay.
Dude.
It's fucked up. The netcode's kind of over gameplay these days.
Yeah.
And then number 3 doesn't have a player base for you to be able to get into the game later at any point.
Kind of important.
Take a break, come back to it.
It's actually maybe like more important, and it's something that Under Night actually does struggle with. But I think Under Night is the better game. So this is why I'm willing to give you Grand Blue right now. And I will return to this game at some point. I have that in my heart, but I'm Tekken brain these days. Every time I go to the bathroom in these, you guys try to...
Go ahead, Mr. Juster.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Ooh, come on.
How are you feeling about the final shape, Tyler?
It is actually a little too soon.
Okay.
You sure about that?
I told you.
He sounds very sure.
No, I said it was going there.
I mean,
No,
the
you said
Power
it's
World
over
y'all
here.
wanted to cut earlier could go now.
Here's all
What'd you
thank
say?
you.
Power World.
Power World?
Let's
Joe
go.
wanted to cut Power World earlier, and I said you guys would fight for it.
Nintendo has commanded
That's
us
the
to cut
one. That's
Power
the one
World.
I thought you guys would fight for.
Yeah.
All right.
So I think I actually liked Enshrouded more conceptually than Power World.
And it is like
Power World
almost
was
10 slots.
Pokemon with guns, though.
Wow.
And Power World itched what Pokemon doesn't do anymore, which is collecting them all. So yeah, Power World was fun.
I mean,
it was very
did that, I did that in Scarlet and Violet, and I thought it was really fun.
I always do that now. That is the only thing for me is collecting them all. Anyway, yeah, Power World. You know, they're getting sued by Nintendo.
Which is
Nintendo's
fucked up.
making up copyright shit to specifically sue Power World. That's how successful they were.
Yeah, they did really well.
Yeah, they were just Pokemon with guns. And you know what? I really respect the developer because he was like, dude, I don't want you to play this all year long. Like, go play other shit. Like, we're gonna make new stuff.
I do respect the fuck out of
Yeah,
that.
he was like, we're gonna make new stuff,
Keep in
but
mind you're in the blind spot.
go
of
play
the
other
here.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bradley, you want some Wii Thins, buddy?
I'll think about it.
But good game. Good game. Enjoyed it. Pokemon with guns. It was exactly like when they advertised it as Pokemon with guns, I was gonna be like, yeah, that's super great. Their automation was very weak for an open world survival game. I did not feel like I made enough slaves out of my
I had no interest
Pokemon.
in this because it was open world survival specific. That's not my genre at all.
You can't keep up. You're not fast enough.
I'm not.
Yeah. That was a good one. Good
That
cut.
was a Joe cut?
Yeah.
Bradley.
Bradley Chan.
Did Hades 2 end up being everything it was meant to be?
It's not even a full fucking game. It's not even all the way out yet.
Is it
It's
not
so
all the way
messed
out?
up that Tyler's right, and yes, it is. It is everything it was meant
It's
to be.
a demo.
It is fantastic.
Does it go here?
No.
Play
Okay,
it. Go. Yeah, you don't want to put the
Okay.
demo right here.
No.
Don't
Okay.
put the demo there.
Well, what about? I was asking about this last turn, EDF 6, because y'all were excited for it, but how much did y'all truly play it?
So instead of Hades, what if
Yeah.
I give you the other god-based roguelike of the year?
Oh, that far down?
It's a great game, but hey Joe,
What?
how you feel about Valhalla right now?
Ooh.
He shrugged.
Who's cutting it?
Bradley.
Bradley?
He said, "Fuck it."
What are your thoughts and opinions?
I'm
My
tossing it to the fire to protect other things. Right
my reservation about Valhalla is it came out. I should probably get closer.
now. It's the first thing that we put on this list this year.
Yeah, it came out like
Ah.
late last year.
That's not a reservation. It wasn't in time for us to put it on last list.
In addition, like also, it's an extension of Ragnarok.
Yeah.
more or less. It's
It
not
is-
like you can go and get
It
Valhalla
is
by
a
itself.
free DLC that is probably the best story content in Ragnarok for me.
Whoa.
Oh, I think I agree.
It is very
interesting.
introspective of the character of Kratos, and how Kratos has become like
Who
a
he is.
genuinely incredible character
Yeah.
in gaming. As someone who I used to just look at this as a big edgelord, I mean, he's been on that trajectory, but Valhalla really end caps that. And
It's a lot of closure for the character.
it's all the closure, and it's combat, like, it's all the combat of Ragnarok, and all the RPG mechanics that are annoying to deal with in an adventure, to me.
Yeah.
I don't like the RPG mechanics. But in a roguelike,
Yeah.
I can stop, I have access to everything, if they're given to me.
you can be a lot more
I can do the
focused.
specials that I never got to do
Yeah.
during the journey.
There's a lot more focusing what you can do, and you're not like necessarily constrained to like
but
everything.
But it's a 5-hour experience that is a free DLC for another game.
Yeah.
So are you cool with it going right now?
I think
Bradley's
so.
cool with
I
cutting it?
have
Yeah.
other things I'd rather.
Cool.
say. I really like the final boss of it as well.
Oh yeah.
It's and everything about that
Wait,
is
was the
just-
final? It was tier again.
Yeah,
No.
not again, but yeah, it was tier.
There's always a different variant of
Of
tier.
And that final one is
It's sick.
yeah, it's a great package.
Guys,
Mr. Willer.
we've entered the 40th best game
Oh
of the
my
year.
God.
Right.
I was gonna cut Valhalla, so now what do?
I don't know.
How do we feel?
Bolt gun. Joe.
I'm waiting for Willie to make his decision.
I'm not gonna poke the bear.
What about this?
Hey, no, Tyler's not in the mood to cut his own things right now, and I understand.
I
He
cut
has
so
two
many.
little men because
I cut so many
you
at
cut
the
like
beginning.
4 of your things in a row, and I give you an extra little man.
Listen, I like.
Oh God, Are you going to take? Are you going to?
No, I'm
Do you want one of my little men?
I'm just saying now.
Yeah, I'm down to cut Dune board game the game.
Dune Imperium, not Dune the
Dune
board game.
Imperium, the board game, the game.
Yep. This is the digital version of Dune Imperium. I played this earlier in the year, and I was like, oh, this is a fun game. I really enjoy it. I've been playing a lot more later in the year. It's a really solid worker placement and deck building game. I really, really enjoy it a lot. So much so that I actually bought the physical version of the game, or at least the essentially like the 1.5 second edition version of the game.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of fun. It has such a great ceiling to it, and like what you can do and how you approach your strategies, and if I never feel like there's one way in the game that's just the worst way to play. If that makes sense. Every time I play this game, it always feels like I lost because I didn't necessarily make the right choices, not because the strategy I was going for was very weak, which is really, really great internal balance, I think. Really solid. It's very competitive. That's the one thing. It's like on the table and the playing. It's like, it's like.
And you're playing with real people online.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like Food Chain Magnate, where it's like, you can really stress on your plays and what you're doing and everything. But I really, really like it. I thought it was gonna be kind of whatever when I first played, but the more I played, the more depth I see in that game every time. It's your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna cut one that Joe wants me to cut. We're gonna cut Vellum.
All right.
Oh, good.
Vellum is okay. This is an indie game made by a very small team. This is a game that is a roguelite wizard shooter, third-person shooter.
Did I play this with you?
No, I described it to you, and you were like, "That sounds really fun," and then you never played it with me.
You hate it. In other words.
So this game's pretty unique where you kind of focus around your primary fire and your secondary fire, and you and your wizard friends go battle through these book logs. And each one, it has similar environments, but they all have there's maybe 9 or 10 books, and there's maybe 7 different arenas each time you go into one. And there's a different mechanic in each book that you do. In one of them, you have these 2 pet wolves that you're feeding and growing throughout the entire thing. And you keep finding different ways to buff them up each round. And then they give you different buffs into each challenge as you go through. And it's kind of a more of a just test your worth sort of thing. I think the classes, there's 5 different classes. They're all pretty interesting. Each one has 5 different primary fires, and all the secondary fires are really generic, and you can kind of splish and splash however you want to customize these characters. It's all very light surface, but has enough depth to keep it entertaining every time, especially with the passive upgrades you get in between each round. I would never steer anybody away from this game. Definitely a very fun game. Something I like to pick up and put down every so often, every other month or so, simply because this game came out maybe April, May. The developers have been updating this game every single month as it's come out. They put down a roadmap as soon as the game came out, and they have stuck to that roadmap and surpassed it in certain patches. This is definitely a company I would say that I would enjoy playing with this you again.
All right, Joe.
It's my turn.
What are we looking at?
How do you feel about Destiny: The Final Shape?
Good?
He feels very... Stop poking Destiny.
Oh, no, he's just asking a question, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just asking a question, man. You gotta check in.
Yeah.
We checked.
Okay.
Now, how does Bradley feel about Flipwitch, I wonder?
That was what I was also thinking.
I mean,
What if we give you a little men for Flipwitch?
we're in the 40s, right?
Yeah.
It's a 40s type of game.
You're down with Flipwitch?
Yeah, fuck it.
You want a boy?
Yeah, give me a boy.
Was
Yeah,
that,
that's boy worthy.
was that supposed to be a pun?
It wasn't, but it works. Yeah, so Flipwitch, this is our
Resident
Can you
Gooner
tell me
game.
the full title of it?
Yeah, Bradley.
no. Flipwitch,
I said at the start.
Forbidden Sex Hex. This is our designated hentai game this
It's a
year.
Gooner game.
Get goon.
I talked about it on the podcast. The most notable thing I had to say about it is that usually for hentai games, because I've played a few of them, usually they make the hentai first and they want to sell it on Steam, and they're like, oh, it technically has to be a game if you want to put it on Steam, and they'll put some bullshit puzzle that takes you 5 seconds to solve so you can see some titties. This game, they did the opposite. They made an actually good game, and then they put the boobs in there. Which, I was like, this is actually fun to play. The most similar game to this game which I think is very on purpose, is Momodora 4, which was a very good
It's one of Bradley's
Metroidvania.
favorite games.
It's one of my favorite games of all time. This is so obviously directly inspired by it. I think you have the same 3-hit combo, a lot of the same items. It controls like exactly the same. The art style is even pretty similar. But basically in this game, the main mechanic they have is you can flop back and forth between being a man and a woman, which is actually used for some really cool puzzles in the world.
I actually did see some like puzzle platforming where like they had a little dick on it, and you could only jump on it if you were the male version.
Yeah, and they kind of teach you about the mechanics in the first town, where like they'll have like a men's and a women's restroom, and you have to flop back and forth to go in each one to get the items. Or they'll have special stuff where like, oh, there's a temple, and you can only go in here if you're wearing like religious garments. And it's like, oh, well, I got the priest's outfit, but that only fits on the guy form of myself, so I have to be a guy, and that's what I have to swap to that. So there's some cool like world puzzles. A lot of sex in this game.
Lot of sex.
Beat a boss, you get to fuck them. You get killed by enemies in an area. Like, oh, this area has goblins. When you die, you get fucked by goblins. This area has ghosts. When you die, you get fucked by ghosts. Everyone loves it. Everyone loves it. Or
Bradley, sounds kind of non-consensual, don't you think?
I know. No.
No, everyone's in on the joke.
I was playing this game with my wife, and it's like you do a quest for a cowgirl. She lets you milk her titties when you.
You get the cowgirl outfit after that, right?
You get the cowgirl outfit.
Yeah.
Another thing I really liked about this game, very similar to Honey Pop, I think it just has very good voice acting when there is voice acting. I was fighting against this goblin queen, and she had like this Boston accent, and she's like, wait, you want a fucking piece of me? Are you coming to my fucking house? I don't know. I was just like, this is actually pretty fucking good. So, it was a fun game. The one downside I will have, though, it's a Metroidvania. It might feel a little too open. Momodora 4, which I mentioned, it takes a lot of inspirations from Dark Souls. It tries to be kind of one of those Souls-like Metroidvanias, and so it's a little open-ended once the game really starts. There's a few different ways you can go. There's obviously like a path they kind of steer you towards for first-time players, but if you're not afraid, you could go just about anywhere. This game's a little different. I feel like it really just opens up a giant world for you at the very start, which in some games could be a plus. In this game, it's kind of a minus. I was kind of running around for a long time figuring out where to go, so that's kind of why I'm okay with it going here.
Okay.
It's got design flaw. Now, two things about this.
Yeah.
One, Bradley, you're a disgusting degenerate, and two, don't check my wish list.
Well, you know. I was wondering about Marvel Rivals, actually. Because
This is a fun game.
it's fun, but I don't know.
I think it's fine here. I'm happy with it being.
This isn't even a sacrifice little men moment.
It's just
I definitely wouldn't.
There's
have,
just a lot of good games on this list.
I would not have wanted it to go lower than here.
I agree.
Exactly. I think
But-
this is fair.
I think me and Will have played this a good amount of time.
and we will continue to do so.
I think so. We have a good time when we play.
We do.
This game has very non-serious amounts of effort, I think, given into all the heroes.
I think
As opposed to like Overwatch, where they can only come out with one character a year because they worry so much about the professional game balance.
Oh, they don't give a shit.
They don't give a shit.
Magneto,
And dude, they're gonna
compare
keep.
Magneto with Scarlet Witch or Magic or someone. He just gets a sword that shoots you. Okay.
They get it. It's a numbers game. Keep those people entertained.
But
Keep
the
those
same-
heroes pumping
This is a
out.
very good casual
All characters available, free to play.
gaming.
Gaming.
I also like this is a game where like
$20 skins. Gaming.
Yeah.
Shoto gaming.
Shut the gaming.
Hang on, the brain's alcoholic.
I just gave Joe a bunch of
so
port
much
swing.
wine. Okay, what I was gonna say was that like this game, like I have no desire to play ranked in this game, but at the same time,
I would like to just because it's all controller.
maybe,
But like I wouldn't mind being bronze forever.
yeah,
in
and,
this kind of game.
Yeah,
is the
and
thing.
at the same
Yeah.
time, like quick play, I don't feel like I'm losing out on anything by playing just quick play.
Yeah.
Which is like because I feel like in League, there's definitely an element of like
Quick play is so unbalanced, and
Yeah.
again, it's because of League's time committal. It makes every little decision
right
that much
matter.
important. I think.
And like with this, it just is like oh, we're going fucking what? Three attackers, one support, and one tank. Whatever,
Let's
man.
see if it works.
Let's go. And sometimes it does.
One bad thing about this game, get another bold SMT5 music.
One thing that I don't like is the way that some of the missions work. Like, there are some missions that tie to the team-up mechanic, and there's essentially like an anchor being, and then there's the people that benefit from that person.
And you have no benefit of being the anchor for the mission.
Right, which sucks, because when you have to play Hulk for your friends to play it, you're sitting there like a duck.
This is part of the reason why we play together, I feel, is
Yeah.
to knock out some of those missions, for sure.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, but at the
enough.
same time, like we just really enjoy it.
Yeah,
Like,
good game.
Yeah, I
That
want
was
this.
Bradley's cut?
It was.
It was.
Oh my god, it's back to me.
Yes, sir.
How about this?
What's Arcanist? Who's Arcanist?
That's me.
How do you feel about that?
You have two little men. You have a little power.
I did just cut a game, but
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, you have less games than
you
us.
know what? There are
I'm always
games I
protective of
played this year that I liked less than that.
oh, okay.
So I'll say
Okay,
that.
fair. How do we feel about Darkest Dungeon 2? I think it's a great game, but we're getting tough.
Did it live up to the legacy of the first one?
Me and Tyler have
No.
opinions.
I don't care.
Have you
about-
never played the first one? Yeah, but
Well,
the
I
people
never
who-
played the first one, but it's also like I have to play this modded because I think it's a slow experience. I don't think it's like super repeatable.
It's so
I don't-
wild. I mean, you're like, this game is too slow.
It's fucking slow. Joe's like, this is fine.
Yeah, it's
Do
fine.
a run with sped up, and you're like, okay, at least I got to fail fast.
I think this is a great spot for it.
Yeah.
Because as Joe and I said,
No arguments. Okay.
no game fucks you up more psychologically than Darkest Dungeon 1.
No, that game.
That game actively stressed me the fuck
Allegedly,
out.
you haven't played Fear and Hunger.
I need to. So Fear and
That's
Hunger.
the game I want you and Bradley to play the most.
Should I start with
excited.
the first one or just jump right into the second one?
I don't know, man. That's a weird question. Like,
That's John.
yeah, John Walsh, Super iPad Walsh.
Okay.
Probably the first one, but I think the second one is just like
The second one's a tighter experience. But
You know what? The second one's gonna give you Darkest Dungeon 1 and 2 vibes, where the second one fixes a lot of the things in 2.
Oh.
It's gonna be a little different. So
Okay.
when you get really into 1,
Yeah.
and when 1 beats you
I'll
to the
start
dust,
with the first one.
When 1 beats you to the dust and lifts you back up, and you get used to how to play it, you're not gonna like what 2 does. It's the vibe I get.
Yeah.
Should we talk anything about Darkest Dungeon 2?
Nah,
Nah.
we gotta move.
It's a solid game.
It's a great game.
only
It's,
four.
It's good.
it's only.
It's sitting there.
It may look like we're making good progress. We're not even in the top 30 yet.
And
If you know the top 10 is the longest.
If you like the world of Darkest Dungeon and want more of it, like backstories for each of the characters,
Combat
you'll
good.
like it.
Combat is
Storytelling-
good.
Combat,
Storytelling good.
Party building, good.
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 Relic,
Animation, good.
Good.
Animation's good. Relics, not compelling for a roguelike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the big controversial
I'm glad you
thing,
like it.
which we talked about on our podcast, is the fear or like
The stress system.
the stress system versus the party system. I like the party system. Tyler prefers the stress system. Preferences. Good game.
Yeah, it's
What's
good.
going on?
No doubts about that.
This is a Tyler cut now.
What's gonna be Buster?
I like our pace so far, but I don't trust us.
Well, top
It
10.
seems like we're doing good, and then we're at
Well,
hour 5.
Top 10 is 2/3 of the
Yeah.
event. So
Well, honestly, we usually spend way too much time on bottom 15, and I think we
Because
actually
we push the foot around and
yeah.
I don't
think I can allow incomplete games to pass this point.
oh boy.
Come on, bro.
We're gonna cut Hades too.
We're gonna. You mean we're gonna cut Path of Exile early access too?
Or
Yeah.
Oh,
We can do that
that's
one, too.
that's different when we do that,
No,
isn't it?
I was actually gonna cut that one as well.
No.
It was between those two. Which one you want?
Well, which one do I move?
It's either I kill a little man or I don't.
What if we let all the little men live, and we cut Under Night in Birth?
I was kind of down with Path of Exile too.
Look, you got 2 choices.
I
Willer.
was lying about Path of. I was. No, okay, we can do Path of
2
Exile.
options. All right.
It's
I just bought this on my Steam Deck, by the way.
It's
Good.
great.
Is it?
This game's good. It's great, but it is early access. But
But it's also a full game.
yeah, it is also a full game. Like, no, yeah. Between those 2 games we just said, you can complete this game.
Yeah.
Between Hades 2 and Path of Exile 2,
Do you know that?
can beat Path of Exile 2.
Do you know that?
Yes, they have their in-game. They have 4 different
They do
in-game
have 400
systems.
They do have 400 bosses in the game already. They
And they
say.
have 4 different.
And they're all unique, apparently.
They are.
You complete all the chapters
it's
of
a
the
good
game. They have 4
I'm
All
sorry.
right, okay. Do you want to? Let's do Hades 2 instead.
Hades 2. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. I'm glad you understand that.
Y'all start talking about it, and you're like, okay.
No, but I've played more Hades 2 than both of us have played Path of
We've
Exile.
owned Path of Exile 2 for a week.
So let's do Path of Exile, and then Hades.
No, Hades 2.
No, Path of Exile, Hades.
Under
gets
Night in
the-
Birth?
All right, look, I'm gonna go take a nap, and when I'm done, y'all can tell me what y'all decide.
Path of Exile 2, Hades 2 soon. Okay.
Soon, TM.
It's
We
a-
have only played this for a week.
The thing is, I have already noticed. This is my first Diablo-like game. You just do the same thing over and over and over, and it's fun because you get to do it better and flashier.
You have unlocked. So
Maybe-
imagine this.
Do you think I'm too
Okay.
early into a Diablo
Yes.
experience?
You have taken one bite of you've scraped off the top layer of skill gemstones. There are probably, based off of the first one, we've unlocked what, maybe 10 skills?
But you can see what's coming up, and it's not gonna blow my mind.
But you can mix all of those with your own class.
That's pretty good.
It's the combinations, plus they come out with more. This game has more skills. So not
This
only
game has a bigger skill tree than Diablo 4 does.
and not only that, the support gems that you put into the skills, change how those skills work.
I've been playing around with those a lot. If you told me the skill tree in this game is larger than 3 Diablo
my
games,
God.
I would
No.
believe you.
Oh yeah.
No, we're playing, all right? And Willer's looking at my screen, which you've seen,
Yeah.
not the skill tree, but the skill jungle, right?
Yeah.
We're looking at my section on the monk, and Willer's playing on the bottom quadrant.
I didn't know there was other.
Willer
I didn't know
goes-
to go up.
He
or
goes,
left, or
how
right.
did you get there? I was like, what do you mean? I was like, I'm on the top right half. And he goes, there's a top?
Like,
And he just keeps scrolling up. He goes, oh my god, I didn't know this was
the
here.
bottom was so big that I was like, yeah, I can see why that's a big skill tree.
Yeah.
But no, it's like a giant circle sphere
Yes,
grid.
it's like a
It's a skill
giant
jungle.
it's a
grid.
canopy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, whose cut was that?
Mine.
Damn, son.
Joe.
Oh.
I'm still feeling good about it.
Okay.
He's good. I don't. Relax. There's 7 other Tyler
Okay.
games we could cut before that.
Okay, I'm gonna take a bullet to my own foot here. I'm gonna cut Planet Coaster 2
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
right here.
In a franchise as well established as Planet Coaster 1 is,
Yeah.
it is very difficult to create a sequel
Yes.
when you've been developing the first game for so long.
Yeah.
Because you're going to lose content.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's the major drawback.
The Mario Kart 8 dilemma.
And
Yeah.
Damn, that game is so
This is
fucking
also
good.
one of those games where it's I take a step back from
Did
the
you ever
community
play those
because
games?
the community as a whole is
is that actually participates
janky, but
online
they're
good.
are the people that put hundreds of hours into the game.
They ruin it for me.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, it's the worst.
If you love the game, love the game. It's whatever.
Simulator roller coaster tycoon games, online community maybe top worst.
I don't know about that, but it's a lot of negative feedback. It's
I don't
all
know,
this
man.
negativity.
I logged on to ZZZ's Discord the other day to ask for help for builds, and they fucking roasted me. They were like, and then they started gooning about the rat character. It's like, and then I'm like, you were mid roast. Keep helping
See,
me.
no one's gonna goon for the Mr. Planet Coaster.
Well,
But I think Planet Coaster 2 does a lot of good steps forward for Planet Coaster. I've been enjoying it. It's Steam Deck compatible,
Which
is
insane.
Dude, Steam Deck this year has
Side
been
note.
so fucking good.
I've converted 2 others. We're just missing one to
Oh.
the round table of Steam Deck for these.
This is the
but I
best
keep in
fucking
my room.
console ever, dude. Holy fuck.
I really enjoy myself. But anyways, they've tried to really emphasize the management system more. I think they need to do a lot more work on it. There's just some stuff that's really not holding up as well. And I really, really would like a high fidelity coaster tycoon game that also had good management side to it. That being said, they add a lot of great technologically advanced features like their pathing system, their coaster systems, stuff like that. That's really, really good.
Is the management better or worse than Parkitect?
It's worse.
Really?
Yeah.
Parkitect I thought was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And I figured that was the bar to hit.
Seems like it did.
That's where I'm really kind of poo-pooed on is that I really wish it would hit
Damn.
that Barb
He's
Moore.
boo-booed on.
Which here's a fun, interesting note that we're talking about the management aspect of it.
Yeah.
I think Joe and I both quit on Parkitect on the same exact
fucking
mission.
level.
Yes, because we were like, this is the worst management scenario I've ever seen in a
God.
game.
It's like
we both quit the game.
You couldn't even rise to the
it's like
occasion.
you're on
Like,
this island that rains all the fucking time.
Willard, you can Parkitect has a co-op mode. Joe and I couldn't even stomach co-oping it together.
It was like I've tried so hard, it feels like it never.
Yeah, no, tell him about it, Joe.
It's like a fucking island, and there's this roller coasters at the front of the island, and then there's this giant fucking tower at the other end that's like 100 miles away.
Yep.
And like, which means that by the time that you have these two like big feature amusement park things that you can't get rid of, that's a big component. It means that like for your person to go from your high ticket attraction to your next high ticket attraction, they have to walk to the complete other side of the park.
But as you were saying, it's
Yeah.
always raining.
It's always raining.
So nobody wants to go up on these high tower rides
Yes.
while it's raining. So the fucking objective of the campaign is to sell
Coffee?
and hot chocolate.
Yes.
You have to sell so much of that. That is the point victory condition of the campaign is to sell hot chocolate and coffee.
It's like
It is extremely different and very unique.
yeah.
But
I
Joe
think-
and I both quit at that game.
I think they should have just reduced the amount of income you needed to get by like a few $1,000s, and I would have been more satisfied because it's really different and weird. But it was just like, come on, game. Like, what are we doing here?
You ever hit the point of the Game of the Year podcast where you're like, oh, we're all drunk?
Yeah, that was me and
I was
Alex.
thinking that a minute ago. I was like,
There's a moment where you're like, certifiably, we've lost the plot.
Yeah.
well, I was
I'm
like,
still getting there.
I was looking at the tier list, and I was like, in my brain, I'm saying more cuss words than normal.
Are you mad at the list so far?
No, I'm imagining the future.
Yeah, I was just looking at what's coming, and I'm like,
We're getting to the
I'm
spicy
too
point
frail.
now.
I'm not built for this, actually, even though this
Bradley.
originally my idea. Bradley.
Is it me?
Now, Bradley.
Let me think here. I'm gonna say names of games, and I'm gonna look at people's faces to like see how much they contort, and then I'll like know what I'm gonna pick.
Okay, we're all looking at Bradley.
Bradley.
How high will your ceiling go, Halls of Torment?
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Are you serious?
Yeah, this is a good one.
Okay, I didn't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah, no,
Are
this
you,
is,
are you gonna be all right?
yeah.
Alright.
No, this is a great place for it.
Okay, cool.
This was a
You
little.
didn't have to look at me.
Okay.
I was gonna fold.
Let me just take another one of these.
You know, you have two men.
So Halls of Torment is a bullet heaven.
Oh, I remember you showing
Yeah.
me this.
It is a bullet heaven with the graphical style of Diablo 2.
Yeah.
They
That's
did
the ultimate.
They did such a damn little fun job on this game. So you pick a class and then you go through the hall and you get your upgrades as you go through with the weapons and everything. Yeah, it's great. But there are weapon upgrades to unlock. There are artifacts to unlock. Each artifact weapon is way more unique than anything in Darkest Dungeon 2,
Willer's mind is
which is
blown right
wild.
I don't want to interrupt him. I have something to say after.
You level up each class as well with the souls that you gather. But the wildest thing about this game is I think at launch, they have like 10 to 12 different classes that you go through these hall runs with. And each hall has, I think, 2 different prestiges to it as well.
Are there any
So-
like cool creative classes? Because I think we were just talking
Yes.
about that. Like
Yeah,
we
yeah,
like
yeah,
stuff
yeah.
out of the
Acrobat?
regular.
Is there mathematician?
Acrobat.
No, so I think like they start you off with like the basic one.
and Crusade.
There's like the warrior.
Young warrior, mage,
Ranger.
chocolatier.
They have swordsman and
Chocolatier.
archer.
Hold on.
And I'm like, okay, like archer's pretty good. Swordsman's like hard at the beginning, but it becomes one of the strongest classes because like melee can like you obviously get stat buffs that are like do ranged attacks. This game reminded me a lot of actually I was playing this and League of Legends Swarm mode at the same time, and they're the same as that genre. But then you get like Cleric and Exterminator. Then you get Shield Maiden, who's just double
Shield
fisting
Maiden.
shields.
Wait, okay.
You
Shield
get
up.
Beast Huntress, Norseman, which
Okay.
is like it's just a guy with two
We
axes.
love Edgar movies.
You get Landsknecht, which is a rifleman.
Florida man.
So you have a single bolt-action rifle you're
gator
carrying
pants.
through this dungeon, fighting hordes with. So you have to build up your bolt-action rifle to take out hordes.
Okay.
That sounds cool.
It is very cool game. This is
So this is the
I
one
dig
that
it.
looks retro style, but
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
not Diablo-like.
no, it is bullet heaven. It is very.
I was gonna say, so the thing that
It
blew
is
my
like.
mind.
Yeah.
Did you play League of Legends Swarm?
Yeah.
It is Swarm.
Yes, I played with you.
Yes.
What blew my mind was like this beat out Path of Exile for like the slot of a Diablo-like, but it's not quite the same thing.
This game is complete. It is done.
That's
I would say there's a huge downside to this game, a very glaring one, and I hope they find a way to change it. Whenever you want to complete a run, you are going. I think it was either 20 or 30 minutes is the run length. It is very long, and after about halfway through it, you're pretty much done. Like the mid-level bosses don't really create much of a challenge. They're very much a stat check. They could have shortened the amount of time on them.
Okay.
no, we are game drunk.
Yeah. Yeah, you're the.
This was one of my high ones I wanted up there. This was a great game this year.
Okay, yeah, you like this more than I thought, and it is our 33rd-ish game of the year.
Okay.
Yes.
The thing is, whose cup is that?
That was
Mine.
Okay.
That was you.
Bad-
This
oh
you
my
now.
God.
This you now.
Okay, I'm gonna cut. I mean, look, people are coming for its throat. I'll do Hades 2.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
all right.
I think Hades should.
Oh man, that's so like. This is such an excellent.
I'll just
game.
never
not a game, it's a
I'll
demo.
never forget
You
that.
gotta remember that.
It's a game, dude.
Demo.
Most of the time, I'm gonna put into this game is this year. Okay, hold on. You're.
You mean you're not gonna go beat this game? I'm gonna beat it when it comes out.
When it comes out, but like most of my experience with Hades 2 is going to be this
Demo?
period.
This demo? Okay.
It's not a demo. It's got so much in it.
Here's the thing. I'm never.
I'm unlocking shit every run.
My first impression of this game is always hearing about that shit where if you're doing too good, it just says no, you're not allowed to beat the
that
game.
only happens the first 2 or 3 runs.
I don't like that it happens at all though.
No,
No.
yeah. But I was going
That's
goated
pretty
with the
weak.
sauce. But y'all, I think y'all hyper focus on that because that
I do hyper
I
focus
forget
on
that
that.
exists because I am so far past those days.
I mean, everything outside of that I've heard has been really awesome.
Whatever. I'll cut Hades and not even take a little man. Okay.
Yeah, you will.
Fair enough.
No, I won't.
I
don't need him.
I played this on my laptop for a while. I played a good portion.
It's good, no?
It's good. I was playing.
Play
as-
the siren song.
I was
This
pl-
game, I imagine.
Play the siren
Does
song.
it have better combat than Hades 1?
Oh,
That
yeah,
is why
yeah.
I like this.
Yeah.
The,
The
problem
combat
is,
seems so much better.
this is why this is fucked up. Hades 1 made it to our like 11 slot.
But
or
Hades
something.
1 was finished.
But that is a significantly. I would rather play 5 hours of unfinished Hades 2 than 40 hours of Hades 1.
I'm
Damn.
just trying to say that.
Who needs 40 hours to beat Hades 1?
Who said it was to beat it? You fucking elitist bitch who beats it like second. Like Tyler is so cocky about his Hades accomplishments.
Fucking,
It's such an easy game.
you give me shit about being games early, and this guy brings it up every single time. But
Yeah, I never bring up how quick I beat a game, and the one I do, you're like, hey, little
Because
shit.
you're so into this one.
This is negative towards you. I'm whatever.
But the thing
I
is,
just play my fucking games.
this is such a better game than Hades 1, and Hades 1 got so much further in our tier list. Maybe it's because we all played it.
I think so. I think that's a big part.
Ah, no, we're not cutting Hades 2. Let me relook at the situation here. We can cut Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance.
Really?
Remastered?
So
It's not
it's
like the Royale
it has a new
version.
campaign.
Oh, Royal, okay.
The thing with the new campaign is that gameplay-wise it's better. You have way more tools to play with, but you do go through a lot of the same zones, a lot of the same plot beats, and then they add more tissue between those. And then there's a big finale. I left off this game at the final dungeon, final boss.
It's so funny.
a great game.
I was
It's
so
fantastic.
confused for the first half of this year because I was getting advertisements for this, and I was just like, I
We would
swear.
have talked about this in 2018.
I was like, what the? I've already seen. And my friend who plays a lot of Shin Megami Tensei games and Persona and stuff like that. Was like, yeah, I'm really excited for that. I was like, did this game come out 2 years ago? And he finally explained to me
So yeah, it did. but this is a remaster. You can still play.
It's also not on this. It's not locked to the Switch anymore, too. That's the other thing.
This plays
Yeah.
great on my Steam Deck. Many hours of JRPGs this year. I'd like y'all to take a guess at how many hours of JRPGs, and I will let you know later in this podcast.
450.
450.
I was gonna say 270.
270.
180.
180. Okay.
There's no way it's
Shin
450.
Megami Tensei 5 clocked in, and I didn't beat it at 30 to 40 hours.
Okay.
So that's where we're starting. So we'll count up from there.
Yeah.
We'll
get
start taking on.
As we get to more JRPGs.
So that was Willers or Tyler?
Yeah.
Oh, me?
Mr. Man.
Shit,
Go
I
to the
actually,
bathroom, so watch your fucking mouth.
I love getting to pick when Willer goes to the bathroom.
So we're cutting Ace Attorney Tekken 8.
Maybe EDF 6.
Maybe. I mean, I floated
Joe, you have 3 Space Hammer games on here.
Warhammer.
You have 3 Space Hammer games. Are they all top tier quality?
I really like all of these games, actually.
Okay, that's
They all
good.
sound- I
I'm
don't know,
glad
man.
you liked them.
But
There's one of those for a fact that you will not be able to cut.
Well, yeah, I know. And that's Space Marine 2.
Which one do you want to get rid of?
Oh god.
Wait, actually, no. I have one. No. Give me my little man back. I know
okay,
exactly what I get to get rid of. Lockdown Protocol.
No!
ooh, hold on, man. That game was actually pretty fun. But
First of all,
Willer's
which one of y'all broke my little thing?
Oh, that
hold
was
my
me.
towel?
I'm sorry.
Is it fixable? Hold on.
Yeah, it's a
Bro,
screw.
we breaking shit.
I don't want to screw shit.
Or screw?
No, like okay. Keep
So,
going.
so Willer's in the bathroom realm, but me and him did play Lockdown Protocol, and it is pretty fun. That being said, is it like top 30 fun, or is it like top 30 fun?
30 fun, yeah.
Joe, what the fuck did you do?
Nothing. I took
Why are you
that.
so aggressive?
I not. No, it was hanging by a thread and it came
I've
off.
seen you handle cards. You're an aggressive fella.
Look, I wouldn't die over Lockdown
Wait,
Protocol.
Under Night In Birth is still on here?
Yeah, so let's cut Lockdown Protocol.
Fuck it.
I like how I distract Willer with other things that
The
he wants.
31st best game of the year. The thing is, when I look at this picture of Lockdown Protocol, I'm reminded of how much I like this game.
To me, this is a strictly.
Sorry, I missed out on it.
This is a strictly better Among Us. It feels like next gen Among Us to me.
Yeah.
Nice.
Like,
yeah, but it won't. It will never.
It's the
get-
same concept. You're on your spaceship.
It
you have
doesn't
your
matter
crew.
as long as our group likes it more than Among Us.
And I just like one deal for me. So you have your spaceship. You're on your crew on the spaceship. Whatever. You're doing tasks. Number one, the tasks are kind of like actual tasks to me. It feels like it's not just like go to this place and push
do
a
a
button.
minigame.
You have to actually kind of do some thinking. Like, okay, we need to make this compound, which requires these 2 plants, which are in this room.
We need to press this button, run across the station,
Yeah.
press the following button, or communicate for us to do that. And that leaves room to lie. It leaves room to steal. And then there's gunplay in this.
There's gunplay, and I kind of like that different objects and different weapons have not only different damage values, but different damage values depending on where you hit the person.
Yeah.
Like, screwdriver in the back can do a lot more than a toolbox to the face, for example.
And then you find a gun with 2 bullets, and that's valuable. Sprinting too hard kills you in this game, so you have to
Yeah, that's okay.
manage your stamina.
That's the thing. Like your health and your stamina are the same thing. So like if you've been stabbed a lot, you can't run very far, and if you keep trying to run from your killer for too long, you will just collapse and
So
die.
you have to turn around and figure it out.
But that also goes the reverse direction. Unlike Among Us, a killer cannot chase you infinitely, which is really interesting. There's also just, I think, more creative ways to be a traitor in this. Like, for example, one of the tasks our crew had was to replace a lot of, like, the faulty power stations around the space station in different rooms. And I was the traitor, so I was like, well, I'm just going to go to storage, and I'm going to grab every battery I can. I'm going to go to the room that people go in the least, and I'm going to throw all of them under the table, and so
Yeah.
people can't find the batteries.
And then I was playing that same round, the other trader, I think it was Trevor,
Yeah.
he's like, oh, Willard, just put this over here. I'm like, over here? And I turn around, and I'm in a corner, in a little cube, and next thing I know, I'm dead. He's like, it's right over there, just turn this corner over here. I'm like, oh? And then I get smacked in the back
And
of the
then
head.
there's one really good moment where, like, for example, we have a task where we have to do a bunch of botany-related stuff, and I'm the trader, But I was like, I'm gonna pretend to be a good boy and I'm gonna help out Austin almost this entire round.
That was so fucking
Now there's
funny.
one plant that like we have to get done for the good guys to finally win, and Austin had it like 75% of the way done. I ended up grabbing it and stuffing it in my pocket. You have pockets, which is very important. You can hold a thing in your hand and you can hold a thing in your pocket.
Limited slots.
That's limited slots. And so at one point, Austin was like, man, I know there were a bunch of people helping out in this room, but I just can't tell where this plant went. And I kept helping him out. And eventually he turns around and he's like, Bradley, can you just show me what's in your pockets, please? And
Can you press E for me?
yeah, he's like, the second he said that, I tried to stab him. He's like, I fucking knew it! So, I don't
It was
know.
great.
This game really just gave me, like, it felt
We
like...
need a return. We need a return to Lockdown Protocol.
It felt like elevated Among Us.
Oh, it's me.
You know what? I think I'm still feeling good about it, Joe.
Alright, cool. Listen, I just need to check every time.
That's fine.
Next time we go there,
Ooh, those are some soft gummy bears.
Yeah,
I feel like you should have super hard.
Albanese.
Albanese.
I like it.
Albanese. This podcast not brought to you by Albanese Gummy Bears.
But I wish it was.
Unless.
Okay.
Let's show.
Do you think AI has an algorithm that companies are using now that whenever people mention their product in YouTube podcasts, it automatically sends them an email?
There's gotta be
Well,
one.
they have. What they're not getting
There's
to us.
I don't know if they're scanning our shit.
Yeah.
Willer,
Uh oh.
how do
I'm
you
being
think
doxxed.
about us looking to the past and thinking about 2018?
17
2018, 2017.
and talking about Yakuza 0.
Yeah. And finally getting around to it this year.
Yeah. I mean, how do you feel about that experience, Joe? Because you have the right of way, right? And I'm
Yeah.
just here as your passenger princess.
Yeah, I think Yakuza 0 is a good time for right now, right here. How do you feel about that?
So Yakuza 0, I checked because I was seeing it coming. I have a list of my favorite things ever.
Yeah.
This includes every media.
Uh-huh.
It includes like even musical albums
yeah.
and stuff. Yakuza 0 is in my top 30 things ever.
Yeah.
Why don't we look back in the past?
Okay.
2006.
Okay.
A game comes out
Yeah.
that gets me into my favorite franchise of all time.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay.
It's called Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. I downloaded on my DS Download Play. Do y'all
Yeah.
remember DS Download
Yeah.
Play?
Yeah.
I download the demo, which has the first case. I fall in love.
Yeah.
Oh,
I download the emulator. I play case 2.
he has his first
I
orgasm.
realize
He hits
This is
puberty.
I
Mid-
Spider-Man for the second.
This is a midpoint of the series.
And then I'm like, I'm invested enough in this. I stop playing right there. I go back and emulate Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney 1.
Yeah.
And the rest is history. I eventually work back to this.
Yeah.
Now, this game got re-released this year.
Yep.
I've re-experienced it,
Uh-huh.
and I actually like it more now than I did back
So
then.
wait, you let me put a 20-year-old game at the bottom, but you've kept it like an 18-year-old game on here for this long?
What 20-year-old game did I make you cut?
I could put down Maple Story in the very bottom.
You literally
You did that to yourself!
You put a sword on the ground and you just like fucked it with your stomach. No one asked you to do that. I tried to defend it.
Yeah!
And you're like, this game's ass. I only play it because nostalgia.
And me and Willer had to actually
I abided
just
by
the
our
one
yearly debuff, where the older the game is, the bigger the debuff.
But this got re-released this year.
But did they change anything?
the graphics.
Yeah.
The thing is, I appreciate this game now more than ever.
It's on a lot more consoles now. It's not just on like.
It used to be in my bottom 3 Ace Attorney games,
Uh-huh.
and now it's maybe bottom 4. But they've all been elevated over time.
Oh, it
I
got
think
worse?
this game has a very
No, it got better. Okay.
Yeah. I think this game has an incredibly strong first case
Guys.
and a very good fourth case that I used to have more problems with than I do now. They do steal the spotlight from the main character
Yeah.
in a way that I don't like. This game is called Apollo Justice, and it came out in the Apollo Justice trilogy, but it's a very loose Apollo Justice trilogy. It's more like the Right Anything Agency, which is like
Yeah.
an ensemble cast of characters, with Apollo being the kind of main
Kind of the more
character
through line.
of the through line. But in this particular game, he gets cucked on the final case a little bit.
God, that's such a weird game.
But like, and then Phoenix in this game is very controversial.
Yeah.
They changed him a lot, and they had to steer him back so much in Ace Attorney 5 that people hate Ace Attorney 5 as like a result, and they hate what he's become. But I feel like that's almost a necessary evil they had to do. Anyways, all to say, this is a fantastic game.
I like Ace Attorney 5.
And I think it's great. I think I like it more than ever. But again, it is an older game. It's a re-release. It's not one of my favorite Ace Attorney games, but it's a game that I appreciate a lot. I didn't get to play 5 or 6 this year, but they did get re-released, so maybe...
Remember in Ace Attorney 5 when you had to defend Shamu?
So peak.
No, was this number 30?
This is
Number 30.
Number 30.
All right.
As a game, Risk of Rain 2 doesn't go here. But is this about Risk of Rain 2 as a whole, or is this right here like just the new content from
This is the new
2024?
I'd say the new content.
How good was that new content?
It was not.
It was not. Does it go here?
It can go here.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Because I remember hearing like, I don't know.
So they released. This is Gearbox's first DLC with the Risk of Rain 2 IP. In this, they released like a few new maps, 3 new classes, which was actually kind of a big one. And then like a new way to end the game, like a new boss in. So this is Seekers of the Storm. Yeah. This turned Risk of Rain from an overwhelmingly positive reviewed game on Steam
Oh yeah.
to a mostly positive.
That sucks.
It
though.
went down
I
was
quite
thinking-
a
I was
few
thinking it was going to
tiers.
go to negative, yeah.
It is the Seekers of the Storm is mostly negative in all reviews. They just it really feels like they didn't get. It feels like they played the game. They wanted to try some new things. They did not understand kind of like the soul of the game.
Tale as old as time.
Always the worst.
And that's not bad. They tried new things, and I don't fault them for that. But it's like there is a very dedicated fan base for Risk of Rain that have been there since beta, following 2 indie developers. And you, as a developer, you are taking a bullet for your AAA studio that purchased this very beloved IP because you work on this now, and it's like
I don't know, man.
they did a lot of good and bad. Like, I like the new ending. The new maps are very nice. I like the new bosses. But I think the DLC was so buggy on launch. There was a huge bug to do with, like, elite spawn ratios. So, like, you're playing a normal run, and you get, like, so many fucking elites spawning in the very first level. I'm like, this is not how difficult this should be. Like, I can
Yeah.
play the mode where it's this difficult, but this should not be that difficult. And then they came out with a bunch of new items. There's like 10, 15 new items. Almost all the red items, which are like the exotic items, are absolute butt. Like, they just don't do anything. People are like, adamantly, I've never wanted to get rid of items so fast in the game.
That sucks.
Almost all their
That
new
does suck.
items were instantly get rid of.
That's actually like a killer for... That's like the biggest killer you could have
I know.
to
Yes.
a roguelike.
Yeah.
Is like you make runs unfun now.
Yeah, but they had like 3 items that were like instant fucking banger. Instant banger. Like, every run you get it
Okay.
absolutely elevates your run. Recently, very recently, actually, like the last week and a half, they have done they released a roadmap back in early November where they're like, all right, here's what we're gonna do. Very first phase 1, we're gonna change our new elites and how they work mechanically to make them a little bit more engaging, because they were not.
This is in November.
Yes, this is early last month, November, and they're gonna do an item rework on almost all the items. They took a look at all of the item, and they go, all right, we're 7 items, we're gonna give tweaks and balances. 4 items, we're gonna give significant changes. 6 items, we're giving straight up fucking reworks. So all of the items got changed in some capacity except for 1 in their launch. And it was, what, 16, 17 new items, which is insane. The new reworks for the items are very nice. Went back and played it. I am not a meta slave for Risk of Rain 2, but all of these items feel like I could use them with certain characters now.
Nice.
Like, it is very clear and transparent which builds these characters would synergize
They
with.
got support.
Yes.
Yeah. Cool.
It's very nice. They fixed a lot of the bugs. They've been working on it.
Yeah, you were pretty down on this initially, but it seems like they're turning it around, I remember.
Phase 2, they're fixing the new final boss, which I think is honestly, it's very weak for a final boss. We kind of stomp on it every time we go through it. It's either we get completely stomped, and then the final phase, which if it's taken like a month or 2 months to get through it, the final phase is reworking the 3 new characters, which that is rough to have the 3 new survivors kind of be iffy.
Yeah.
Like, one of them is like a support character, which is great, but they have very one only build that they do. Our friend Sir Ket's been playing this character. They love it. And this character has a unique mechanic for Risk of Rain 2, which I think is fucking awesome. And it's something they introduced to the game that the original devs didn't do, which is amazing, which is a way to revive your teammates. More ways to bring your allies back into the fucking run.
Yeah.
Which I usually shit on roguelites for having revive mechanics.
You do. You were
But
hard
Risk
on
of
me.
Rain
Yeah.
2 is the only one where it is nice to have it, because there's nothing like watching your friend try to run through hell for 5 minutes while you're just
It
sitting
sucks
there.
when you're, it's a co-op game and you have to. The worst part about a co-op game is when you're dead and you can't help at all.
Correct. There's still no way to help. It's kind of mid about it, but it's like, whatever.
How do we feel about you should have never been born or whatever?
Thank goodness you're here.
Yeah. It's
Let's do it.
I was gonna call it Smiling Friends.
Tyler,
Man,
I'd
this-
love for you to experience this.
I
game.
want to. This game is like...
But it's a hard sell.
This looks like the best animation adaptation of... Like, this
Yeah.
looks like a cartoon.
Yeah.
Like, I should be watching it. I shouldn't be
yeah,
playing
yeah.
this. This doesn't
you
look
have
like
to
it could
play it.
feasibly be a video game.
Yeah,
It's so well animated
It's
looking.
it's so bizarre.
I like that.
Thank goodness you here is a puzzle game that is set in a North English town. It's got a lot of like British humor into it. Very Monty Python, very Hitchhiker's types. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I think Tyler would find this game incredibly funny. Like, it's so Tyler core. I found the game hilarious.
Nice.
I think it's so funny. There's not a lot going on to it, but it's a really just kind of like, it's a very neat game of like just like it's literally only 3 or 4 hours long,
Yeah.
and
And it's on sale.
is it on sale?
It's on sale.
What's it for? How much is it going for?
It is on sale for an amount that I will disclose as you keep talking.
Okay, but basically you go to this town for a sales meeting, and they're like, oh, it's gonna be a few hours before the mayor can meet, so why don't you go have a little jog around the block, love? And you, no joke,
Joe.
yeah, I'm drunk.
Yeah.
No joke, you run over a bunch of flowers that are singing
Oh,
immediately. You have to
That's
go
a video
in
game.
and fix the pipes to like a beer,
Look at that
to
guy.
like a pub, and you get sucked into the beer and have a hallucinogenic episode with the patrons of the bar. It's like so fucking bizarre. Everyone slept with this one guy, Ron's wife. It's just a jolly fun time.
Cool,
And
cool.
that's about it.
That's good. Tyler's thinking.
What's he cooking? What do you think?
We're down at some tough games.
What were you thinking?
Bradley, what's Arcanists?
You know what? It can go here. Fuck it.
What is this?
It is so.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone's heard of RuneScape,
Yeah.
Ah.
made by Jagex. Well, in the mid 2000s, they're like, we're so fucking rich, we should try doing something else. Which, you know, sometimes it takes companies forever to figure out they can do other stuff. Like Riot, it took them a decade to make other stuff.
Yeah.
It was kind of like RuneScape. Eventually, they're like, okay, we're making like we have the most successful MMO in the world at the time. Let's try something else. They made a website called FunOrb where they would make a bunch of their own like Jagex first-party Flash games.
Bradley, are you about to sell us fucking tanks? Did you let tanks get this fucking high?
The most similar thing I can think of that it plays like is if you've ever played the Worms series.
Oh my god.
This is Gunbound.
It plays like the Worms series of games, except you're mages.
Peak.
Jagex made a shitload of Flash games. They were all bangers, but this was by far one of the most popular. There's different spell books that you can get. People would. Oh my god, I would play this so fucking much in middle school. People would do one-on-ones. You could have 8-player free-for-alls. You could have team of 4 versus a team of 4. There were so many different cool spells, and there was the water spell book, darkness spell book, and if you chose your loadout before each game of spells, but if you took all spells from one spell book, you could get a familiar for specifically that spell book that empowered you. If you took only water spells, it's impossible for you to actually fall in water. So this game was really fun back in the day. The reason I'm talking about it now, it came out on Steam this year because people have always really loved it because it was one of the most beloved games on that website, FunOrb. Some fans spent the past few years just remaking the game completely from scratch because they're like, we're tired of not being able to play this anymore because it got shut down back in the day. They finished making the game from scratch, literally to a T. It plays exactly like the original. So they just went to Jagex and they're like, look, we already did the work for you.
You brought up, I remember.
Yeah, they're like, can we just please release it? So I think they just made an LLC and Jagex gave them the right to release the game on Steam. Which was awesome.
That is cool.
So people are playing it in 2024. They came out with a few new. They came out with a few new spells, just so it's not all the same old shit. It's really fun. That being said, gamers are just different in 2024 than they were in 2004.
What does that mean?
I think one complaint I've seen from the player base a lot is that when you're playing this game as a 12-year-old, and you know for a fact all of the other 2,000 players online are also 12 years old and are just kind of playing to have fun, it's very different than 2024, where now people who play ranked games on the internet, they just know how to min-max everything. They know statistically the best possible loadout, and when you go into a game, that's always what people are going to have. And I don't know, I've seen people say just it feels a lot more stale to play now if you're playing ranked. Because, I don't know, people are always going to, if someone has a summon in their deck, it's always going to be this summon.
No. How do we feel about Under Night?
Okay,
Under
we can
Night.
cut Under Night. Okay.
Under Night.
Excellent fighting game. Some of the best systems in a fighting game. I like the character roster. It's very functional. It's got good tutorials. It's very complex, but you can just kind of play the game while ignoring its deeper core mechanics. There's a lot going on. Problem with this fighting game, released bugged, released at the same time as Tekken 8, and now when you jump on, there's just no one to really play with. It is hard to find a match, and when you do, it's someone that's a lot more experienced than you. Or vice versa. So it's
I feel like it's kind of bold releasing even within a few months of a Tekken game.
Yeah, well, they did.
First Tekken game in 10 years?
Yeah, Tekken 7 is 8 years ago or so.
Jesus.
So, it did pan out. And I mentioned earlier, as much as I haven't played Grand Blue much, I can jump on at any point and get into Grand Blue.
Yeah.
For this, I have to go to Discord if I really want to get into it.
That sucks.
And it's become a Discord fighter. It's hard to find matches. And because of that, I think it's fair to cut it here.
But it's fun when you got to play it.
But it's super, and I still love the idea of jumping on and play. I love controlling the characters.
Yeah.
I love working through the systems mid-match. This has this push and pull of a grid system where every action you take either takes or adds to this grid system. And every couple of seconds, whoever's winning the grid war gets a buff. So, you have to maintain, I'm going to do these actions and these defensive actions, but it's going to put me behind in the grid war, but it's going to put me ahead in the fighting game war. So you're kind of playing 1.5 games at the same time.
I like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's really cool. So, that was Joe's cut.
All right.
Bradley.
Means it's a Bradley cut, and I'm on deck.
Ooh. Let's see here.
I like a lot of these games, man.
Zenless Zone Zero at this point, actually. Because like this is not a low spot.
No.
And like, I'm not gonna push for Zenless Zone Zero super high, but
it is
I will
fun.
say it is my most single-played game this year.
I'm
I
surprised
checked your
how much
play.
you kept up with.
I checked your play times on everything this year. ZZZ.
How do you check
is
my
your-
playtime on everything? Hold
Because
on.
you posted it.
Yeah,
And then I checked your Steam profile.
well, I don't really go on
I'm
Steam.
impressed how much you
Steam,
kept up
are
with
you
this.
saying you don't play your Steam Deck?
Well, you know.
This year, I mean, my most played. I just checked. My most played game on Steam Deck this year was Shin Megami Tensei 5. So it was like 30.
Yeah,
40
and you
hours.
played ZZZ more than that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
By a lot.
and
Yeah.
So I am the authority to say that it won't go too high. However, you guys were hating on Hades. So, and like, you know, we can do Hades, I guess.
All right.
Okay.
all right.
Okay.
You've been the one holding out for
I
it.
feel like we've
so-
spoken a lot about Hades.
Yeah, we have. Hades 2, only me and Joe played.
True.
And I played way more than Joe.
Yeah.
And even then, I have like, what, 30 hours on this or something?
I really like
30, 40.
Hades. I really like Hades too. I think it's a great
This
direction.
is
for
great.
the game.
And like,
It's the one weird thing about it is the tonal shift. Like Hades 1 is like a real like, it's real laid back.
it's cute.
It's cute.
This is like, fuck, man.
It's
all
the-
of us
it's-
are banding.
it's-
All of us
yeah.
are banding together to kill this Titan
It's
that
the
ruined
meme
everything.
of like the cute anime girl, and then like you're like season 1, she's going to class, and then season like 6, she's at fucking war
Yeah.
and like fighting, and she's lost an arm.
Our
and
girl
shit.
Meliandra,
Yeah.
I think, is at war right now.
Yeah.
She's great, and she's a great pro tag.
I'm gonna
I think
go-
I don't like her as much as Zag, but I like everything else
around her.
better than everything that Hades 1 had.
I think the
And she's
issue-
great,
I
still.
think I like her. The only issue I have with her, I think Zag's motivation is so much more personal.
so good.
Yeah.
Right. But
And-
but the thing is, they can get her there.
Yeah, I know they
Because she's very devoted. Like, I like her devotion to the cause.
Yeah.
That's another thing. This is a roguelike where I can enjoy the story.
Yeah.
As they tell it in their weird way.
Yeah.
Kronos is a fucked up boss. Don't try to pause when you're fighting him.
It's
He
not
will,
crazy
he
if
will
you do.
deny you.
That's so funny.
But yeah, you have a ton of progression systems that are way better than the progression systems in Hades ones are nothing. Like you unlock stuff, don't look at them. They're plotting. Don't look at them. You look at me. You look at me. Anyways, that's whose cut? Bradley's cut.
Bradley's cut.
That means it's my cut.
Yeah.
There's also the Del Bianco.
EDF 6.
I figured it was time.
Which means I will cut. Oh. Alright, Tyler, I'm gonna get into spoilers.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. This is a very hard game for me to keep up with. Like, it is a game I like to play sprinkled throughout the year. I can't Helldivers this game and just drop
You
in.
can't even Helldivers.
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
I put more time into that than y'all at the table, except for Joe.
You put more time into Helldivers than me?
I played a lot of solo. Yes, like almost full days solo.
Dog, I have 112 hours in Helldivers.
Yeah, that sounds
Fuck.
right.
You do not have 112 hours. We will fact check this.
111 maybe.
111?
Yeah. All right, Tyler's walking over there while I talk about EDF, which works fine.
That's
because
fine.
this game is Helldivers, but with the gameplay unrestrained.
OG Helldivers.
To be honest, I prefer this to Helldivers.
Damn.
This game is more jank, but it's jank. It's like a French jank. It's like je que
Je ne sais quoi.
Je que sais quoi.
I'm so sorry, but it is Je ne sais quoi. Everything is unrestrained. You have real mechs, you have real fucking vehicles, you have real ass guns, and you have fake ass guns.
Let's go.
It is so bunk. Everything is wacky. It's so tongue in cheek. The plot is awful, but it's also peak because, and I told you guys, I had to force Tyler to walk out of the room. At a certain point of this game, no, Tyler, you're not playing this without me. So I'm gonna put it out there. At a point in this game, you progress so much that the screen goes white and the game ends, and you begin playing Earth Defense Force 6. And at a point of this
You
game,
mean 7.
you keep playing, and the screen goes white, and you start playing Earth Defense Force 7. Do you want to know where this game ends? Earth Defense Force 9!
Yeah.
I'm currently playing the final missions of Earth Defense Force 9. The only reason I didn't beat this game is because I ran out of people online that were doing the missions I was doing, and they were getting really hard.
That's fucking funny, though.
But this is the deepest Earth Defense Force game I got. You go back in time so many times to try to fix the timeline. It's crazy. The gameplay is great. I will also say, this is the main reason I was bummed Tyler didn't get to play this very much further. Hey Tyler, what's your playtime on Earth Defense Force 2 or on Helldivers 2? No! Did I see a 35?
No, it was 50.
Okay, that's good.
That's
EDF?
above 40
Yeah.
means you played the game.
No, Helldivers.
Helldivers.
Oh, Helldivers.
But you know, he's so sure that he beat
Oh,
mine.
100%.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Look,
Wait,
just
so,
because
like-
you leave it running up doesn't mean you're playing.
I played those hours.
Look, in 5 years they're gonna announce EDF 10, and people who skip this game are gonna be like, "What the fuck?"
Exactly. EDF X is next. Get
Dude,
ready
those
for
red robot claw guys, fuck them.
it. The enemy design gets actually like weirdly so good. There is an enemy that is a gigantic, like the biggest enemy you've ever fought. This giant walking fortress with thousands of individual guns that you have to work with your team and take out one by one so you can get into the asshole and start killing it from
All
below.
right, let's get Keith. Let's
It's
get Keith back.
peak!
Let's get Keith back. Let's
And
go.
then-
Let's run it back.
There's these giant flying frogmen
I
that
think-
die from you. There's these aliens called the Krolls. They look like have you ever played Metal Slug?
Yeah.
Metal Slug has these aliens that have like a bunch of little tentacles and like these little dickheads. They look like that, and they have like two of their hands are holding shields that are always blocking what you have. And then when you exhaust the shields, you can shoot off those individual limbs and then start working on their weapon limbs and then get them down to no limbs and start hitting their heads. It is weirdly engaging to fight these enemies in this janky ass EDF 9 game.
I think I needed the Bradley treatment on this game where you spoil it a little bit more for me.
And now
then
you're like,
And now I'm like, all right, you know what?
You don't
Let's
know
work-
what a green ant is.
I don't
They
want to
move
know.
faster
I
than
don't
Sonic.
want to know. I don't want to know.
Anyways, you don't know what a purple spider does. Anyways. Okay, that's EDF 6. I cut it, which means it's a Tyler cut.
Tyler, Joe, are you still feeling good about all your Warhammer games?
Oh, so we got to the point where we're feeling... No, Joe! Cut a Warhammer game or die.
That's him. He's gotta tell me.
Nope, I don't have to.
Battle Sector's the one he likes the
I will cut.
most.
Ooh, I have 2 games on here that I'm very. Which one?
Damn, this is a good list of games right
Which
now.
one? You know what? Core Keeper.
You're
Why?
shooting yourself in the foot?
Because I don't think I played any top games this year, first of all. Second of all,
Oh, so the truth comes out at 29
also,
or
the,
22.
like
What a
you
big
really,
player.
you really liked it, but there were 1 or 2 things you said it could have done better.
I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. This has the heart of Terraria.
Yes.
Like, if you described Terraria to someone blindly, this is what they would make.
Yeah.
But it does not have the soul. And honestly, there's one thing that pissed me off is like they do the same thing where they kind of like create free-flowing classes based on your armor and loadouts like in
Yeah.
Terraria. But they shovel you in very hard with specific things. Like, if you want to do summons, you have to do magic because those are the mana classes. You can't do like melee summons. That would be so weird. If you want to play melee, you're obviously going dexterity
Yeah.
and crit chance.
Yeah.
Um,
It's weird you'd say anything else, actually.
yeah, it was a little shoehorned in some of the combat classes. But I liked their
Bluetooth disconnected.
Leave my girl alone.
enjoyed their bosses, I think, more than Terraria. They were a little bit more world impacting. That was kind of cool.
That is cool.
The story felt a little bit more well-rounded. They weren't just tacking it on at the end. It felt like they wanted to create a world plot, I guess. And Terraria's was just like, that was during the area of Minecraft where it didn't have to have a
So it's
plot.
like Terraria, like they have the bosses, and technically there's lore, but you would never get the lore from the game. If you want the lore, you have to go to the wiki.
This one created
what I
a
mean?
lore.
That's I like that.
So, fun fact, I beat this game with our friend Sirkat. There's an area in this game we didn't go into 1.0 launched this past year, which is why I'm commenting about this game. 1.0 came out, and there was a area we never went, like we barely touched the surface of it, Bradley. And so in this game, you dig like in all 4 cardinal directions to explore. Okay? Well, you get, and then there's like 3 outer, there's like an inner ring, an outer ring, and the crust, I guess. Once you make it to the crust area, where it's like, it's called like the outer areas, there's like no more progression. Like that's where 1.0 kind of ends. And it's like, you could go in those areas, but they designed these enemies that just burrow through the fucking walls, and it's nightmare fuel. Like you'll just be walking through there, and then it will start rumbling like a boss is showing up. And you'll just get this enemy that just like devours you in like one hit, and you're like, dude, I have full fucking build. What do you mean? Yeah, no, it's so cool.
Say the line, Joe.
I just can't wait for that new game they're making.
Unfortunately, Joe, I still feel good about it.
All right, no problem. Let's go ahead and cut Warhammer Battle Sector.
Wait, so did we cut Core Keeper or not?
Yes.
Okay, I was like...
And next up is Battle Sector.
Yeah, so this is this is a strategy Warhammer game that I've kind of held off on playing for like a few years. I picked it up recently this year, and I got it like on
Smells old.
I got it on a huge discount. I got it on a huge discount for all of its DLCs. It's solid. It's really good. It really kind of like, it's the closest you're gonna get in terms of like making your own Warhammer army, deploying it, and using it as like in that kind of stance. It's a little bit janky at times, and it's just a little bit slow in terms of animations. Holy shit!
You did it. You're doing it.
Animations and kind of like weird obscurities in terms of like how good a unit is or how strong it is or what its abilities do. But it's got a lot of diverse factions in it now. The problem being is that it's still expensive, like getting all the DLCs. And I think like the base one just comes with 2 races, and I think having more of them really is that Warhammer experience. But I have fun. It's a nice little like at end of the night, just play like a match or 2 against some CPUs, and then calling it a day.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
That was Tyler's?
No, Tyler cut Core Keeper. I
It's
cut Battle
Bradley.
Sector.
Okay,
Bradley cut.
let's see.
Yikes.
Yikes!
Yikes is right.
Yikes. Someone's gonna get hurt.
Joe, well, I kind of want it to be top 20, though. I was wondering about Bolt Gun, because I did play a little bit of it. I didn't get to finish it, though. Because I started playing it like 2 weeks before I moved.
Yeah.
So I didn't, like, get that far.
It's not top 20 yet. This is 21st.
21st.
Best game of the year.
But...
AKA it's trash.
Look, no, I'm gonna do Zenless Zone Zero again, which was good, but like, I don't know. Well, but if you go by, if this tier list is by playtime,
But it's not.
It's not.
this would be higher than other stuff. But
If it was, then like fucking League of Legends would have won like 3 years in a row.
I want to propose Zenless Zone Zero, but you're our ZZZ head, so
I would defer to Tyler.
come on.
Wait, hold on. Hold up. Let's look back at some stuff.
Do gacha games get top 20s for us?
Yeah,
You got Genshin to like 5 1 year or something.
Well, it's Genshin.
Yeah, shut up.
I tried so hard to fucking mirror game.
I say it's Genshin, but like,
Joe kept trying for like 7 times in a row. He's like, Bradley, how you feeling about Genshin?
There's so
it's
much-
the same vibe.
there's so much stuff Zenless Zone Zero does better than Genshin, though. I will say.
The thing is, Zenless Zone Zero just came out with an update. If you asked me 2 weeks ago, ZZZ now, I'd be like, okay. If you asked me this week, they just got their best update with a ton of cool new game modes. They added Slay the Spire to ZZZ as like a thing you get to do every week and like get really good rewards.
You know what?
Some of the best characters have just come out. The story actually got to some really cool, compelling scenes.
Yeah.
When did Genshin come out?
Oh my god. Like 2020?
No,
2019?
2018.
No, that's a pandemic classic.
It is Pandemic Classic, so 2020.
Yeah.
It gets
Not
the
only-
certified gold sticker.
You got Genshin in 2021 to top 20. A year after its release.
But then it
Alright.
came back in 2022
Did
or
Look.
3. Oh man,
They
we've been
come
at
out
it.
last year.
Look, I'm gonna give ZZZ
It came back in the year that they had the lightning blade chick.
That was 2020.
Look, I'll give ZZZ a bye for this round. I want to propose Bolt Gun, which I did play a little bit.
All right, Joe, you're gonna give me a little man for this. Yakuza 0.
And it's not because there's anything wrong with it. It's just because all the games up here are that good.
Wait,
Because
no.
the little man
Wait.
is a loose system
Yes,
of bartering.
you are correct. In 2022, Bradley got Genshin to top 5.
Shut the fuck up!
No, but
Bradley.
that's the
You got it
no,
into
that's the year Sumeru came out, which was Genshin's peak. It only got worse after that.
It was its peak.
That was Genshin's
But
peak, to be
still.
fair.
We just got ZZZ's, like, it's not even
Okay,
Sumeru.
but here's the thing: we have Master Duel at number 4.
That
and
game is
Warhammer at
peak!
number 6.
Play
What
a
year is this?
Hey, shut the fuck
2022.
I was not happy with our list that year.
We got Slay the Spire in only top 20.
Can you rate out the top 10 of 2022?
top 10?
Yeah, of 2022.
We have Pokemon Scarlet and Violet
As 10.
as 10.
That's me, baby. That's my impact, baby.
And then we have Splatoon 3.
Wait, Scarlet and Violet was 10.
Yeah.
That game was 10.
Yeah.
Do you know how many clips I have on my Switch of just like unacceptable game dev bullshit?
Peak.
We have
I played a lot of multiplayer that carried that game. as
Splatoon
well.
3,
That game's great.
I like it.
Monster Hunter Sunbreak,
That game's great.
Okay.
and then Bayonetta 3?
That's what it looks
Got
like.
that high?
Yeah, 7.
My influence that year was next. What happened? I
And
fell
then we got
off.
Warhammer,
Yeah.
Joe.
Yeah.
And then Genshin and Master Duel.
Mm.
And then we have God of War
This is
Ragnarok.
2023?
It's 2022.
2023. Oh, that is 2022.
Then we got Ragnarok, Amori, and Elden Ring.
Elden Ring has to be number 1. Like that shit was.
That
amazing.
one's more mixed than our previous years.
Yeah.
That one's contrary.
That was all. Yeah.
Amori being top 2 though is peak as fuck.
Amori's so
That
good.
game's.
I will say, a few of our games, if I went back and looked at this, I'd be like, I think Baba Is You is too low.
We didn't play it. We basically watched Austin play it, and that was our experience with
Can
Baba.
y'all imagine if like we went to 2019 and took the exact same tier list, but then just
Marvel
resorted it with our
Snap.
modern opinions?
Modern opinions would have changed.
Marvel Snap.
would have gone. Joe's only gone up on that
I think
game
that's
over
too
time,
low.
I
I've
think.
gone down.
Oh.
Fuck that game. I
It,
hate
it went up like last year, and now it's only gone down.
Slay the Spire, I think, is...
Damn.
Slay the Spire is that low because we're like, this game came out
Yeah.
so long ago, and it's been
You've gotten more into that game every year. Is the thing.
It's-
Tyler's a slow
it-
burner when it comes to
Dude,
his games.
Slay the Spire is so fucking good. It is close to a perfect
Back to
game.
modern times, Bradley has to make a difficult cut.
Anyway, I'm proposing either Bolt Gun or ZZZ.
Okay, you can have ZCZ. Can I have a little man?
This is year 1 ZZZ.
You know what? I'm such a big-hearted fella.
I'm such a good man.
I'm such a big-hearted fella that I'll do this with no little men on stage.
That's fine.
This is a great game. I played the most of it. I talked about it. It just got the best update. It's got great combat. Story's all right now.
Jiggle physics good.
Jiggle physics are on point. They're almost. These jiggle physics are second only to Sonic Adventure 2 for games.
Okay.
This is Hoyoverse at peak.
I let you
good.
goon a lot of the times. The jiggle physics are distractingly bad.
They're actually obnoxious as fuck.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
I'm like, yo, I want to play ZZZ. I don't need to do other stuff. Why are you trying to make me
Like-
turn off ZZZ?
The character says a sentence and her boobs go.
If a light breeze touches my joystick and my character moves forward a molecule, it's like boing, 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 boing.
ZZZ be like, go to Atlanta.
That is an off-stream.
But the models these jiggles are attached to are
great.
fantastic.
They're great characters.
So, speaking of ass, this is the week of the hilarious transparency update, where
Oh yeah.
the devs were like, as you get closer to the character, it made them more transparent.
The thing is, that is a very common game thing of like your camera goes down there, you still want to see what's
The
happening.
entire community got fucking livid.
I believe
They got fucking
a really
pissed.
bad news site called it Gooner 911.
They did call it Gooner 911.
I'm into this game for other reasons, such as the feeling of hitting Miyabi's ultimate attack.
They
into
make
wider.
one-button combat.
Feel very
very
good.
nice.
Oh, dude, the hits feel so satisfying.
Man.
This game, in terms of UX, so like you know how in Genshin like a few months later they're like here's the reserve system.
Yeah.
And then Honkai was later like here's the reserve system plus better UX. ZZZ has piled on here's the reserve system, here's better UX, here's every build you search for on Wikipedia all the time.
In-game.
Like you Google like Genshin Wiki Hermes build or whatever, and it's like no, it's all in the fucking game now. It's all
And
at
you
the click
click
of
a
a button.
and now your UI, when you're going to your farm zone, shows you, oh, this is what you need for that character you were building.
I will say Genshin did finally end up doing that. Like you can just go to a character and it'll be like, okay, this is what the
less
character
than a year
wants.
in. The UX of this game gets better and better every update. Hoyoverse fans are degenerate fucks that I don't like to associate with.
Goontown 2024.
You guys are disgusting. I will say it. I don't care. You guys freak me out.
There's a reason
Alright.
they made it one button combat.
Okay, it's
so you
my
only need
cut.
one hand.
We're in the top 20. We're at number 20.
I would like to cut everybody with me.
Yeah.
What did you say to kill him?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
He goes. They made it one button combat so you can play the game with one hand.
It's 2 buttons though. You have
Yeah,
to-
but you
But
can
they're on
still
the same side.
Yeah, you can still play it all with one hand.
That's a lot. I want to cut Helldivers 2.
What? No.
Veto.
No. Genuinely no. Like it's not gonna happen.
I want all of your little men. No, okay.
So
I'm not gonna.
That's gaslighting.
Is that guy?
Yes,
No
that's
way.
gaslighting.
You don't think that was my actual cut for this point?
No,
No.
that's gaslighting.
Then I would like to cut Age of Wonders 4.
No, that's also gaslighting.
Then I would like to cut. Well, Joe requested this, so get mad
Well,
at
wait.
him.
Hold on, let me see what we got. When did Yakuza come out?
2017.
So that one has a bigger age debuff than Age of Wonders 4, actually.
Yes, but I think it's again is
Silent-
Age of Wonders 4 in your top 30 games of all time. Actually, top 30 fiction media of all time.
No, we're talking about 2024, buddy.
Yeah. I still think.
what's
I still
2024
think-
is all time.
I still
What's
think about
this other
Majima Kiryu
Yakuza
every
game
day.
on here?
That's
the most
Infinite
recent
Wealth.
one. Okay.
That's the one that came out this year. It is not going.
Um,
It's not going ever, actually. All my games are going to negative slots. In
the
this
new
tier list.
Final Fantasy 7-3 that good?
It's, I guess it is 3 because there was Intergrade.
Oh, yeah.
It's not going right now, I'll tell you that much.
Really?
Really.
Damn.
You don't have Tifa.
What about Silent Hill 2?
No, you played the shit out of that, didn't you?
No.
No?
No.
Not to you, Tyler.
No, watch the
Sorry.
hands. Watch the hands. So, Age of Wonders 4?
Okay.
Fuck it.
Really?
I don't think Yakuza 0 should
Fine.
be over it out of
Fine.
age.
Well, let's cut.
Oh.
I'll give up Age of Wonders 4 right after that.
Deal.
Oh.
Okay. Yakuza 0.
Okay.
Joe, you played it for the first time.
I
this year.
did. Willer recommended I play this game. All
I recommend Bradley play this game first.
Yeah.
True.
He's not having it.
This is like the true...
This was back in 26, like when the game came out, though.
I'm
Yeah.
still not
Chronological
Back
opposed
when
to
I
it
thought
either.
I could recommend things to Bradley.
Chronologically, you could start with this game, right?
This is
Yes.
the one you start with.
Yes, for sure. It took me. I started playing this game back in 2017, 2018, 2018, I think. I got about halfway through the game, and then I just dropped it because
6 years later.
it was all on my computer. It wasn't fun to play on my computer. 6 years later, I get it for the PlayStation, and I play it. Yakuza Zero's got a really good story.
It's fantastic.
It's wonderful.
I love the characters. The main 2 characters, Makoto, the real estate guy,
Yeah,
fucking
the bald guy.
the guy who is like Majima's handler and their
Yeah,
weird relationship.
yeah.
All the antagonists, like stacked cast, really good storytelling, great cutscene
Yeah.
direction.
Good classes.
No.
This one doesn't have the classes?
No.
This is a beat 'em up.
This is a beat
Oh,
'em
that's...
up.
Oh, I'm thinking like a dragon. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And it's fun. I think the biggest thing for me was like the story because it's so well done and like the whole plot of this game is like there is this plot of land in like the red light district that Yakuza takes place in.
Where we went to Kabukicho.
Yeah.
Yo, we've been there!
We've been there.
We've been there!
It's-
I've been to the empty lot.
Yeah, there's
He
this-
watched, we walked on the bridge where he gets shot.
The bridge where we got shot is... You saw that scene in Yakuza 2.
Yeah.
He gets stabbed.
Yes.
In that bridge.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's in Osaka. But the red light, the entertainment district with Godzilla.
that place
That's
is
where the
degenerate as
Yakuza,
fuck.
most of them.
It's what they're based. It's what it's based
There's a
on.
lot of garbage dirt there.
Yeah.
It's the red light district. Anyways,
They had like 3 whole garbage.
there's like a
They
section
did.
of the city that is getting bought up because it's going to get torn down for a revitalization project.
But there's this one little square.
It's like as big as Willer's living room.
Yeah.
And they're like, and they need that square in order to like complete the project and sell everything.
Without like any complications.
Right. Or the person that owns that lot mysteriously doesn't exist anymore.
Oopsie.
Oopsie doops. So it's all about this plot, figuring out like who owns this land, how do you get it, what are we gonna, and
Are
like,
we gonna manipulate them? Or we're gonna kill them.
But then there's the other aspect of like the social ladder of like if the person within the organization who can figure this out is going to rise through the ranks within the organization itself. So it's a lot of drama going on, and it's very well done. I think like the plot itself is very reflective of like the character Makoto, because it's a character that like no one really cared about until they had
She's
to
a
start
blind masseuse.
yeah, who went through a lot of shit,
Yeah.
and so it's
And,
really
and then proceeds to go through a lot of shit.
yeah. It's
Oh,
it's
Majima.
really good. Majima's a great character. To tack it onto this, because we're probably never going to bring it up again. Yakuza Kiwami 1, which is technically the first game.
It won't show up in one of these. It's just not interesting enough to have
It's-
an opinion on.
It's actually a huge disappointment.
Because like you play
Yeah.
a 2005 story
Yeah.
after playing a 2017 story where they honed their craft.
Yeah.
This is the sequel
But,
game.
like-
This is technically the first game in the timeline that's
Yeah.
not Zero.
Yeah.
And it has one good character, Nishiki,
Yeah.
and then just a bunch of nothing burgers.
Yes. And like the thing is about it is that if it was me going back to the PlayStation version of the game and
Back in
replaying-
the day, that was revolutionary storytelling.
right,
But like,
what I'm saying is that I need to play Yakuza 1. I'll emulate the PlayStation version and play it. I would have waved it off. The fact of the matter is
they didn't change enough.
They didn't change basically anything in the game.
They just added a couple of scenes to make Nishiki more interesting.
It's very disappointing. However, Willard did introduce me to the memes of the English version of Yakuza 1.
10 years in the joint made you a fucking pussy!
It's so fucking funny. Anyways, Yakuza 0 is a great game. I'm
that's-
Kiwami 2 and I am enjoying it.
Next year, baby. I did
My
that.
cut now, as honorable to the deal,
Oh.
we will be doing Age of Wonders
That's right.
4.
That's right.
Sweet, sweet, sweet.
Tyler, how do you feel about this game I recommended you a year ago?
Dude, this
That's
game...
not, a year is not bad.
Yeah.
This game was great, and the reason why I was afraid to play it is the exact same reason as of what happened. Sorry, that was really confusing, but like I was afraid to play this game because I was like, I'm gonna get sucked into it,
Yeah.
and just disappear. And what happened was I set up my laptop on my TV. I bought a wireless mouse and keyboard and a lap
Yeah.
disc, and I disappeared into my rug, like floor rug,
Yeah, yeah.
and sat in front of my TV for about 3 weeks straight.
Like, this is the next
Like-
200 hours of my life.
Yeah.
Like every day, I was on the floor fucking playing this game after work. It's just a 4X game, strategy like Civilization, but you get to build your own civilization. You get to build like I did not choose a single ever pre-built race. Every time I played the game or did a scenario, I would build my entire culture from the ground up, try to do something weird, like I made like a group of underground like velociraptor people, and like they ascended from the underground dwelling, and they became undead raptor, like lizard people that followed a dragon cult. And then we dominated the entire world. And as we were dominating the world, I was like, all right, dude, there's this one other fucking superpower. This is going to be my main arch enemy. I'm going to conquer the entire world, like from East Hemisphere to Western Hemisphere. And then I got to end up back in the East to take out this guy. Almost as soon as, like, there's like 15 rounds left in the fucking game, I get a notification that one of the other enemy factions has taken down my rival, because my rival sent his entire fucking army to take my underground city, And while they're taking my underground city, I'm defending it flawlessly. The Elder Dragon's just there dominating.
I just want Bradley looks so invested in this story
I know.
that Tyler's telling right now.
Like,
I love it.
dude, Bradley. And I'm defending my cities because all my cities are underground. I don't have a single above ground city, and I raised every single city I conquered. Nobody gets to live in this world except for my civilization underground.
All right, Aaron Yeager, chill.
It was great. That was like my philosophy. But yeah, no, there's like 15 rounds left. I get this notification like, oh, the mole people of the yellow country have been dominated and been removed from the game. I was like, what the fuck? No, you can't. I was like, AI, what have you done? Because his army was fighting mine. The army that took over his city did an absolute sneak attack. And I was like, you have entirely shot yourself in the fucking foot. You do not stand a single fucking chance against me. Like, you don't stand a chance. And as soon as they were gone, I deleted the other army, immediately went above ground, finished, like, I had a small hero unit onto the left, killing another country. Like, I had killed all of their cities, and I had one taking down their final capital. And then I was like, no, you're absolutely fucked. And we just all converged on his final city. It was I was struggling in the game until he absolutely snuck attack and defeated the other city.
Man.
And I was just like, this is great storytelling.
This is what I like about hearing you talk about this game. It feels like the gameplay of Civilization, but it reminds me of Space Station 13 in the sense where, like, every time you play it, you come away with, like, a unique story no one else has.
Bradley, there's a lot of storytelling in this game. And not only, like,
Emergent
or it's
storytelling.
not storytelling.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's, like, you know, you get to roleplay a lot.
Yeah.
By the way, the science system in this game, I think, absolutely dominates.
Are you like the
Civilizations.
random like?
Over
I-
Civ, where it's just rack up points.
Well,
No, that's still involved. It's just rather than like have a tree, you basically like every
civilization
Yeah.
advances its science, but it's like is
magic.
your science helping your civilization grow culturally or military?
Oh.
Versus like all the way science progresses in Civilization is mostly
Yeah.
military.
military and like more foundational
Yeah.
based stuff.
That's such a cool thing, though, because like science is part of increasing culture. Is
Yeah.
a really big part of reality.
The
Yeah.
dragon faction, I think, is cool if you're a scaly in life. Like, I'm not a big scaly, but you know what? I fucking love dragons.
not a big
Dude,
scaly,
you
but
get
like
to
3%?
you get to customize all the attributes of the dragon, so you can make like the longest leg dragon with like a stubby little tail,
Big boobs.
and then, yeah. But it's so fucking funny the way you can make them look. This New Year 2 has, I think just like a Herald hero. I think they just had a hero at the
Herald.
beginning.
Herald.
But the new one is called New Ways of War. And so they're having like assassins and new like monk units in it, as well as demons and more dragons for the factions, as well as 2 new races called the Ogrekin and the Simians. So it's got new culture, new tomes, new wildlife units. The main way that this game fails and the way that Civilization doesn't are the victory conditions. And I think Joe and I have talked about this in the same way. Victory conditions in this game are very lackluster.
They take a long time, and it feels like the game should be over now, and you're just really, really waiting.
They thread the line. Like
Yeah.
they're like, you should be done.
Yes.
Like you should be finished by now. And it's like every game I played goes to like the last 10 rounds.
Yeah,
But
it's-
cool game. I love going back to this game every now and then. This was this was a fantastic addition, and they also each time there's a Steam sale,
Yeah.
they usually put the entire year expansion on sale
Yeah.
along with the
They,
game for like $40.
It's by Paradox, so they tend to have a lot of DLCs, but like a lot of times you just wait for them to go.
Oh yeah, they also have like free roadmap updates for part of it too. It's insane. They do a lot of support for this game. Instant win in my book. Absolutely loved it. Got absorbed.
Awesome.
All right,
Joe, what do we got?
Bradley.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Mario Party Jamboree.
You know, I knew one of y'all was going to say that on this go-around.
He's been going for it secretly for a while.
And I'm wondering, because, like, I'm glad it
I'm
got...
assuming you're still okay.
I'm glad it got the top
Oh,
20.
he's so okay. Joe, you're double okay, so everyone's okay.
Everything's all right.
I am glad it's in top 20.
It's in a really good spot, I think, comparative like for everything else. I hear this is a really, really good Mario
But
Party.
this gives Bradley a little man.
I will want a little man for this. Because, like, Unless we waited another round.
The thing is, Bradley comes with like 7 games a year, and like he gets little men.
The reason I'm hesitant is like still there are other games I played here that I liked less than this.
Okay.
Oh,
So I'm like I like
What would you like to drop?
what could that possibly be?
Well, this might
Mouthwash?
not be totally fair because like I only played a tiny bit of Bolt Gun, but for the few hours I played of it versus the few hours I played of Mario Party Jamboree, I like Jamboree better.
Bringing down. How about we give you a little man for Bolt Gun?
That's fine by
If
me.
Bolt Gun goes now, I won't take a man for Jamboree.
Okay, I'm getting a man.
So like your turn is Bolt Gun, my turn will
This
be
is my
Jamboree.
new. I don't know what these little men will amount to, but I think they're all about to die.
This one has a battery pack.
Oh, so he's an apothecary by Logis. He literally goes and scoops up alien brains.
It
and
is
puts
Bolt
into
Gun.
his,
It is Bolt Gun.
Bolt
at
Gun.
17
That's good.
Okay.
or 20.
Nice.
18. Never mind.
Fine.
Now I do want to talk about what I like about this game
Huh?
though.
Did you make this platform?
No, he goes with that.
This game, number one, very much my aesthetic. I love how it looks. And me and Joe talked about this a little bit where Warhammer in general, gritty, grimdark things tend to just have an art direction that trends very muted and desaturated. I love how colorful Warhammer is, and especially this game for how dark it
You know
is.
what's crazy, Bradley?
Yeah.
Is you haven't even seen the fucking colors of the rainbow yet.
But
Like,
You don't know what violet is.
I love when red is just like the RGB value is 1,
Yeah.
comma 0, comma 0. Like it is red as fuck.
like you get layer into the game and you get to these like locations and you're like, I didn't realize colors could be shifted in such a way, and like be done to pixel art in such a way. And like, there's a point where they
Is that
start.
a pixel art game?
It's like it's 3D
Very
models,
true.
but like the textures are pixel artish.
It's like Doom.
I literally can't.
It's like imagine like maybe Mega Man Legends, but more shading. It's not as flat. Oh
The
man.
shading is a little voxely pixely. Okay.
It's like
That's so interesting.
But whatever it is. I also really like this game.
It's not this.
You trying to find it?
Cerveza Cristo.
I really, really, really do like this game a lot.
Oh, this looks. This isn't 3. I mean, this is a 2D cutscene. Okay, hold on. I love this shader.
Oh, yeah.
What this looks.
It's so fucking
sick.
pretty.
It gave me similar joys to Doom 2016.
Yeah.
It feels very arcadey. Like I feel like I'm moving, and it feels so
This ain't
dude.
things
It feels so
Bradley hasn't
satisfying to kill stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my god, every kill feels so good.
Oh, you guys are making a mistake. That's crazy.
I
I'm getting sold on a trailer. That looks gorgeous.
No, it's a very
so
good.
fucking pretty. It's incredible. And like the thing is like that's not even like the coolest looking stuff. They do like they use the like the shader. This is the only example like that comes to my mind. But like you know how Chowder has his shirt in like it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the little
Yeah.
state at
The classic effect.
Yes,
Yeah,
and they
I hate
use
that,
that.
shit, but I love that shit.
They use that in like the most perfect way possible in this game, and it's so gorgeous. And it evokes like the correct feeling of what they're going for.
Man,
and,
Chowder.
and it feels all the guns feel good. The melee feels good. You get power ups like in Duty. You get to do super powerful shit. It feels fun. It's also quite difficult. I think I'm playing on hard, but like it can really kick your ass when it comes down to it. But it's so fun. I really really enjoy it a lot. Bolt Gun's a great game.
Cool.
Beautiful.
That makes it my cut.
Well,
No,
because technically that counted as Joe's, and mine's gonna count as Mario Party Jamboree.
Okay,
You wanted one more.
one more spot. Fair enough.
And y'all, Mario Party Jamboree, they did it, man. So there's been 3 Mario Parties on Switch now.
This is the third one.
This is the 3rd one that's been on
There's
Switch.
the one with the good meat.
The good meat. That was the first one that was on Switch.
There's the one that I bought that has.
God, that one's so bad.
It had all the old
sec-
stuff.
No, it's not.
No, that one's even better. Just think, I loved that one, but part of me was really sad because I'm like, why do they just have to literally copycat shit they did 20 years ago for me to enjoy this? Why can't they come out with new stuff that I actually like? This new Mario Party is like almost entirely new gimmicks, and everything I saw in it, I liked. Holy, like, all the maps were blowing my mind. There's a Mario Kart map where there's a Mario Kart map. It's the only map where everybody gets like a Mario Kart go-kart. And it has some dice blocks that are only on that map. There's like triple and quadruple dice blocks where you get to move really fast. But part of the catch for those ones is if you're using like a mega dice block and you're moving like 37 spaces in one turn, your cart actually goes so fast that it goes past the star. So
that's cool.
And then like there's another map that's a mall and it's 3 stories, and there's really cool gimmicks where like around the mall there's like on the 3rd floor 2 spaces on the 2nd floor, and down here there's like sticker stations where you have to like go around the mall and get like your punch card stamped. And if you bring them all back with all your stamps, you get a shitload of coins. Wow. Or there's multiple item shops in the mall because it's a fucking mall, and it's like, on this turn, this one's over here having a flash sale. You gotta go over here and get half-price items.
I have a question.
Yeah.
How is that Battle Royale-esque mode? Because that actually almost got me to buy it, but I don't really know much about it.
Actually, I haven't even done the Battle Royale mode. I've only been doing the core maps.
Fraud.
But here's another thing they did better. I think maybe it was the first one they had on Switch, they had like allies you could recruit in the middle of a game. Which,
and they would like give you little dice modifiers?
Yeah, the way the allies worked is like you would roll your dice and then they would roll an additional die that gave you 1 to 3 spaces. The allies are way cooler in this one.
Nice.
So
and they skipped that in the second one.
Yeah,
I think they skipped it.
Yeah.
So in this one, let's say halfway through a game, Luigi might appear on the map. If I get to the Luigi space,
we don't talk about him.
Number 1, I don't just instantly get Luigi for landing on his space. We all play a mini game for him. Each character has a different mini game you have to play to earn that ally. Now, everyone's playing this mini game. Anyone can earn the ally. The person who landed on the space gets a bonus in that mini game.
Oh.
And these are crazy mini games. Like when we landed on the Luigi space, it is a giant tower with 10 floors, and each floor has an entirely different mini game on it. And you have to race everybody through the 10 mini games to get Luigi as your ally. Now, if you were the person who landed on the space, your advantage is, okay, you just skip the first floor. And
we made a mistake.
dude, like, and even the items are.
It's your fault.
Like, you've been trying to kill this.
I think even the items in the economy are better in this one. Like some of the, like they have an item that's like make it so the star is twice as expensive this round. And which actually came into play because here's the thing. I was talking about the allies. In the old game, the allies would just roll an additional die, you move 1 to 3 extra spaces.
Yeah.
In this game, the allies kind of have different bonuses. So for example, when I had Luigi, if I got to the star, if I had enough money, I had the opportunity to buy 2 stars instead of 1.
Oh.
They do.
I didn't know Luigi rolls like that.
But if you know that, on my turn, I could use the item to make stars twice as expensive. So instead of easily being able to buy 2 stars, this person can barely buy 1. I don't know. For a long time, Mario Party for me has just been, why don't they just do the shit they did 20 years ago? Because that's the only time it was fun. And now it is like, look at all this new shit they did. And this is the most fun I've had playing Mario Party in a long time. So
we've reached someone's upset zone.
No.
I know how he's feeling about it. He's feeling good about it.
He might not get that opportunity anymore.
I'm thinking between Helldivers 2.
What the fuck is this?
And Final Fantasy Rebirth. It's a tough crowd!
Helldivers 2 is so good.
It sounds like to me you're kind of Rebirth.
Okay, so you guys are not feeling Helldivers 2. I feel the vibe.
Can't do it, dude.
Rebirth is the second part of a 3-part narrative. There's a 1.5 in there, which Tyler will be quick to remind you.
Square Enix said it sold so embarrassingly little that it was a disappointment.
Square Enix hates everything, and they hate me. But they did a great job with this game. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Oh, now we're talking. Oh yeah, okay, this is a good song.
This is a song that they made for one side quest. Turn that shit up. It's one side quest where you escort a tiny little dog from point A to B. And there's a version of the song for when you're escorting the dog, and there's a version of the song for when you're in battle. I believe that's this version. It only exists in this one side quest. During that side quest, Barrett talks to you about how worried he is that he's too overprotective about his daughter, and how that might impact how she grows up. It's just like such a weirdly magical moment where like they didn't have to go so hard on the music and the storytelling for this random little side quest. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is the middle portion of the Final Fantasy VII story, which is the most aimless portion of the story, which kind of leads to why I wouldn't fight for it being higher than what it is. It's got the same great combat from Remake, but it's like an awkward point of the story where they have to embellish a bit more. We're just kind of going from point A to point B, following these like zombie dudes. Do you remember the guys who go like reunion? And like they're just kind of like shrouded guys that are walking around in FF7.
Yeah.
The loose plot of the original game is you're just kind of exploring and they show up, and in this game you're like chasing them around to like where are they going? And it's just kind of awkward. Like there's no connective tissue from arc to arc for most of the game. But like you're going to all these villages, you're exploring Costa del Sol. Tyler's like eating out the air. I don't know what's happening. His tongue's out. He's jamming to Stamp. That's what I'm saying.
It's a good song. I'm kind of jamming over here.
It's got all the great characters that you love from Final Fantasy VII. This is one of the greatest RPG parties of all time. I wouldn't say it's my favorite, but it's got to be top 5.
I was just thinking...
The Final Fantasy VII cast is so stacked.
Final Fantasy VII, both the characters and the setting are one of those things where they're so legendary within gaming where you almost wonder, like, do they deserve their legendary status? And then you either play the original Final Fantasy VII or one of these newer ones, and you're like, yeah, they kind of deserve it.
They kind of do, and they're really great. A big point of this is, like, Yuffie is actually part of the story now.
Yes.
In the original, Yuffie and Vincent are
totally optional.
Like, optional party members, and by the end of the game, like, Yuffie's been in the game most of the game, and then Vincent is, like, a prominent part of later chapters. So it's like, okay, they've managed to bring them in. By the end of this game, you have the full FF7 cast. They're not all playable, but they're all like interacting with the party, so you're building up that party dynamic. The open world in this game is okay. There's good side quests. Actually, the side quests are quite good, but the go here, go there traversal doesn't feel very good. Especially riding a chocobo in this game feels awful.
Oh, I was hoping that would feel really good.
It feel like ass, bro.
Damn it.
They will bump into any little piece of geometry, so you have to like ride them on the most clean roads possible because they will just struggle through any other piece of geometry. And when you're in this world, and like the progression systems of the remake combat system are all so good. I will say this didn't capitalize on the system as well as I felt FF7 Remake did in some ways. Like some of the bosses are like kind of what you'd expect. They don't innovate as much as I wanted them to, but the core system is so good. The story gets fucking crazy. I do have to get into a spoiler here, which Tyler is the only person on the internet that doesn't know the big spoiler of FF7, but you guys know what I'm talking, like the big death that happens.
Yeah.
That's the finale of this game. The way they do it is really weird. It happens, or did it? Oh wait, it did? Or did it? Like, they make it very, like, surreal and weird, and even by the end of the game, people have to theorize if that person's actually dead or not. I'm pretty sure she is.
Interesting.
But, am I? So, and, like, the reason why I rate this lower than a lot of the other JRPGs in this category, or, like, that I've played this year, is that tonally the story is kind of weird because it's got that like aimless adventure that FF7 is, but you just came from like a genocide where they dropped the plates on everyone in like Midgar.
Yeah.
But, like, we're not gonna talk about that ever. We're just gonna goof around in this beach. We're gonna find out about Barrett's side story, and they like build up on it, and it's sadder than it ever is. And then we're gonna go to the fucking casino world and the golden saucer. And, like,
how cool is the golden saucer?
it's great, but you go from a scene where Barrett's like, yeah, man, my best friend Marlene's dad died, and they're all on the tram going to the Golden Saucer, and then no shit, Aerith and Tifa go like, whoa, look, like they're outside and like, whoa, flashy lights, and we just go past that, and then there's a scene where Barrett fights Dine, like Marlene's dad, and he dies, and Barrett's like super upset about it, and then like one scene later, Kate Sith shows up in a buggy, and he's like, get in, we're gonna do a mini game where we're gonna shoot a bunch of shit soldiers. But like earlier in the game, you do this incredible sequence where you go through like a parade with the Shinra soldiers, and Cloud has to disguise as the leader of the platoon. And it endears you to all these mooks that you fight throughout the game. And then 5 chapters later, you are gunning them down relentlessly in a buggy sequence. And it's like, why did you make me... Why did you humanize all these characters just to make them a prop later? Like, this game, because it, like, and everyone will say, oh, FF7 original did that.
Yeah.
But because this game executes this so much better, it makes you think about it a little more, and it makes it a little worse.
Kind of cool.
Your cut.
That was my
Cool.
cut.
I'm saying Tyler, it's your turn.
Tyler, what we got?
Tior.
Mister.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jesus.
see what.
All
I mean,
right,
y'all,
that's-
we're running thin.
And that wraps up the Roundabout Cast 2025.
So to list off your top 10 games are, please insert whatever games you want here.
It is the top 10 games are Helldivers, Final Fantasy VII, Mario Party, and Bolt Gun.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It don't get better.
What are those other games? Don't worry about it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. How are we feeling, Tyler? Oh man,
He's smacking.
this is bad. By the way, we have 15 I think to go, and I think they're all bad.
So,
These are all terrible games.
Yeah, I hate them all.
Next year.
how many remasters we got on here?
Oh, hold on. Let's consider that.
How many remasters?
Well, UFO 50 is a remaster of 50 games
Two
from the
remasters.
2 remasters.
Huh, interesting. We got 2 remasters, okay.
Yeah, this is interesting. How many mid-ass DLC expansions do we have
Got a
here?
question.
To who?
You better look elsewhere. I'm Marge Simpson memeing right now.
Is Tekken 8 that high personally on our list?
This game's great.
It is.
And again, this is like ZZZ where you asked me 2 weeks ago. I'm like, I could have gone earlier, but I'm Clive pilled right now. I love FF16. Clive's one of my favorite pro tags. He's excellent in Tekken.
Why couldn't they name him something else?
What? Shut up. Your name Bradley.
I'll take Bradley over Clive.
No, you
I don't know,
won't.
man.
You're way lamer.
Oh, nah, dude.
Yeah, Tekken 8 can go.
I thought that was a 4.
Huh?
Nothing. Keep going. Take an 8.
Tekken 8!
Because, like, Tekken! We play Tekken, but, like, and you like Tekken.
Yeah.
But Tekken's not even your main.
No.
Like,
thing is-
you thoroughly respect Tekken and enjoy it.
You understand me, because I actually think Uni 2, which is way down the list. Okay, not that down. I did good. Uni 2 is the more interesting fighting game to me. I just
Yeah.
happen to like 2D fighters more. 3D fighters.
I do as
with
well.
like 100 moves. They look really cool. The thing is, like, when you're on offense on Tekken and you're popping off, it feels fan-fucking-tastic.
Yeah. I love watching Tekken. I think it's great.
Tekken is very great visually. When you're trying to block shit in Tekken, you're just guessing all the time for 100 moves.
Mm-hmm.
And like at a certain point, you get past that. Maybe. I don't know. Tekken pros actually hate Tekken 8.
Because they've been playing the same game for 10 years. And
But I think they're just too Tekken 7 brain.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Anyways, this is a great game. It's fully featured. Game's great. Game's very aggressive. Cool new systems that people hate, but I think they're all right.
I feel like I missed the Tekken trade because, like...
You've never missed. So that's the beauty. That's why, like, despite me preferring Uni, Tekken 8 is the only other game aside from Street Fighter that you will have thousands of people
Fair
to play
enough.
with at any
Yeah.
given night, at every given moment
Yeah.
of any different skill level. Like, it is a real ass fighting game. It is huge. It's like top 2, like. Tekken and Street Fighter are like the pinnacles of, I think, the fighting game
More
genre.
combat just...
Punch time
who
explosion,
is
more
that?
like.
I know, right?
That's never been on a Game of the Year
It
list.
never will be, according
It
to
never
Willer.
will be, unless you play one. Okay,
Yeah.
Tekken 8.
It was Tekken 8.
Tyler,
Okay, mister.
how are we feeling about Elden Ring?
DLC.
Yeah.
Oh, but that was such loud. I mean,
You're the only one that
Willard,
played
you
it.
did ask how we're feeling about DLC.
But like,
Yeah.
You were
kind
the
of
one who
saying-
brought it up.
well, here's the thing.
Here's
Wait,
the thing.
there's
I want all my
DLC.
games to be top 10.
Look, there-
that's so hard to ask.
There's DLC, but from what I understand, this DLC is more of a game than most games are.
Oh, it is a meaty ass DLC. But you know what? We gave Elden Ring its flowers last year.
It did get first last
It's a
year.
great DLC.
2 years
It's
ago.
building up on what Elden Ring was.
Already,
It's got great new bosses. It's got great new weapons and moves.
I hope y'all are excited for Elden Ring to come back next year.
Yeah. But that one's co-op, so you're actually
That
gonna
one's a
beat
different
it.
game, technically.
I'm gonna force you to beat an Elden Ring game this time.
Carry. Strike my ass.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Shadowlands that you go to. I like the new story stuff. I like the bosses in this DLC. Mesmer is the best Elden Ring boss. I think the final boss is very good but very hard, so they kind of overdo it a little bit, but it's fine. Oh my god. But yeah, Elden Ring gets to go there.
Yeah.
So Bradley, what's next? I think everything right now would suck to be cut. Personally,
It's true.
Yeah, well, you know, we were going in spirit of like DLCs and remakes. That being said, I didn't even play Persona 3, but I don't feel like it goes here.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm right. Both of y'all finished Stellar Blade, but where does it go in the rankings?
Oh man. How about Helldivers 2?
No, it's not gonna be Helldivers 2.
Fuck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be
Yeah.
Stellar Blade.
Yeah.
Compared to the not because it's bad, but just I know y'all love these other things so
So the
much.
thing with Stellar Blade, like,
Is it stellar?
yes,
Yeah,
and like,
yes.
this
Are there other stellar aspects of it?
yes.
Yes.
What are they?
Stellar
Blades?
aspects?
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, but also
The blades?
I
the
actually,
butts?
I actually like.
Blades, butts, and boobs.
I stopped to think about. I stopped to think about the story. I'm just voice cracking because I'm.
This
drunk
game's
and-
pretty boob.
I've been talking for like 3 hours. I stopped to think about this story more often than I think I would. Like sometimes I'm just like, I know.
laying in
I
bed
get
at night
that.
and reflecting upon the stellar story.
Yeah. Well, just like, I think this game has the most unfair rep of everything on
I
this
agree.
list.
I think a lot of people look at this game and go like, "That game's for gooners."
Yeah.
It's like it's.
And then the gooners that do like this game were like, yeah, gooning.
This was
So
a very
it's like,
heavy Twitter discourse
it's
game.
yeah. It's like it's not.
there
helping
is
itself.
no place where you could, there's no safe space on the internet to have a normal discussion about this
Just
video
like
game.
a solid
except
unfiltered.
right here,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
I-
Because it's either a bunch of gooners that just love talking about the pictures they took about Eve, and she looks great.
I-
You can pose her.
I'm the same as you, Willer. I do stay up at night thinking about the Stellar Blade
Shut the
story.
fuck up.
I
You're the
do.
problem.
We're the same. It's okay.
Stellar Blade's plot. Stellar Blade's a great game. It's got really tight controls. I really like the gun system they have in here. I like the enemy designs. They're very unique and they're very strange.
They look great. I like the change of pacing it does. There's some platforming sections. There's some like Resident
Yeah.
Evil sections.
Yeah.
There's a lot of combat. There's a lot of bosses.
I like the
it's a
bosses.
tightly paced
Yeah.
story. There's some open areas where you get to explore for a while. There's some tight linear areas like,
Yeah.
and then you hit like this end stretch where you
It
get to
just keeps
this
going.
you get to this location where like you're trying to get to the space elevator
Yeah.
to get to space to go talk to God.
Yeah.
As is tradition.
But like that adventure like of being in the space center, getting to the elevator, riding up the elevator, fighting a crazy ass boss in the elevator, getting to the top, fighting Bloodborne,
Yeah.
landing back down and fighting your like your creator slash like predecessor, like a lot goes down in the
Lot
last
happens.
stretch of this game. But I think about the plot a lot because like for the Gooner robot ass game that everyone advertised this has like a really compelling lore and story about like what happens when God has abandoned you and you're just like this race of people just in this dying world and you know that there's salvation out there somewhere. They've just neglected you. Also, my favorite soundtrack of the year. Very good combat. The only complaint I had about the combat is like there's the super mode you can enter, which is like,
Yeah.
very linear. Like you just mash buttons once you're in it.
It
sounds fun.
No. Compared to normal combat, I don't think so.
Button mashes and all. That's all you had to say.
But like it's literally just there to be an invincible mode, and it's I don't know.
She goes Super Saiyan, and y'all don't like that?
No, she goes Taki mode and the music
Taki
changes.
mode?
Yeah.
Well, Tachyon is her Virgil
No.
rival.
It's hard.
She whips out a bag of Takis and
Yeah.
gets on fire.
Yeah, she's on fire. See, I can't have a good conversation about this anywhere.
When you said Taki mode, I just imagined her like taking out her earrings and letting her hair down, and she has really long nails.
This is the Yas Queen. Okay. It's time.
For what?
You don't want to know. Bradley, you're going to regret asking that question.
No, I'm not, because it's
First-
not gonna happen.
I'm going to ask, no, he feels good about it. We're not in the top 10 yet. Unless we cut Helldivers 2.
No.
Which is not happening. So
It's not
Bradley,
happening.
let's talk about UFO.
It's not gonna go here.
Let's talk about UFO.
It's
50.
not going here.
Okay. Bradley, I'm going to ask for a Little Men. From your stash of
I
Little
don't give
Men.
a fuck. It's not going here.
Okay.
Yeah, but what if I give you a little man?
What is that?
For what? Is that just free, or you
Is
just
that
being a nice
cancel his
person?
man? Does that kill?
Yeah.
Do you want to kill his man?
What if I kill his little man?
He has 2 men. No. You might. No, hold on. Then instead, we can do Silent Hill 2.
Let me do some math here.
Math. What the fuck are you calculating?
He's
He's
seeing
gotta
how,
figure out
he's
how
seeing
many
how far
Dawn needs to
Space
attack.
Marine's getting in a rotation of Joe picks.
How attached are y'all to mouthwashing?
I'm pretty fucking attached.
That's a pretty attached
I
game.
like that game.
That's a good game, dude. And Bradley has 2 games. So let's do some math also. This is a 3-person game.
Yeah.
So Astrobot's a 3-person game. Balattro's a 3-person game. Finals,
Did we not all play Astrobot?
I think we
We have with
We all
you
played it
two.
with-
But you played it. Was it 3.5 person?
Dude, I made it like 30% through the game.
No.
Unicorn
You made-
Overlord.
Okay, you did.
Unicorn Overlord.
Unicorn is
was
a
fun.
3-person game. Final Shape's a 1-person game. Yakuza a 1-person game. Metaphor 1-person. Persona 1.5. Mouthwashing 2 people. Silent Hill 1-person. UFO 2.5.
I play as many.
And then Space Marine's a 1-person game. So like we got like a everyone's got some skin in the game still. Wow. Am I gonna say it? Please let me cut Helldiver. I can't do anything else. Everything else upsets people deeply. Okay. Let me lay my claim for Helldivers. There's been ups and there's been downs.
So wait,
Has there been downs with
hold
Helldivers?
on.
Yeah.
Willer cares about meta and Helldivers.
He does care about meta.
Willer cares about meta and Helldivers.
Meta what? Metaphor?
You
Meta
care about
Ds,
using the
Meta
weapons that are
Ds.
considered good and
Yeah.
No! I don't care about meta. The devs care about meta. They will take things that you like and nerf them to the ground up until the last 2 months where they lightened up and got a grip a little bit.
Look, here's how I'm
Here's the
different
thing.
from no.
Can I be honest?
No.
Can I be honest?
No.
I'm gonna.
Okay, whatever.
If it wasn't for the most recent update, I would have hard put Helldivers in like the 20 range.
But back in February, you put it in top 10. So I don't know. That's
yeah,
weird.
that was before.
That was back in February.
And then I played like 15 other games this year.
Yeah, that's weird that you put this above those before you played them. You should have thought about that.
It was a gambit.
You should have thought about
we
that.
We started with the fact that this could move up, this could move down.
You
There's
didn't though.
been
You
ups-
started with that. It had to be a
If
top
it wasn't
10.
for the most recent update, I would have slandered Helldivers a good decent bit ago. The new update's very good.
Okay.
I will say. I'm the only one who's played it. But okay, Bradley hasn't played it forever. You haven't played it forever. Joe, like, it's not his primary game to play, but he does like it.
I played 130 hours in 1 month.
Okay.
Yeah, well, shit. Alright, take it back. Me and Joe can talk about this in a
talk
longer
me
term
shit.
context. But, like, you guys were there for the opening salvo, which was peak gaming. The
Yeah.
opening
Oh my
salvo
God.
was peak gaming. I don't think the 3 months in that middle there between that time and, like, now
It's more than
was
3
very
months.
good. It was like...
Is it kind of like the difference between the month Animal Crossing New Horizons came out and the 3 months after?
It is exactly Animal Crossing New
Okay.
Horizons. Because then you got that big update that got everyone back in,
But there was that 3 months while waiting for it. Well,
All Easter event.
Yeah.
That Easter event sucked a dick.
Yo, that's a throwback. That Easter
That
event
killed
was
people,
forever.
man. That killed people.
Shoutouts to Wild World, right, Bradley? Woo! For the year. Okay. Okay, so is that not a fair claim to take out Helldivers right now? If Joe's not ready to do Silent Hill, and I'm not ready to do my babies,
I'd rather dump Unicorn Overlord than Helldivers 2.
how do you feel about that? I'm violently resisting the urge to yell. But how do you feel?
I don't get that at all.
Okay, cool. Well, that's
Here's what I want. Here's what I want. So this is going to be number
12.
12.
oh shit. That 12 and 11 are the cruelest numbers.
That's pretty bad.
It's really bad.
Pretty bad.
These games actually suck more than anything on the list. If you really think about it.
Here's
About
my bargain willer. Oh, it's Tyler's cut after that. But this is my help Tyler out actually a
Okay,
lot.
let's talk a trio.
I am willing to advocate for Helldivers.
You're advocating for Helldivers,
You go
but
I want mouth washing immediately afterwards.
Fuck no. No, neither of them are going in below top 10. What the fuck are y'all talking about? I stepped into crazy world.
this is why I love Bradley. He will just let you walk on him until you get to top 10,
Well,
and then you
I'm
cannot.
Logic 2 number 2 baby.
You cannot fight.
I love how you Google mouthwashing and it's the title of the game followed by Listerine, followed by a thumbnail of Listerine and the game.
No, the thing about mouthwashing is, like, you know what it feels like to watch a good film?
Yeah.
That is the exact experience of playing mouthwashing.
So,
but with, like, the interactivity of a video game.
yeah.
Okay.
Man, okay.
Okay, let's switch gears.
Look, okay. I could...
It's gotta be Space Marine. Guys, but Bradley's really pushing for the game that he doesn't play anymore to be top.
No, I was about to say... Out of all the names, you said a bunch of names of games like UFO 50 and fucking Unicorn Overlord. I said Unicorn Overlord. But you are right. At the time, we said Helldivers 2 is going to be top 10. It was a top 10 game, but...
How dare us be wrong by 2 in February? Come on.
You are right. I envisioned myself playing it nonstop the entire year. I didn't play it nonstop the entire
And
year,
I think
did
it's
I?
worth coming back to.
Oh yeah.
But, like, you've Helldived 100 times, you've Helldived 1,000 times.
I guess so.
With a couple different...
I will say, there are enemies in Helldivers I still haven't encountered yet because they came out
There's
in new
enemies in EDF 6 you haven't encountered.
No,
And
I've
you
never
let them-
encountered the green ant.
The green ant is big! The walking fortress is big! Okay,
So...
whose cut is it? Is it me? And then Tyler.
Yes.
I'm going to do Helldivers and no little man.
You know what? You wore me down, whatever, Helldivers.
I think the other thing too, I'm with Willer. If Helldivers didn't have the roller coaster of its community support,
Y'all are the most wildly fucking hypocritical people I've ever experienced
Okay,
in
break
my
that
life.
down for me, Tyler.
Yeah, Tyler.
Break that down for me.
You will play.
You know what?
You will play a game
Yeah.
for 100 hours and be like incredibly mid. I spent $40.
Name the game.
You will be like, no. You will spend $40 and then you'll be like, you know what? Number 12. I put 100 hours into this, had some of the best gaming memories of the year.
Did put
and then you're like, you know what?
50 hours
And then
wrong.
you know what? $70, 7 hours, peak gaming.
Wait, it's like those it's like those Steam reviews where someone has 6,000 hours. I'm like, once you play this game for 4,000 hours, you realize it sucks ass.
12 is not suck ass. These games just mean more to me after it. There's no
I know what you mean.
There's no period where I have to worry about the devs tanking the rest of this list career. Like they were always on point, always improving, or they were just a perfect thing, except for the final shape, which did break your will at some point, and then you came back to it after. There was a period there where you were a Destiny 2 slanderer, and you can't lie to me.
No, that was before the final shape.
Right.
Yeah.
So you had an era of bad Destiny 2, We had an era of bad Helldivers too.
I'm sorry, I forget that the 10 years is comparative to the 10 months you've had of Helldivers 2.
But like, you got a big ass expansion that gave you all the faith back. It doesn't take away the years. By the way, how about you go play those story cutscenes that you can't anymore?
I did.
You watched them on YouTube. You watched them on YouTube, you liar.
No, they added them into the game.
Shit.
And besides, this isn't about the 10 years. This is about 2024, right?
But the thing is, Helldivers just like 2 months ago got back on track, and they're doing great. But who knows? Anything could happen.
I don't care. I liked Helldivers a lot more than I enjoyed playing Astro Boy for what I played
Astro
yesterday.
Boy.
Astrobot.
Astrobot.
Astro
Yeah,
Boy.
well, Astrobot's not a Tyler game. You were never supposed to touch that.
Oh, I was not. I wasn't supposed to learn.
So you're saying Astrobot should go. You're going to try to get Astrobot next,
I'd be
huh?
totally fine with Astrobot next.
Oh my god, this is actually the worst year. I feel gross. It's usually not this bad this quick.
This is what happens when people make good games.
Oh, fuck.
It's always this part. It's always.
You can do Helldivers. Look, you can do Helldivers too. Right
And then
now.
what happens?
Do it. Just do it.
And
It's
then
okay.
we take our two little men and like march them at each other and neutralize.
It's okay, Willard. Just do it. It's okay.
Well, that's a threat. Okay. You know a game we haven't mentioned? Balatro.
But here's the thing. Okay, look. I'm going to say something blasphemous. I haven't played this. I feel like everyone else in the world has, and everyone else in the world has also loved it.
It's really good.
From the outside looking in, this game is a fucking phenomenon.
It's really good.
It's really good. It's like it's one of those things where like, how can this game be good? And then you play like,
It's
oh,
really
it's
good.
really good.
Tyler, how do you feel about Balatro? He put the music on. It's
I-
over.
Wait, I have two things. One, it's really good. Two,
Uh-huh.
I played so much fucking Yahtzee growing up.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
I played so much Yahtzee. And this game is just Yahtzee. It is at its core Yahtzee, and they've made it very nice. I love the roguelite elements they'd add into it. But it's a lot of Yahtzee.
First of all, Yahtzee is just poker, but with dice,
Correct, and this is just poker with cards.
not dice. It's so poker. The other thing is Yahtzee.
Bro, think this is Dicey Dungeon. What's happening
I know.
anymore?
You don't have the Joker effects in Yahtzee either. I'm not gonna say.
Yeah. No, you play Yahtzee once, and then you get Yahtzee, and you're done with the
Tyler,
game.
you saying it's like Yahtzee is like saying Destiny is like Call of Duty and should be down there with it.
I mean, there are other people who do say that.
I'm just saying you're.
It's a shooty game.
Oh my god. This is actually my least favorite that we've ever done. I feel really bad.
What's in the podcast?
God, I
here?
wish this
Y'all,
could go. God, I would.
You didn't play any of the stuff we told you to play, which is the wildest part.
Balatro
Is
is...
that not the issue? That this supposedly... Bradley's not here right now, so I can slander. This supposedly all great games, and I play half of them. Oops, you didn't play the right half in the all great games collection.
Yes, correct. No, you're right, though.
Bradley finished Brimstone. He's a psychopath.
No, that was a genuinely fun game. Like, I played 28 hours of it, start to finish.
Damn.
I loved it.
28's not bad, but like, you...
But
Say
UFO
Brimstone
50
was a solo
Yeah, you're
game.
right. UFO 50 is not better than Balatro.
I will say,
Right.
That's just a fact.
I'm with you.
I'm kind of with Tyler there too.
I'm with.
But
Oh my god, Joe. How about Silent Hill 2? What's going on there? What are we protecting Mr. Sutherland from? Something's got to kill this stalemate, dog. How many little guys you have? 2?
Tyler, what are you planning on cutting after this?
I don't know. I'm just thinking about
He
it.
doesn't have to tell
I'm
us,
just,
and
I'm
that's.
just thinking about it.
This is actually like the hardest top 12 we've ever had.
I will spend my 2 little men as soon as Willard...
2 little men at once.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna be real honest with you. I don't want Helldivers in top 10.
What?
Like I don't.
It's so funny that the people who played Helldivers are like, this is a fantastic
It's a great game.
It's a
I think Helldivers are fantastic.
You guys were blinded by your experience.
Yeah.
Oh, how dare me! How dare me!
Ah, shit, you got to max rank and you don't like the game anymore?
That's not even it. There are people who play this game 500 hours and then go on Reddit and complain. That's not really us. We have a healthy relationship where we keep up with it. What do you? He's doing like a fucking. I think you should leave. Look at Bradley. Like he's fucking Tim Robinsing me right now, and I don't deserve that.
But I don't know, you've been bragging about your playtime a little bit.
No,
You've been bragging about it a little bit.
I have video evidence.
I cut Stellar Blade like 20 minutes ago.
And that already ripped my heart out because I think the game is so unfairly treated. How about a game where the devs unfairly treated?
I have already told you. Go ahead and cut Helldivers. It's fine, man.
That is the most intimidating thing.
Just do it. It's okay.
Go. Energy going off there.
Just do it.
Okay.
Just do it.
Bradley's allowing it. Tyler's
I'll
allowing
allow it.
We have cut Helldivers and we have talked about Helldivers. It is a great game.
It's a good game.
It controls.
I would
controls fantastic.
Every time, if someone like messaged me like I want to play Helldivers, I would jump on every time. Like that's no doubt. I have no
Bradley,
reservation.
do you like freedom?
One thing.
I like freedom.
We're all gonna get executed
One
for
thing that
this.
hasn't been mentioned, which you guys would know about because you don't even like this fucking game, is if you go on now and you try to make an unlock, you have to play like 8 hours straight of collecting samples to make one upgrade.
And
So-
that's
I was always down for that because I knew that was what was going to happen with the progression and the samples.
Yeah.
I really liked that system of long-term like in terms of long-term progression. It was a great progression
I guess it's
system
for
that
the
allows people
super
to keep coming
dedicated, but like it just feels a little defeating. Where like I do play multiple sessions and have not made any real progress to making my guy stronger.
back. Like here's
because the missions are too repetitive to not have a
like
progression.
you
that's, like,
don't
healthy.
no. You don't need jack shit in the fucking unlock samples window to beat the hardest difficulty. You don't need any of that.
You sort of you do a little bit. Those cooldowns add up a lot.
Yeah.
I recently got after like for half the year I've been working on one update. Now I don't play super often, but I got my fire to be 25% stronger. Feels good,
That's
man.
cool.
And I'm back to square zero, and I'm working back towards other stuff. Like it's tough. You'd log in. There's the global conflict to get all your medals. They did add weapons and stratagems to the battle passes, which I don't mind buying the battle passes, but it is something you should be able to like criticize a little bit. Where it's
That
like,
is my genuine complaint is the battle passes.
Okay.
I actually think it's the best battle pass in any video game ever.
So
personally,
the
but,
reason
like, it
why
is one-
I didn't like it is because I like the long-term sample system. But on top of that, you had the front-loaded battle pass system that was like you had to get like their free starting battle pass is like 10 pages long.
Yeah.
That is a lot of medals to dedicate towards that. And they had the battle pass that was another 3 medals on top of that.
I
3
had to
pages
go
on top
very
of that.
deep in the free
You
one.
don't, but you don't need to like finish the free one to get the rest of them.
Yeah. You just do it. Like you can just go in and
I
spend.
think this might be a mental block.
This
of,
is
like,
the
I have to
it
finish
is, like
the free one.
yours is the long-term samples. Mine is the fucking. I need to unlock everything in the battle pass. That's
I
what
mean,
I'm there
look,
for.
it was actually, I logged in the other week and
You got a bunch of medals.
I hadn't played it in months, but yeah, I got a
Yes.
shitload of medals, and I was like, I'll just buy this and this and this and this.
But
and this.
with those medals, you first have to buy the $10 battle pass. So you have to put in your like subscription for a little bit,
Yeah.
and then spend the stuff, which is fine. If a battle pass lasts forever, I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
That's the big thing is that they
And it-
last forever.
Yeah.
That's
Which is better than like Marvel rifles, where like they last forever once you buy them, but you have to buy them
I
within
think-
the window.
yeah.
I think my beef might have been how it's portrayed, maybe. Like, it is very battle pass, but I feel like they could have gamified it a lot more as like a progression tree.
A tree would be more interesting than pages, I suppose. But,
yeah, but like
But I do like how you can focus in on what you want. But a lot of the stuff is
Yeah.
like fluff that you're forced to buy sometimes.
It's a
That's-
mixed
that's-
bag. Yeah,
yeah.
that's why. It's like, it is filled with a lot
it's
of
better
cosmetic
than the
shit.
Marvel Rivals one that does the same thing with the pages, but Marvel Rivals
That's a free-to-play game. That doesn't count.
Yeah, fair enough. But like Marvel's, you have to buy all the pages.
No, to the opposite credit. $40 for this experience on base.
Yeah.
pretty
really
fucking good.
Really
Yeah,
good.
no.
Now that all that's
Like-
out of the way, this is the official opinion, though. This is the official opinion. Now, where the game went right is when they released a mech.
Yeah.
Now, where the game went wrong is when they didn't
released a
release
mech.
like 15 more mechs after that.
No, when the game went right is when they released the mech. Where the game went wrong is when they released the mech. Because that mech compared to like a Helldivers mech or like fucking
mean an
even
EDF mech?
Anthem.
An EDF?
Or
Yeah.
or like I don't know, like it's kind of like it's a mech that like you ride because it's
Cool.
there
Yeah.
and it's different,
But it's cool.
But it's not like
I think the other thing is
It should have just been 13 Sentinel Simulator.
oh baby.
And the thing is like part of the joke is that like you have shitty equipment,
Yeah.
but like I would have been fine if the mech lasted longer or you had infinite mechs.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. You're limited to 2, and so you're like if that first one doesn't really last as long. Also, you run out of ammo.
Or
Some of
if
them
that
just get sniped and
that
it's done.
leads
If it
into
just blows
Willer's
up
main
before you get in it.
argument is like, what are you really trying to balance?
Yeah, like
That's the thing. They
Like,
balance.
what are you really trying to balance?
Now we're past that era where they try to balance it competitively for some fucking reason.
that was
And you know, I mean, they're getting there. You do want the game to be challenging, but why not just keep adding difficulties?
When it's
that,
PvE.
Yeah. Why
not
don't?
just
Yeah,
not get-
exactly. Why don't you just keep adding harder
Modifiers.
enemies?
Or modifiers.
Yeah.
The modifiers get really tough and fun.
yeah.
Look, we're splitting hairs about a 12 best game of
I
a
think
stack
I
year.
think honestly, my biggest complaint about the game is the post-launch support of the game so
yeah,
far.
yeah.
Yeah.
And again, they've Joe hasn't seen it for firsthand,
Yeah.
but I will say they've gotten there.
Yeah.
The new,
Yeah, no,
the
dude.
the new faction's great. New missions are great.
Yeah.
Everything feels good. New
it-
battle pass is good.
If this game had been at launch, this is what you get, and then 4 months later, new DLC just dropped like $15-20, and you get a battle pass.
Well, that's kind of what happened with the Liberty thing, but it was free.
yeah, but that is not what like they were gonna be doing seasonal updates.
That's big.
This was like honestly, this is one of my favorite co-op experiences I've ever.
I just want
played.
to say, I fucking called this game. I saw the first trailer and thank him for the
Me
fucking
too.
rock.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, "It's a state of play. It's a bad game." And me and Joe are like, "That looks kind of fun."
That game is gonna fucking rock.
And it did, and that's why
It's good, and I want to play Helldivers more. It's just one of those things.
The thing
where-
is, I would jump
Maybe
on.
we find some time. Maybe
Yeah,
I would
maybe
jump
we
on
find some time.
Helldivers with y'all any day of the week. You would never go out to make that time on the day of the
I'll
week.
update
compared
it.
to
I brought
other
my
things.
PS5 with me. I'll update it.
fine.
I just think the
Yeah,
coolest thing about this game is like there are very
I like
few
diving
games
while
where
shooting.
like when you're playing this game, there are so many moments where I'm like in any other game this would be a cutscene.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
It's
There's
so cool.
there's tons of emergent storytelling that's happening in this game.
All right. I cut Helldivers.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. He said you can cut Helldivers.
Lord have mercy on me. No.
I agree. I agree to the second thing you looked. Also, no.
Yo, I don't like Astrobot that much. It's fun.
You've played 2 levels,
No, I played 2 worlds.
2 worlds.
And secret levels.
Played
And
two
challenge
sequels.
levels. And a nice tasting of everything.
I think Astrobot's really, really solid.
I
It's
think so,
solid.
too. I think it's top
But
10 solid.
I think it's very novelty for the people who didn't play the free version of it.
It's way better than the free version of it.
Yeah, but if you played the free version of it, you're just like, oh, this is more of that. Cool.
No.
No.
No,
It's,
so
I wouldn't say
there's-
that.
there's-
It's some. First of all, me and Bradley played the free version this year, so that's factoring into this as well.
Cool. I played it
And this has a ton
3
of
years ago when I got my PS5.
Picture a fucking game where like every level is throwing like something new at you, all these cool new visuals, all these extra flares. You walk through those sprinkles, they didn't have to make those sprinkles jiggle your
I
controller
played
like that.
Mario.
To me, this game is like I've been waiting years.
Exactly. Mario got 5 last year.
Look, I've been
Mario
waiting
Wonder?
years for Mario Odyssey
This is
2,
a
and I'm
better
not
game
even
than
waiting
Mario
for
Wonder.
it anymore because this was my fix.
I think this is a better game than Mario Wonder, and I love Mario Wonder. I pushed for that for 5.
I think I just don't like platformers anymore in my life.
Yeah, you didn't play Mario Wonder
You got
either.
old.
I did. I
For,
played
like,
through the
one
first 2
world.
worlds. No, played through the first 2, and I was just like, my fingers hurt playing this game. I'm old.
You lost the childlike innocence.
I did.
Look, I'm not like show my hand. I'm not pushing for Helldivers like to the end of the world, but like I think it's a little harsh for you to take a game that 3 of us like, and you still like it. Like 4 of us like this game, and 3 of us like it a lot. Versus the Final Shape, or
Or what? Persona 3 Reload.
one and a half of us have played that game. Well, let's see. Well, I'll let Joe break my heart a little later. How about I get a little man?
Does he have 2 little men still on there?
Yeah, he's got
Yeah.
two there.
I got 3 little men.
Oh no, I was talking about you.
I got 2.
No, we're through. We're done. We're through your.
I'm taking a Space
Warhammer?
Marine and giving. Oh my god, I don't know which one to give you though. Oh my god, I've played so many good games.
I know that's why I was like, I don't know what Willow's gonna do here at the end.
Me neither. I actually.
Question for y'all:
Yeah.
Is mouthwashing equivalent to something like the Outer Wilds?
For me, I like it more than Outer Wilds because Outer Wilds has some moments where you're like, well, so does mouthwashing.
I don't know if I'd say I like it more or less, but it does. They both feel like games you can only play once. To me,
I think mouthwashing does have a flaw that I can't give it a perfect score. And how do you feel about this? In the end, there's like 3 puzzle sections that are a little too obtuse. There is the Horsefuck Valley, where the invisible horse is on you. That one's like you have to hit these blind spots and then like work around them, but you don't know where you started if you die, so you don't know what's backwards and forwards. There's the like feed Curly the thing minigame.
yeah.
That one's like very weird. Nothing makes sense in that one.
I will say, like, in a game, like, there are 1 or 2 segments in the game that are totally unnecessary for them to be there, which even with those unnecessary segments, the game is like 2.5 hours tops.
Yeah.
But those segments didn't need to be there. But also,
Like-
they didn't make me hate it.
I wouldn't even say they're unnecessary. I get their narrative purpose,
Yeah.
but on a gameplay level, I did get like
They could've
really
been
stuck
better.
on them.
I'm gonna be irrationally biased, and I'm shooting mouthwashing. Here's my little man. I'm done with mouthwashing. I don't want to hear. I don't even care. You can't convince me otherwise.
I mean, I can get.
I
you-
hear 2-hour game. I say death.
You're so fucked up.
This is hard, man.
You don't like art.
True.
Yeah.
That's why I said it. Y'all
$1 1 hour.
Well,
$1 per hour.
It's like $5. Is it $10? Oh shit. It's half. Bradley could give you a little minute protect.
No, I can't.
You can't.
This thing is $12 on sale.
It's such a good story.
It's worth more than that, dude.
It is.
Oh.
The thing is, I don't think mouthwashing has. I don't know, but like consider the gameplay of all the other games, like the actual gameplay.
Oh, but it's
The
not
thing is,
about that,
I care
dude.
about story as much as gameplay
Like,
in a lot of these scenarios.
This game has like some of the most fully realized characters I've ever seen in anything, whether
Dude,
it's games or
Anya,
movies. These are
Swansea.
real people.
Oh my.
These
God.
are real actual humans.
$3.
Fine, you shot mouthwashing.
Faith is $7.50.
Me and Bradley both
This is
really like this
gross.
game. It's 2.5 hours. It's got a fantastic story with really realistic feeling characters, like Bradley said. It's got a great twist.
Definitely a go in as blind as you possibly can type of
Almost
game.
$5.
I love that game. This is better than Soma though.
Damn.
And I love
Soma.
Soma. I love Soma.
You fucked up.
Can't delete
Nope.
this.
I feel fine.
This game, earlier Willer described this game as kind of like the experience of watching a really good film, and sometimes games are described as, oh, when you're playing this game, it's like watching a movie.
And sometimes that's a negative connotation.
Sometimes that's a negative connotation, like, oh, well, it maybe the story's really insanely good, but it's like you're watching a lot of cutscenes. I'm like, no, this is a 2.5 roughly hour game, and it feels like you're watching a film, but with the interactivity of a video game. And I was immediately Willer just messaged me. He's like, Bradley, play mouthwashing, and I just got one of those vibes where I'm like, all right, I'll just fucking download it without looking anything up. Played it. This is some of the
like, a
just
guitar
the
pick.
characters in this.
Are so good. Like,
Oh,
Jimmy
they're
is
so
such
good.
a generationally like good protagonist because he's like that era, like he's redefining what it means to be a horror story protag.
Like calling this a psychological horror game. This really puts the psychological in that genre because a lot of psychological horror games are like jump scare the game. This, I have seen some people get to the end of the game, whether it's in comments on YouTube videos or stuff. I've seen some people get to the end of the game and still not understand what the horror that happened in this game
And like,
was.
to the credit, I do think they hide that a little bit too much because the dialogue between two characters is a little too casual for what their history is.
I could feel that. First time through, you're just kind of taking things as they come to you. But then once you finish the game once, if you go back through it, every single scene, every occurrence, every conversation has an entirely new meaning. And you're like, it was always there in front of me. Which is just insane to you. God, what a crazy game. But I just love little moments that characterize the people like...
I like Daisuke's Game Boy.
Daisuke has his Game Boy. No, there's also just really interesting stuff. Like in the break room, there's a sorry game board. Constantly throughout the game, the pieces are moving around to reflect what's happening in the game. And I'm not even talking about it happens 3 or 4 times. Like sometimes within the same scene, if you take a break and walk over to the game board, things have changed.
That's so cool.
And the characters are just so well characterized. Like Daisuke, there's a part where you need sweetener for the cake, and he's like, I mean, if you could look over by my stuff, like, I mean. It could be anywhere. Like, I don't know, the Crash made stuff fly everywhere. But I'm just saying, if you're looking places, like, if you could start anywhere, might as well look at mine.
He's like, what if you add a little extra? I mean, I'm just kidding. Unless.
Oh, dude.
Because it's glued.
It's great. Anyways.
And also, I will say, dude, this game is spectacular to me. From, like, just the discourse I've seen on it. Especially around, like, just the main conflict and the main villain. Like, Griffith and Berserk, there are technically people online who are Griffith apologists. There are no apologists for this
for
villain.
the antagonist.
Oh my god.
That's fucked up.
It was painful as fuck.
Destiny Final Shape.
Wait, so are we officially in top 10?
You're gonna have to shoot it.
No, it's in top 10.
It's in top 10.
No shoots?
No shoots.
No shoots.
Alright.
Alright, Tyler, tell me how Destiny's wrapping up.
It was great. It was good.
Really?
He's gonna say it was alright.
It was good. It was alright.
It was good.
It was good.
They went out in a blaze of glory.
Okay.
And they kind of refigured their entire core class gameplay of the game. They said no limitations. You're at your peak performance. You have access to every power you've ever earned over the last decade to some capacity. Yeah. They said, here are exotics that have 2 exotic perks on them. They said, here's a good in-game grinding system. Here's a duo-person dungeon that was really fucking cool. The last final boss, they released the raid for it. And then they released a 10-man public event final giant boss that you can go fight as well.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
It was really great. I played through the campaign on hard mode probably 3 different times with 3 different groups of people. They actually made the final campaign a challenge.
Okay.
And made the best campaign they've ever done because every time a raid comes out in Destiny, there's always things like you have to reconfigure out the mechanics for the raid.
Right.
Instead, in this one, they finally made the campaign that you have to play before doing the raid have
Lead
all
up
the
to the
mechanics of the raid in it.
So they design.
Wow.
They game design.
They designed.
Wow. Baby's first game design.
Incredible.
It was awesome.
And fantastic. I have a weird fondness for Destiny. I think Destiny, gunplay wise, is super fun.
It's still the best that I've experienced.
I don't think there's a first person game that I've played that like I feel like surpassed Destiny in the way that
It's like Destiny gunplay and then Titanfall 2.
Yeah. It's
And like then everybody else is
And that's partially for movement, right, as well?
yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's so because it feels every gun feels so good to use, right? And if there's one thing I wish there are parts of my life where I wish I had time to actually like dive into Destiny and get into it, but like I just don't have the because of my fucking speedrunner bomb time or like patience to like sit around and like
They
do this and other stuff again. Like,
their seasonal content was pretty overwhelming. I'll say.
Yeah.
The another thing they never did, even at the end, was make raid exotics accessible, which is the like exotic weapon you get from doing a raid. There is never a 100% guaranteed chance to get one. It has always been random and always will be.
Yeah.
What's the
But they are never meta either.
Yeah.
Yeah. But for collectors, it's horrific. But in the final version, you get the final shape. You get access to like the final subclass that's unlocked, and you can mix and match like elements from the dark and the light subclass all together. You're like using a fire grenade with like an electric punch, and then throwing like a void shield.
Yeah.
It's good. Cool. I've been playing the game for 10 years, and I think Destiny has now hit its all-time lowest concurrent player base at like 13,000 players.
You just probably pick up. Do you think that's because people don't have faith about what comes next and this feels like such a finale, or
I think so. I think everybody's like,
we're done?
I think people feel liberated.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's not in a bad way, but it's bad for a live service game.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, Bungie, you did it. You made Halo 3, you made Destiny 2 Final Shape. You have done well.
Now make Marathon good.
Make something else. Yes, make Marathon good. You're okay to let Destiny 2 go. I think that Sony should let them be done with it. I would be personally okay if Destiny was done. I think that game, if it had a skeleton crew left doing maintenance on it, like keeping updates, they don't even need to release new content. I feel satiated with Destiny.
They did it.
But it's where it belonged. 10 for 10.
It's fine. I just pulled one out.
Yeah, but he wants his fresh one.
Dare I
It's- I was
say...
I just opened it.
Is our... hold on. I have 3 ideas, but... I have 3 ideas. I don't think this is the worst one, but I'm going to say it just because it's a remake. Persona 3.
It's an idea.
But I don't know. Like it sounds like they really fucking nailed it.
Okay.
So
What's
I'm
your
also
next one?
thinking Silent Hill 2 because that's also a remake, right?
That's an idea.
And my other idea, Unicorn Overlord. Those are my 3.
Bradley.
Those are my
Those
3.
are awful ideas.
Those are my
Okay, fine. You want metaphor then?
Bradley.
Yakuza?
So I have to shoot a guy?
Yeah.
Bradley. I think we're friends.
Yep.
Are you
But,
teaming up with guys?
but I think you need to accept something about a certain game on here.
Nah. No.
Bradley.
This is your come to Jesus moment.
Bradley, it's actually
Let me get the banner out.
we've all
The
been,
intervention
Yeah, get
banner.
the intervention banner out.
you fell for it, fool. Thundercross split attack.
Can't happen.
Bradley,
He might go home.
brother.
No, one of the... look,
You have 3 people who love you
Look.
so much.
there's 9
But
games.
don't make him do it.
There's
don't
9.
make him do
There's
it.
9 games. I gave y'all 3 choices. Y'all gotta pick one at some point.
Alright, here's
I'm willing to take a 3rd guy
Alright,
for one of my beloved games. I just want to lay this on.
It's gonna be Silent Hill 2.
Yay.
Okay.
Okay, well, but next
I'm
time.
taking your last guy, but it's gonna be Silent Hill 2.
Bradley's last guy? Mm-hmm. Okay. Bradley, sacrifice your
Why am I giving up a guy? I didn't... Why? No, why am I giving up a guy?
We're at the end of the night.
No, I'm not giving
No,
up...
guys.
Okay.
I'm not giving up a fucking
Alright,
guy.
you have 2 guys to defend. Do you know what this means? Do you know what this means for your game?
Not pizza. I need the music on for this. Is all.
Get in character. So we are cutting Silent Hill 2.
Yes.
Made it higher than I thought it would. TBH.
Okay, so I think Silent Hill 2 is really good in terms of its story, like a lot. And I'm not a story based person game. But more importantly, when it comes to survival horror, and as someone who basically just who plays a lot of survival horror games,
One of your favorite genres.
it's one of
I'd
my
say.
favorite genres, which took me like multiple years for you to come to terms with that. Weirdly, this is the first survival horror game I think since like my original first one on BioShock, where I was genuinely scared to play at night.
Nice.
Like it's
You
like
told me about. I remember us talking about this on the podcast.
Yeah.
You were like, I want the lights off.
yeah, like Alan Wake 2 spooked me a bit. And I love Alan Wake 2.
Because what makes you feel bad?
Like I remember years ago, Bradley, Pathologic 2, talking about a video game that makes you feel other feelings other than like joy and fun and stuff like that. And like with Silent Hill 2 and its atmosphere. So with Silent Hill 2, it kind of like
Just everything about it and its remake is so good. People like complain about the voice acting being better.
I love. So I've watched.
Yeah.
I'm still partway through a playthrough of this. I love Luke Roberts. I believe is his name.
Yeah.
Performance
As-
of Ethan. No, not Ethan. Oh my God!
Oh my God!
You like this game?
I do.
James.
James. We've been drinking.
Yeah.
Drink. Excuse.
Drink.
So I think his performance is great. I think the other cast of characters is also great. But yeah, and like I think there's just something about Silent Hill 2 that like it just has this feeling of like this really otherworldliness, and like I think it reflects the melancholy and depression that you face during this like time and guilt that you face at this time. I think like it's a really good game. It's a game I never want to have on my fucking PlayStation again. Like I think that's like
Erased.
Like that's I finished the game, I immediately deleted it because I didn't want it looking at me.
Oh man, it knows what you did.
Yeah, and so like I think it's really good.
Damn.
Yeah,
We fucked up.
it's so Bradley.
Yeah.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. And Bradley,
Oh shit, what is this? He's gonna pull out a gun and shoot me.
I think you need to take a trip
Yay!
to Silent Hill.
No way!
Dude, thank you. Merry Christmas to me.
So that's the first bullet.
What?
There are 5 more.
What? How can there be 5 more bullets in this little amount of time? So Joe just handed Bradley a physical copy of Silent Hill 2
dude, this
remake.
is badass. Thank you.
Is the Sharpie a bullet?
Sharpie is part of a bullet.
I wanna, Bradley. Do you have a PS5 that takes physical?
I do.
I asked him 2 months ago.
Yeah.
How did you sneak that in?
I literally just was like, hey Bradley, do you have a PlayStation 5?
I didn't think anything of it. I
I
was like,
asked him 2 months ago.
He's so slick.
no part of my brain went, why would Joe ask me this?
I
was
knew
just
that
like,
would happen.
Because innocent questioning, totally normal.
I was like, yeah, this is something Joe would just want to
Bradley's
know.
opening it right now, by the way.
I was like, this is something Joe would just want to know. He just wants to
I've been
know.
needing to do my toe.
Oh, dude, this is badass.
So, Bradley,
That's so sick. This is a first.
I legitimately think you would really enjoy the story of this game.
Nice.
I do recommend you just kind of play on easy. There's like 2 settings in the game.
Okay.
There's like easy combat and easy puzzles. Puzzles you can probably keep on medium because whatever. But in terms of the combat is the weakest part of this game because
But
Yeah.
it's better than the original.
it's better than the original, and I'd rather have combat that functions
than combat that hinders.
Yes.
And I will like I've had that experience with horror games before, where like
That's like,
Like you don't like Resident Evil combat as I
or like
recall.
even I think the game Soma, like
Yeah.
the most popular mod for the game made it so the monsters just can't kill you.
yeah.
Because like the monsters being able to kill you really doesn't help the story that much.
Yeah.
And I think eventually they made it an official part of the game you can just turn on.
I don't think the game's not that hard. Like
Yeah.
I played on normal because I just wanted to play through the game because I knew it was a much more story and
It's about the
turn-based
story.
game. It's not Resident Evil, so it's like what I don't want to feel peak. But like I think on easy you will have that kind of same time. I think the enemy designs in this game, fucking incredible.
I love the nurses.
Like legitimately like so emblematic of what is happening to James and everything the story is telling.
Games don't come with manuals in the box no
They
more.
fucking
They
don't.
don't.
There's
It
some
sucks.
bullshit in it.
Yeah, let's derail real quick to talk about that because I think that's a.
That's
We used to be a proper country.
yeah. So Bradley, what I gave to you on Thursday is a gift. This is a gun.
This is awesome.
I just need you to remember that.
No, this is
He's been
awesome.
watching too much Versus Wolves. We're in the friendship era. Actually, we're not in the friendship.
But not
era
right now.
Not for the next hour or two.
But Silent Hill 2 I think is a phenomenal game.
I'm
Bradley's.
gonna put it with my
It's
stuff.
back to me.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Do it. Do it.
I'm
Do
cutting-
it now.
What does this guy count for?
I'm cutting Astrobot.
What the fuck? No.
Okay. I would need someone to stop me.
Okay, what?
I will take any pushback to not do this.
How do we feel about Balatro at number 8 here?
I've never seen Willer play a mobile game more.
Yeah, you've never seen me.
Willer played this game so much in
Do you
Japan.
remember? Do you remember?
I
Flashback?
play this every plane flight, almost every train, every
Okay.
big train ride where we could sit down, almost every Uber.
Yeah.
Like,
Do you remember back in like June or July? There was like this big Steam Next Fest demo things, and one of the things that came out was called Arrows or Artol. It was like
Yeah.
Mahjong
Yeah.
Quattro.
Altejo came out,
Altejo.
which I removed from this list for one specific reason. I like it more than Balatro, but I can't play it today. What I played of Altejo was a demo
Yes.
that was limited time.
Yeah.
I literally wanted to play it more on the Japan trip, and I couldn't.
Yeah.
So
It's not. I
at
checked.
that point, like, it's so not a game yet.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I just think that's
I
funny.
will say Tyler has no games left and one guy, and his game is Balatro.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's be for real. So I was thinking between Astrobot and Yakuza
You
8.
assume I'll use him for defense.
Oh my god, you're so mean! Okay, oh my god, this is... Guys,
I really want to play Yakuza 8.
I'm cutting Yakuza 8. How many games left on the list are in your top? Give me a sec.
15?
Pull out
Well,
your
no,
20.
because Yakuza 0 was top 30, and I like Yakuza 8
More.
more than Yakuza 0.
Top 20? 25?
Top 25 pieces of media of all time. Do you have a top 25 on the list left?
A top 25 piece of media?
No,
Piece of-
mine's at number 10.
Damn.
He's got you there.
Damn. You don't have a list?
You asked.
You don't know for sure if it's 25?
I think pretty confidently it'd be up
Okay,
there.
oh, fuck, gosh.
I spent a decade
Alright, can we
of my
put
life
Silent Hill
doing that.
below?
No.
Well, I have a golden top 3 of the Yakuza franchise, which has not let me down. It is the best investment you can make as a gamer. 2 of them are on this list. It is 0 and 8. So, and I like 8 more than 0. And then the other one's Lost Judgment, which I think Joe will see the vision for that if he ever gets to it.
I did play like the first like little case of Lost Judgment where you had to do the drone and whatnot.
You played Lost Judgment before Judgment?
Sorry, Judgment.
Yeah, you better.
Yeah.
I'm a Lost Judgment.
Yeah.
Anyways, Yakuza 8 is an insane game. It's so goofy. The gameplay improvements over 7 are incredible.
You get to move.
Yeah, you get to move during combat. It's the turn-based game. This one has the classes Tyler was talking about earlier. I think they're very good. I like playing as linebacker and tennis ace.
Oh, this is the one with the Dungeon Crawler Carl classes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. The story of this game, a lot of people slander it for... Basically, this story is a story of 2 parts. It's got Ichiban and Kiryu's parts. Everyone loves Kiryu's part, from what I understand. Ichiban's part does fall off a little bit in the end, and I'll agree to that. Not enough to, like, it would drastically detract from the game, but Kiryu's part is generationally good storytelling. Like, they turned a character who is basically Superman in this series, and over the course of actual time have worn him down and made his ideals harder and harder to live up to. And we reach this ultimate point where his health has caught up to him, and he can't be the person he used to be, who used to be able to punch any problem away. And now he has to deal with real shit in really complex scenarios and take on all this guilt and trauma of the actions he's done in the past. And this game reflects on the entire legacy of the Yakuza franchise, which is like 10 games up to this point if you count some of the spin-offs. Like, this game is taking all of that into account, not hiding any of it. It's really expecting you to have played everything, because it is spoiling everything that happened and reflecting on it.
It's a real love letter to the fans.
The reflection element, I think, is really important, because a lot of franchises can't fully reflect on their past from fear of, like, spoiling it. Like, this is common in Ace Attorney, where they can only, like, allude to things, but they can't, like, go all out and say it.
Yeah.
In this game, like, they go all out and say everything that's ever happened to Kiryu and, like, really reflect on it. And Ichiban is also, like, a great character in the game. Gameplay is great. Story's fan-fucking-tastic. Seeing that Number 8. You know what? I was about to say.
You know what?
It feels bad, but I'm the only one who's played this, so it feels right to
If
go
I had
here.
if I had finished Yakuza 0 back in 2017, I might have.
I would never let you. I would be mad at you if you played this without playing every other Yakuza game.
Fair enough.
Because you can jump to 7. You can definitely jump to Yakuza 7 at pretty much any point. You'll get minor spoilers.
Yeah.
You cannot ever jump to 8, in my opinion. It's too
Cool.
ingrained in the good and the bad of the series, and it's taking it all to make something that is a positive.
Does
So
he feel
it's-
really? Does he feel the weight of the cockfighting ring he ran?
He talks
And-
about.
Also talks about the squid apparently he killed.
He talks about the squid. He talks about the time he was a pocket circuit car racer.
He does, yeah.
He talks about every dumb shit you did over the course of like 20 years of playing Yakuza games.
What if he only talked about the data that was on your PlayStation?
That'd be
Well,
fun.
Kojima's not working on this.
Yeah.
He talks.
Also, some of those games are on the PlayStation 2.
Yeah, that would be difficult to do. Who cut that? Which
That was
motherfucker? Oh fuck! Which one of you bitches did this to me?
Now
Who
it's
ate my
Tyler's turn.
candy boy?
It's time for UFO 50 to go.
Oh yeah.
You get UFO 50 or
I'll do it.
Astrobot.
You know what?
Y'all gotta use a guy to cancel a guy.
Tyler's goes in his guy.
Alright, whatever. I fought hard enough.
Alright.
No, Bradley loves this game.
I
Bradley,
think y'all are fucking.
Bradley,
I
which
know.
one do you like more? I will give you UFO 50. Sorry, I will give you Astrobot if you like UFO 50 more.
I like Astrobot more.
Well, that's too
Fuck
bad.
this game.
That's too
Fuck
bad.
this
It's not
game.
Willer's turn.
I did play UFO 50 is
Ultimately, it is Tyler's
now
time to be a
UFO
bully.
50 is by like a huge margin my most played game of the year.
Yeah.
But Astrobot is just too good. That being said, I actually think y'all are out of your fucking minds. Like,
I didn't say anything.
Fuck you. Jose, what you say fuck me
No.
for?
I will say I look at memes for this game all the time. I go on the subreddit. The number one most reposted image I've ever seen on the subreddit is the panel from One Piece where it's Blackbeard and Luffy going like, "I love this fucking pie, and I hate this fucking pie." Usually about different games, because people are constantly posting their own tier list of like, how do you rate the games? And some people, like one person will have like onion delivery in S, and everyone's like,
that.
and everyone's like, you're a fucking moron. And then also,
That same person is gonna put combatants at number 0, like the bottommost slot. And that
like,
person's a fool.
Or I'll be scrolling through, and then this person has Mortal 1 and S, Mortal 2 and F. And then the next one will have Mortal 2 and S, Mortal 1 and F. And I'm like, what the fuck? I really love this game. It's a collection of 50 games that
It's so bad.
it's pretending to be games that like released throughout the 80s, and this is like a collection of those games.
I mean, yeah, I knew this was gonna happen.
Is it the 80s or the 90s?
It's so good.
The 80s.
Okay.
So it's like
I
it's
am
supposed to
all
be
fire.
like as if these games came out in the 80s, and they tried to do really well sticking.
Do they
to-
have a console they specifically tried to
yeah.
replicate?
I don't know if they didn't try to replicate a specific existing
good
console, but they created their own fictional console, the LX3, with like its own specs and like color palette that every single one of the games has to share.
Oh, that's cool.
So that's kinda cool.
I thought UFO 50 would make it.
But they tried to touch on a bunch of different genres.
And they do.
Is Grimstone actually a 28-hour game?
Yeah, no, it was a
Dude.
fully. I genuinely liked it.
This
Start to finish.
motherfucker in 2024 played 28 hours of Final Fantasy 1.
No, I didn't. I played a way better game than Final Fantasy 1.
At least minimum.
This game
I
came
love
out in
that.
2024, played it in 2024, liked it in 2024. Specifically, I like Grimstone because number one, the combat reminded me a lot of Mario and Luigi series, where like the normal combat never gets totally boring because you're constantly getting new weapons with their own mechanics or bullet patterns. Or maybe you have the character who has dual wielding, so it combines the two bullet patterns for these weapons or stuff like that. The setting itself was already cool at the beginning, and the towns just kind of get cooler and cooler as it goes on. I beat the secret super boss. I did
Nice.
everything you could.
What was the secret boss?
The secret super boss was a big giant mechanical cube called the attack cube, which I feel like might be a reference to one of the other games.
The
but
attack cube?
I don't know. And that
It's Culex.
But I don't know. That was just one of the games that I did 28 hours of it. There was also Avianos, which I really like. It feels kind of like Civ.
I didn't play Avianos.
That one's really fun.
It's so good.
The game.
I play Avianos like standalone RP.
The game that most consistently I see people say it is their favorite, almost every tier list, it is pretty much at the top every time, is Party House, which
Really?
I didn't get Party House.
I can't really argue with that. Party House is really fun.
I think Party House is very mid.
I like Party House. It's a deck builder where you're making a house party.
It's a gambling game.
But no. Now the only reason I'm not shooting up the place is because technically you were right. Not all 50 are perfect games.
And that's not a
That's not a bad thing
That's not
because
a bad thing. I mean, look, we're talking about the 6th best game of the year.
and like this is a $20-something game. In multiple of the games I played, I would have paid $20 for alone. So
Bradley,
I'll give it that.
who is the hottest character in UFO 50?
The girl from Overbold.
The green girl with the gun. I don't know.
From Overbold.
Yeah.
Overbold's one of the better.
I've
games
already
played.
seen titty art of her, and I didn't even look it up.
That's free, baby.
That's free, baby. All right.
Because I've talked about this.
This one?
Yeah, that's my girl.
So-
I can't see her, but that's my girl.
I'm in a weird
What
situation.
about this
Yeah.
one, Bradley?
That's the one.
Yeah.
I'm in a weird situation
on.
of like, do I want to try to like?
Is this your cut?
Yeah, it's my cut.
What is she shooting?
Do I try to like rig it so I get
about
more points in the
It's
game
this
at the
guy.
end, or do I cut in my soul what I think I would cut here?
I think the soul's important.
I think the soul's important too.
Because part of guessing is you have to understand everyone's soul.
True.
The battle for everyone's soul
Yeah.
is a certain.
This one's harder because I think a big misstep, not misstep, a big like kind of thing for me this year is that like generally you and I are like, I wouldn't say nearly 1-to-1, but we have enough games that like overlap that.
Y'all have usually played the same big ones.
Yeah, this is the first year I think you and I have had very
We've
separate.
gone divergent paths.
Yeah,
You space marined, and
Yeah.
I metaphored.
yeah, which is unfortunate. We have
But we
Persona-
both
Persona
unicorned
3
and
Persona
Persona.
3, which you know I like those both of them. So
We gotta remember that.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
yeah, so I want to cut Balatro.
Mmm.
It's an interesting thought. I would not. I would walk out of the room. I would let whatever happens happen.
Otherwise, I'm cutting Metaphor or Persona or Unicorn Overlord or Astrobot.
Did you play the? Sorry, did you play the strategy cowboy game?
Rail Highs?
Rail Heist?
I like Rail Heist.
I played a little. I never opened it until after I fully beat Grimstone, and I was like, "Oh my god, the main character of this
Yeah.
is one of my party members from
Yeah.
Grimstone."
I did 2-player Rail Heist versus Austin, and I beat his fucking ass.
Yeah.
I was built like that. Anyways, Joe's trying to cut Balatro.
Yeah, I heard.
At number 6.
I ignored it.
Is that real? Is that a reality in our world?
I ignored it. And I
That
was
is
gonna
reality.
I was gonna let y'all actually, pick one of your games that you have on the list because it's not better than Balatro.
Is Balatro in your top? What are we at? 20 fiction of
Word,
all time.
dude.
Balatro should have beat Astrobot. That's all I'm saying. And that was an easy dub.
Are you saying in the game of the year should have done it? So there's something about Astrobot that really recently
Doesn't make it
kind of
surpass
chokes me up
Balatro.
actually.
Save it. Do we save it?
Yeah, save it.
What are we saving?
Well, do we save it for when we're talking about Astro?
I mean, look, everything is on contention right now.
I guess you're right.
So we gotta say what we gotta say. The devs of Astrobot, when they won Family Game of the Year, they said this one's really important to us because this might be the first game that a lot of players ever play. I've seen so many of that exact story on the subreddit of like, I play this with my son or daughter. They love Astro now. They wanted to be Astro for Halloween.
Oh.
We play this together. I loved it as much as them. They cried when Astro, like, when the thing happens at the end.
Yeah.
Bradley hasn't gotten to the credits yet. And I was like, that's so. I want a family just to play Astrobot with it. That's how good this game is as being a wholesome. But like, let's think about what kids are playing these days. I just aged 15 years.
Look, kids are playing Flipwitch Forbidden Sex Hex, okay?
That's kind of base.
They need to be playing this.
I wish. You know what? I wish they were playing.
FBI? This one guy.
kids like porn. Isn't that weird
We're
though?
putting
Do
this
you
on the
know-
internet. We need to
do you
slow down.
know
Okay.
how much do you know what one of the mainstream porn categories is now? It's fucking Fortnite. The Fortnite skins. Yes.
Stream categories of porn. There's stream porn.
There
Oh,
is
there's
a
Shattered
whole
Plate.
category
Yeah.
that
Like-
covers the Fortnite skins.
I was born in the porn, molded by it.
And look where I am now. You don't want to be here.
Yeah.
So like, okay, I hope they were playing Flipwitch, but what they're really playing is like live service multiplayer games. The art of the single player game is kind of at a teetering spot with the new generation. They'll play a little bit of Pokemon here and there, and that's like the best you could ask for, honestly.
And even then, that could be spotty. Considering.
So
Considering
you like
recent
that the
Pokemon
devs of Astrobot are telling that story?
Yeah.
Okay, well, the dev of Balatro might feel a little bit different.
You know, I don't think he would, because he's a chill guy.
He is a chill guy.
He would understand that. He made a game that's banned in the Europe because it has poker cards.
no, it's just rated 18 plus now.
Yeah. Anyway, like, I just think that's a cool story because, like, this is gaming culture that we've known progressing into the new era. And Balatro is a fantastic, innovative game.
Is it to say that, or is it to say something weird about people who own PS5s don't play games with their families? Like, they don't...
You're weird.
They're like...
You're weird for saying that.
They're like, yeah, we can't show them fucking any Nintendo game ever made for children.
What?
What?
Like, why are they're like, oh, Astrobot's the first time I could play a game with my kid. I'm like, literally
Because-
any other
Because
game on
the kid
Nintendo?
is 1 year old.
Because Tyler-
Because Mario came out last year, and this year we have Astro.
Mario Odyssey hasn't come. Mario Odyssey came out in 2017, which means every kid born since then hasn't played a
has
good
not
video
played
game.
a good
Because
3D
Tyler-
platformer.
It sounds like knowledge
The guy,
check.
because the adult man, the
Sounds
adult
like a
man
knowledge.
purchased a PlayStation
The adult
5.
man bought the PS5 to play
Even when
FIFA 24, 25 every single
the
year.
child-
And when the
born-
child was born, he put a vibrating controller in their hands, and they felt every individual sprinkle as they walked through it.
Dude, by the way, hold on. This is really important. This is so important. Holy fuck. I didn't know this until today. They're microscopic. The PS5 controller, you feel the texture when you touch it?
Yeah.
Those are tiny little microscopic PlayStation symbols, triangles and squares, and X's and circles.
Yeah.
I saw a video of it somewhat yesterday. Someone zoomed in on it, and I could not
Oh,
fucking
you cannot
believe it.
see that. What the fuck? You could be saying anything right
No,
now.
I promise. I saw someone zoom in on it yesterday.
Bradley, you're drunk.
No, it blew my mind.
I tried to zoom in with my fingers.
Did you do this?
yeah.
No, we're gonna look it up. There are circles and triangles and X's and...
Why did you hand me this if I can't see it? That's such a dick move.
Because you're not gonna believe me. I just needed you to know you wouldn't believe me.
You're right. Okay, we've made no progress.
No,
I
that is
don't know where
important
where
info.
this conversation
Everyone
was
pick up
for.
your...
But to beat Devil's Avocado,
Bradley.
Yeah.
one motherfucker, one motherfucker made Balatro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
And
His
that-
project file is called Card Game Learning.
Yeah.
Okay, there's one game here that only I've played, and there's one game only Joe's played. Everything else is a shared experience. I am willing.
Bradley's after me, by the way.
I can work with that.
You do.
Because then I'm after Bradley.
Yeah, I know.
I don't get the final pick this year.
No. I think it's actually
Tyler gets it. Yikes! This guy who
nasty,
hates
baby.
this guy who hates art and platformers.
Yeah.
I'm willing to give you Metaphor Rephantasm. Who's picking?
It's me. It's my pick still.
Do you want to cut Metaphor?
Would you rather cut Metaphor over Persona 3?
This is a question I've been asking myself for months.
See, like that's the thing I've been thinking about.
The thing is, you would like Metaphor more than Persona 3,
I think so too.
but I need to wait for Bradley to get back for me to say this bit. Is anything in this list in your top 3 games of all time?
No.
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 I don't think even Destiny the Final Shape is. In fact, Maple Story might have been up there higher than Destiny in Tyler's list.
Nah.
And your list is all Warhammer coded, but not this guy. This is not your top 3. Persona 3 might be. It's up there with 13 Sentinels as like two or three as my favorite game.
This is like if they remade Mother 3 for Willer or some shit.
This is that.
Man, God forbid Mother 3
But-
comes out officially and we have to do this.
You're not ready.
Well, we're never gonna have to worry about that.
It would be the funniest prank if we just said Mother 3 on every turn that
Every
wasn't
turn.
Willer's.
I'm just stacking up men. I have a pyramid.
They're all in a ring
The
around
thing
you to
with
protect you.
Metaphor is that like it's almost objectively the better video game
Yeah.
compared to Persona 3. But Persona 3 story means way too much to me.
Okay.
And Metaphor has a good story, but there is one misstep in this incredible masterpiece of a game.
These characters in Metaphor look a lot more fuckable than Persona.
You can't fuck
But they do look the exact same. Like the protagonist looks the exact same.
Yes. You think the Batman looks more fuckable than Koromaru?
I was talking about the girl with the red hair.
She is so boring.
Yeah.
She is the most boring
What's her
character.
name? She has like a...
Hulkenberg.
Hulkenberg.
It's such a sick name.
Hulk and Bird?
Hulkenberg.
But like, that does not match up with that character design.
She is probably the least interesting party member, unfortunately.
What's this
People love that
rabbit
character.
thing?
He's the go.
What's
That's
this?
Heismay.
Heisman?
Stop saying shit because I still need to play this.
Dude, I'm literally looking at the
I don't
CD
care.
album cover.
Yeah, but he's not, like, deliberately. The thing is,
Don't look at the game title.
Just don't look too deep.
Oh yeah, don't look at the colors.
The party
it has,
in Metaphor.
It has blue.
So
and
we were
red on
talking
it.
about. By the way, we cut Yakuza 8, right?
Yeah.
100 hours. We are now at
95.
195 hours.
Did you perfect this game?
Which one? Metaphor?
Yeah.
I did get all the social links in one run.
Nice.
Could I do it?
Yeah, this is the easiest.
This one's an easier
Okay.
social link one from what I hear.
Metaphor.
Is this Atlas?
100 hours.
Hold on.
Oh, you're there.
I just want to...
So let me finish my Metaphor spiel, right? The one thing this has going against it is that we were talking about good RPG parties. We talked about Final Fantasy VII. Yakuza 8, peak party. Persona 3, the greatest JRPG party of any game I've ever played. The way that they have to earn their friendship. They're not all friends at the start. Tension. Some of these people don't like each other. Some of these people literally killed other people in these people's families.
I didn't know that.
You have to...
Oh, wait, no, I did know that.
You do know that.
I do know that.
You have to earn the bond that you build by the end, and it is only by that bond that your emo-ass protagonist can move past being apathetic from his own past. He's actually a deceptively, like, very deep character, despite him being a very generic feeling protagonist. And then by the end of the game, that game builds up to, I think, cover the most important theme that exists in any story.
Which is?
The meaning of life. Like,
I was about to say, you know what this sounds like?
What?
And that kind of put it in there for me. It sounds like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
two kings can coexist. Both peak. I'm really bummed Joe didn't play like another week of in-game content. He
Shit
ran out of
happens.
time.
Yeah.
With Metaphor, I don't think they have that strong party.
Okay.
The party is all great individual characters who don't have any interesting character dynamics, which is something every single other party I listed rules at. It's very plot focused. The plot is very well paced. The plot is very good, but in that we lose one of the best parts of having an ensemble JRPG crew. And Persona 3 has a very slow start to the plot, which I'm sure Joe would agree to.
I still feel like we're still trending to what the plot actually is.
Yeah, because you're just like doing missions and
It's
setting
just-
up characters.
Yeah.
But it climaxes in like it was worth it to get these character moments. It's a very character-driven story versus Metaphor, which is very plot-driven. Versus Persona 5. So, I'll throw this in. Persona 5 won our Game of the Year.
Yeah.
Take it from your resident Persona boy. Persona 3 Reload, I think, is a better game than 5 because of its like narrative and character weight. Because Persona 5 has arcs and then you don't really develop those characters ever again. And they're just kind of there, and then a villain will just be spouting nonsense at them, and the character's like, but that's evil. What about your workers that you're exploiting? Oh, you think I care about my coworkers? Like, it's just like, what's the dynamic? Do you even care about us, dude?
But that's such a teenager move to be like, I overcame this one triumph in my life, and now I'm better than every person on the planet.
You know what's the better teenage mood? I am a walking disaster, and I need to triumph anything to make any friends.
Don't they all just like shoot themselves in the head with
peak. It's peak, brother.
Yeah.
The dog
very emo.
The dog just barks. Anyways,
That was Persona 3.
so we're down with cutting metaphor right now.
We are cutting, so we're cutting metaphor.
Yes.
This game is so fucking good. Metaphor, 100 hours. We are at
That is
295.
195.
Huh?
195 hours.
Yeah, sorry. No, Yakuza was 100.
Yakuza was 100.
What?
So we are at 295 JRPG hours this year from Willer alone.
I said 430.
You did say 430.
I think we're already above my.
You're above Tyler's, which was 180.
I was 270.
You were 270. Let's see if we get there.
I might win.
That was Joe's cut.
Bradley.
Again?
Yeah. You're in a rough state now.
We have 5 games left?
Danger.
Yeah.
Be careful. I have a hidden knife under the table.
I still have my gun.
I have 2 men. We all have 2 men.
Look, man. We're in the top 5. I really want to cut Unicorn Overlord. I really want to cut it. I bought it.
Yeah, fine.
Damn. Over Balatro? You didn't even play Balatro.
I know, right?
I didn't, but like.
It's your go.
How do you feel, Brad?
Look, I liked Unicorn Overlord. I think I put in like 80 hours of it.
Yeah.
Which, realistically, it's more like 70. I think there were probably 10 where I just had the game running.
Also, are we completely disregarding that 3.5 people played this? I played this with you.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
How did you play this with me?
I played the board game at Austin's with you.
Oh my god. That's not like Slay the Spire where it's the same game. These are completely different games.
This game is fucking incredible.
It is pretty fucking
I
crazy.
fell in love with this game.
The art, even just like, I love the gameplay of this. After this, it's very up my alley. After every single battle, I completely remade my army. I completely remade every unit, re-equipped everybody.
I have confidence in my units. I don't need to do that.
Holy fuck.
I did it by chapter. At the end of like each zone,
Yeah.
I would do a refactor of my army.
Anytime I got to a struggle point is when I did a refactor.
This is a underrepresented game this year.
Oh, 100%.
That, for some reason, lost strategy. This strategy game of the year. This might be one of the most fresh and like innovative gameplay systems created this whole year, and in like video games. Like they cooked unfathomably hard.
I think my only disappointment in the game is that coming from 13 Sentinels, I was expecting like a bigger story payoff.
Yeah,
I would say.
That is my big kicker. I love every element of this game, and I never
So suddenly y'all are story guys.
Well,
No, look, I never ever expected this game's story to be anywhere near as good as 13 Sentinels, because you just can't expect that from
But
me.
it's also like not stellar at all. Like Stellar Blade has a better story.
This is like it is the most basic shit. Like I didn't need 13 Sentinels, but they could have tried. I feel like the Mario and Luigi games have a more intense plot than this.
Okay.
Legitimately.
No, they do get places at the end.
There's a me and Willa discussed this. There are portions at the end that get revealed to you.
I have like really interesting lore to the world and everything you've experienced.
And it was just like, why didn't we just sprinkle this in like throughout the rest of the world? Because it really kind of like
and the final sequence feels super cathartic, even though you didn't really care about the plot. Like the voice acting, the characters are cute and fun. So like
Willer beat the game and didn't realize he didn't actually beat the game.
Yeah, that's true.
Now
then I went on to beat the game.
Vanillaware, they know how to make some hot ass girls. Come on.
Yeah. It's great art.
That's top 5 for that alone.
It's such a fresh take on
I do think you should try beating this game at some point, Bradley, because some of those later units are super interesting. Some of those later challenges are really. There's this final penultimate level We have to go get the priest. That is such a huge fucking trek to get that motherfucker.
Yeah, it's a spiral.
Oh my
That's
God.
what's really sad is there. I feel like there's a lot of games where I might really like the story, but the gameplay,
Honestly,
I just get bored. This was the total opposite. I never got bored of the gameplay, but like I just did not care about what I was doing in this game.
I wish this game had like a sandbox mode where like you kind of like had to like there were maybe wars with different ones.
Yeah.
And, like it's a great system and I really really like it. I love it a lot.
Oh, dude, the system was so genius.
And I just the thing I think for a game that's number 5 we're kind of hampering on a lot, but that's just because we want so much more.
Oh yeah.
From it, like it's a fantastic fucking game.
And I feel like this gave Vanillaware some more North American fans. Like I know a lot of people who got this game who previously had never heard of a Vanillaware game. Which I feel like that is due a lot to the fact that it had a lot in common with Fire Emblem, which kind of has its North American presence going. Because most of the people I know who tried this game tried it because they saw it was similar to Fire Emblem.
It's I like this. The one thing about the story is I think the character writing between like those little moments were really fun.
That's the thing. I like the relationship between people moments.
Yeah.
It's good characterization.
Yeah. The only thing is Elaine is a milquetoast protagonist,
But you know,
but it's okay.
in defense of Elaine, you kind of have to be to unite like all
That
these
many
people.
Yeah.
He's
And
a
they
common
do a good
denominator.
job at being like, there's a lot of beef between everyone.
Yeah.
And he's bringing them all under his banner and being a symbol of hope. So like, while he is not the most interesting protagonist, he's not a bad fit for the game.
Yeah, I agree.
Exploration's great. There's an awesome online Coliseum mode where I feel like people like there's gonna be a dedicated community like fighting each other till the end
in
of
like
time.
the next like 2 or 3
in
years.
their little auto chests.
Yeah.
Like,
Now, how do y'all feel about the Elaine and Virginia stuff?
I'm for it. She's one of
I am
his
too.
best.
That's the one I.
She's one of his best
But
partners,
Willard,
dude.
yeah.
I mean, she wasn't my pick, but she was top 3
But Willard.
picks.
She's his cousin.
I think it's
He's a royal.
That's a royal. I'll
Royal
go with
people
it.
marry their.
You-
They inbreed all the
Yeah,
time.
Yeah. This is the least fucked up royal.
It's par for the
marriage.
course.
Yeah.
We've played Crusader Kings.
Yeah, I love Crusader. Did we put that on the list?
We did.
Number 1.
That was last year.
Was it
Okay.
last year?
Yeah.
That
my
was
list.
me. That was
It's
me.
you.
Balatro. Or Space Marine.
Ooh. I mean, look.
You know what I'm. You know where I'm.
We
leaning.
can let Space Marine go here.
Yay.
Number 4 is much higher.
Top
than I
4
thought.
ain't bad, baby.
Well,
we
like
need
I
not to
said,
touch
this.
it.
I knew this was your favorite game.
And this has kind of been the gift that keeps on giving for you,
Yeah.
too.
This is like, yeah, put my fucking songs on.
I'm working on it.
But like, I was like, this is my game of the year, and I didn't honestly think that was gonna happen with like Helldivers and shit like this.
Again, it was early.
Yeah, it was early, and like, like years ago, back in like 2011 or whatever, like I played the original Space Marine. It was kind of like the first stepping stone in doing this whole hobby thing. And,
To the addiction.
Whatever, the addiction.
It was your gateway drug.
And like, I love that game. I play that game every once in a while, just because it was like, it's still fun even to this day. And then Space Marine 2 comes out, and like, it's like a game from the past in like the best way possible.
Okay.
From like the 360 era. Like, buying this game is just the complete package of like a single player campaign, PvE missions that are co-op based, and a PvP, a silly PvP mode where like you're Space Marines and you're fighting each other with these different wild classes. Like, it's something that only existed in like that 360 PS3 era that the original Space Marine is from. And like, so not only that, but like the gunplay and the melee aspect of the game itself evolved as well to a much more modern sensibility. Like, just like you're playing this game and you just can't help but like be cool. And it's not like one of those things where like you can just like run around and do whatever you want, kind of like in a Muso game where you're just punching around. You have to like lock in and fight. Like, there's never a point in this game where I feel like I'm just sitting back and I'm just pressing
Yeah.
buttons. I feel like every time I play this game, it's like I have to pay attention to what my enemy is doing. I need to know where it's going and how it's moving, which one I'm doing. Who am I fighting? It's so good. And like in addition, like I think the two factions they pick for as your enemies, Tyranids and the Thousand Sons, are such polar opposites of each other. You get a good like sense of like what the Warhammer world is like able to accomplish with like Tyranids being this huge swarm army with these big monsters, when the Thousand Sons being like a renegade Chaos Space Marine force that has magical sorcerer abilities and is doing illusion shit and everything. And it's just really, really fun. The community support in this game is fantastic. Like, they do an update. Like, the biggest one, I can remember when they did their first big update, they added a new difficulty, and they had this feature in difficulty where you have to be like in like close cohesion with each other throughout the whole run, or you can't regain any health at all. It got very negative feedback, and within a week they came in and were like, we understand, we're going to take this out and we're going to figure something else out. And they've just been constantly like positively developing the game.
And iterating.
Yeah. And like, it feels good. Like, the game just keeps getting better. And it's so good.
This is basically like if they took Helldivers 2 and made it a good video game. All right.
It's like, it's my favorite game of the year. It's
fucking
way
good.
up there. It's probably going to take wherever Space Marine is on my list. Before we move on, Tyler.
Yeah.
So in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
There's what?
There is only war.
There is only war.
And I think in the grim darkness of 2025, it's going to be the same for you as well.
Yo!
Gun!
Is that the one? Space Marine 2?
I want to say, by the way, so the reason why I was actually late is I spent an hour and a half looking for this fucking game.
Oh my god. Okay, you lied to me.
I did. I fucking had to.
Oh, that's great. He's gonna love that.
I went to every Target, every Walmart.
Bro should have Amazon Prime
everywhere. I
the day
tried.
before. Oh god.
I tried 2 weeks ago, and it was like, it's not gonna get here until after our original start date. So I couldn't do it
so
now.
you didn't do it back then, and then it's too late.
I had to go to GameStop, which was a solid 45 minutes south of my house.
Gross.
And they're like, the only copy we have left is the new display copy. So like the one they have.
Why is everyone out of physical copies?
It's
No
that
physical
fucking
copy.
good. I think you would really enjoy it, Tyler. I know
Makraga's Chosen DLC.
Yes, so you do get that.
So I mean, I didn't say it, but Joe just handed Tyler a copy of Space Marines 2.
Yeah. So I think you'd have a really fun time. I know it's expensive for your price
worth
point.
noting that I don't have any physical discs. Just in case.
Oh, don't worry.
what could be left? You're gonna give me
Balatro physical copy
You're
for
gonna give me
PS5.
Physical
Thank
Balatro.
you very much.
You're welcome.
Bro's gonna give me a poker.
I'm very excited because I told you I will play this when it goes cheaper.
I know, and now it's free.
And now it's free.
So that's the
And I
cheapest it could
have
go.
my PlayStation with me.
Yes.
Which means we will not be playing Helldivers. We will be playing Space Marine.
A game that I could not pay you to play is Helldivers 2.
I like how-
Isn't that interesting?
I like how in the case for the game, they're like, if you like this game, you should really consider buying all these miniatures. You know there's a tabletop version of this
Now.
game.
With Joe's kindness, Tyler is going to cut Astrobot.
For certain.
Does Willer got any? He has a little guy.
He's got 2 actually, and I've got 2 as well.
I sacrificed a lot in the last
Do I really want to though?
You've been gassing down Astrobot. You hate this game.
I don't know.
I play two worlds and I hate platformers.
I think Astrobot could be the second best game this year, right?
Oh, so Balatro gets to go.
No, I didn't say that.
I don't think
2 men! I saved up my points.
Bradley, you okay?
I don't have any men. I don't have any men.
cannot-
I have no say in the matter.
I used 2 men. Unless people band against me, you cannot take P3 out at 3.
I mean, that's fair as long as you use 2 men.
Yeah.
Did you just fake me out? Are you some sort of weird fuck?
No, I just need to make you use your resources. It's time.
Okay.
Game of the Year is a resource management game.
Now,
And I have the most at the
it
end.
always has been a little bit.
Yeah.
So Bradley, I played. I got over here
He got to the octopus boss in Astrobot.
and beat.
God of War level.
God of War level. I got over here and I play like I turn on Astrobot. I was like, Willer, I'm gonna play this here because I don't want to pay $70 for this.
Yeah.
And they're like, all right, first 30 seconds cutscene. Your little green cousin shows up on screen and shoves his PlayStation inside of his asshole. And I was like, this is Game of the Year right here.
No, you.
Game of the Year, of course. Has to be.
So you've been lying to us all night.
No, I really.
If the game would have ended there, it would have been Game of the Year.
It's fun. It is a good platformer. This is
a good platformer.
This is like we were talking, and I was like, yeah, this is what it feels like when you have unlimited budget in game development and not super pressure coming down from up above. You're given time to create something you love, and everybody in the room has common sense.
This feels like what happens when
Common sense is the big
Things
one.
go
Yes,
right.
common sense is the biggest one.
This feels like what happens when, like, you sit down to make a game and they're like, okay, guys, we're going to do something a little different this time. We're going to make a game and we're going to focus on making the game just as fun as possible. We're not going to worry about microtransactions. We're not going to worry about no live service.
Yep.
We're not
Did
going
you
to worry
hear the
about
speech that the
Yes!
director of BG3?
Yeah, it's Twinkie.
He said he gave a speech. It's like, I know what the Game of the Year is, and I know what the future Game of the Year is. It's a game where the studio did exactly what you said. No microtransactions. Only cared about making it fun. Everyone put their all into
It's
it.
super easy, barely an inconvenience.
And then look what happens. You make a good-ass game, and people will go out of their way to say, that's just an advertisement game.
Well-
Take away all the bots. This is just a good platformer.
You replace all the bots with anything else, the gameplay is still solid.
Yeah, and then, like, the bots just remind you that, like, we're 30 years into a company. I mean,
Not a company, but like,
or like
the PlayStation.
yeah. And it's like, okay, so Smash Brothers gets to have their celebration of their content, but like it's when, you know, the platformer does
I mean,
it.
okay, hold on. Like, Sony did try that.
With PlayStation All-Stars.
PlayStation All-Stars.
Yeah, well, they tried and they failed and they succeeded
But like,
after.
I think the way I was describing this to Joe initially is that I'm really a sucker for when a game or a console tries to do something that literally only that console can do. Some people like it sometimes people hate it.
It depends.
Whether it's the Wii or the Switch or the Dreamcast,
why-
they try to be gimmicky. Some's are hits, some's are misses. But like, that's why I like this game is you could maybe port Astrobot to something else, but I think if you did, you would have to get rid of stuff because they specifically designed it to show off all the cool stuff the DualShock 5 can do. And I'm like, if you ported it to any other console, you would have to sacrifice something, which I love.
Yeah.
And
Like, you could, like, this will never come to PC, but to play this fully on PC, you would need a DualShock 5.
You
You
have
would
to have
need
a
a DualShock
It's the only
controller.
controller that's going to work with the programming of the haptic
I
stuff.
would say if like you can't play this game without a DualShock controller.
Yeah.
If anybody ever was kind of like, no, I can play this on mouse and keyboard, I'd be
No.
like, you're not playing the
the
same
game.
fucking game.
It's not. Like,
I
it has
would
to be
maybe get
immersive.
into a physical fight.
I
I might get
upset.
physical if somebody was like, no, like it's the same. I might get physical.
yeah. And like, dude, I feel like in my brain, I've always been able to just confidently say, when it comes to certain genres, especially platformers, no one makes them like Nintendo. But I can't say that anymore because someone did. This is a Nintendo quality platformer. It's better than some.
And they shout it out.
It is up there with some of the best 3D Mario games. And I remember during one of those speeches, he was talking about, like, you know, there's a studio out there that inspired us and they continue to be ruthlessly innovative. And he did this whole speech, and by the end of it, he's like, you know, this whole time I never even said the name of that company, but you all know exactly what company
you know
I'm
what
talking
the fuck
about.
I'm talking about.
But
Like, this is up there with Galaxy 2 and Odyssey
It really
as my
is.
favorite platformer
it's
of
so
all time.
good.
And, like, I know, like, Tyler, you were playing, it's like, it's just a platformer. Like, I don't know, like, where do you place Odyssey and Galaxy 2 in these days? Like, maybe that's just not the vibe for you. You like shoot. So, like, and
I plead the fifth.
you play the fifth.
You never got to be a pot.
I beat Odyssey.
Oh no, I mean in Astro Bot, you never got to be a bot.
You never got to be a sponge. God, it feels good to be a sponge.
It is fun. But again,
this got its due at the
y'all-
Game Awards.
this
So,
gets high from me
Yeah.
because I did not pay for this game.
True.
Okay.
Now, remember when we were all like,
I stick to my morals.
3 years
I said
ago,
my world. That game's great.
Yeah,
3
but
years
like,
ago, all three of us are like Metroid Dread. And Tyler's like, I spent $60 in a 12-hour adventure.
I know.
And so at least it's consistent. I can't be mad at you if you're yourself.
Oh, so I want to say,
Yo.
Tyler, I spent $100 on Space Marine for this deluxe edition. I have 100 hours in it. Dude.
1 for 1.
that is a good one for one.
How good was Metroid Dread?
Honestly, if you spend $100 on a game and hit
That's
over the
my favorite
50-hour
2D
mark, I think
platform.
that's fine.
fucking good.
That's
It's more like 50 cents for one.
that and Mario Wonder are my favorite 2D
It's so
platformers.
good.
And I
So,
think I like it more than Mario Wonder.
We are,
To Joe gets to pick the final pick.
as it always is.
Mr. Main.
This never happens. It's usually me or Tyler, just like by happenstance.
I think Malacho's an incredible game.
But
We've talked about it a lot, but like that game is fan-fucking-tastic. It's incredible that guy like. Do you know the story of this? The guy was making Balatro for his
Testing
friend.
1 or whatever.
He was making it for his friend as like a joke. Like his friends like, oh, this would be a fun game for my friends to play, and then he just put it on Steam and it just fucking took out.
gotta love it.
And it's fucking incredible.
This goes along with mouthwashing.
Yeah.
Astrobot in another sense. UFO 50 as well.
Yeah.
I will give it its prop. As games that actually just inspire you to be creative
Just so
and
creative.
make things.
And I think what the greatest thing about Balatro is that like it takes such a simple concept of poker and like expands it. And I think it's simply deceptive in like how deep it can be and like what you can do and like all the like different tactics you can do and strategies, like the fucking tarot cards, fucking specter cards, like all that shit is crazy. Like, and
it's
you don't
just
even,
so well designed.
yeah, it's tight. Like, and I think that's the even crazier thing. Is like one guy made this tight game that's like nothing feels like overtly strong. That isn't like mathematically makes sense. Like with flushes and straights because they have the most cards played.
It's great. Austin has been telling us about, as Willer was playing it,
Yeah.
Austin is telling him all about the nerfs and buffs that have gone into the game for
Yeah.
balance. He's like,
Yeah.
obviously this Joker was way overtuned. Like he only touched the outliers that were
Yeah.
just like, if you get this, it's a free win.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. Like also like because it's such a solo game. Like who cares?
Because
Yeah, no, they're still really good.
Yeah.
going back to Helldiver, Arrowhead should have a QA team. So when they release all those bugs, we didn't talk about all the bugs they released.
small.
Yeah.
But
They're so small.
But when Balatro's one guy, I can excuse anything, like basically anything going
Yeah.
through. But
Yeah. Which is why it's a great second place game of the year.
Yeah, that's why the music's
Joe, you've never told me because I've been really scared to ask. I can't lie to you. I've been really scared to ask. How do you feel about Persona 3 so far?
It's blue.
Yeah, it is.
It
It didn't stand a fucking chance.
It was so simple. In hindsight,
Persona 5 was red. Joe didn't like it. Persona 3 blue.
I fought fucking tooth and nail to put Persona 5 up in the.
it was top one. Against, I think you were the detractor.
It was.
And then you're like, "Is this good?" And then you got it.
Yeah.
And then I spent 80
And then
hours in
Bradley's
the
a known
fucking blue
Persona
room.
hater.
Yeah. Persona 3, I've really, really enjoyed. My biggest regret is.
Has it grown onto you? Because it is slow. Like
It is.
the start is like it takes you a while to
You
get
play it
going.
on your iPad.
It's one of those things where like
I think it's the best iPad game.
He's eulogizing the game of the year.
I think
of the
like
Roundabout
I think
Cast.
it speaks to a lot of what Miller said is that like originally I was very apprehensive of like the non-arcs. Where like you just kind of fight a boss every 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever it is
Yeah.
because like that's how the system is made. But I think what that ends up doing is it frees a lot of like the actual
long-term storytelling
Yeah.
that happens.
yeah
In between.
and like
that.
I can tell there's stuff building and there's tension building, but I haven't hit that mark yet, and I know that's coming to there. So like I'm excited to see where it is. I like all the characters we have. I've actually used every character in this team.
They've balanced that squad
Yeah.
really well.
Whereas like in Persona 5, I don't think I used. Is it the paint? What's the paint boy guy's name?
Yusuke?
I don't think I used Yusuke outside of his original like. Arc.
I have to go out of my way to use people in P5.
Yeah.
In P3, I am incentivized to use the whole party.
Yeah, and it just feels like the party is like naturally coming together, with just the way that school operates and everything.
Man.
So I've really enjoyed the game so far. I know this is like one of Willer's like top 3 games ever.
So Persona 3 Original
Yeah.
is not that high up for me. This cleaned up so many of the issues with the gameplay. I mean, it still has the Tartarus, which is very contentious. And it still has like its early game pacing, but it adds so much texture to the character dynamic. I can't stress how good the party is in this game and how much they mean to you if you get to the end. Like, I really hope, Joe, that it hits for you. What could you possibly be handing me right now? I really hope
Persona 3
that the upcoming arcs, that would be very odd, hit for you. And I really hope that the final arc hits for you, because I think that is when it all comes together, and that's what makes this game so special to me, and why I think everyone needs to experience the story, but no one will. Like,
It's so funny they mentioned it's slower, but like to me, you get quicker to the gameplay than
but
5.
the interesting plot isn't right away in
Yeah.
P3. It really will, and neither is the party vibes that you get from 4 and 5.
3 felt the beginning of 3 felt fast because it's like, oh, this is this person, and then you're in your party.
They do just throw everyone
Yeah.
at you, and then you go to the summer vacation, and suddenly you have 3 more party members to round out your party.
Yeah.
I was like, cool.
But like,
It really, I think by the next play session, you will have an increased appreciation. But I also don't want to oversell it. But also by the next play session, I think you might enjoy this game
PlayStation?
more. Play session.
okay.
And by the end of this game, I hope it like hits for you in a particular way. But I remiss to spoil anything that happens to these characters by the end. I think they go through a very beautiful and impactful journey. And I did not think this would get like even top 3, but I lucked out this year.
Yeah.
I won finally. Woo! Woo!
One day I'll win.
You forced me to pick Monster Hunter World that one year.
Oh wait, I will win next year. Never mind.
We all win next
Oh,
year.
the new Monster Hunter.
Even Bradley
No, I know.
will win
Now-
No, he
next
won't.
year, right, Bradley?
Willer.
Let's see. What could this be?
I'm gonna be real honest with you. There's not a game I played this year that I think you would really enjoy.
Uh-huh.
So, there are 2 games though last year that I played that I never really want you to play.
Alan,
And
wait.
you don't have,
He has gun.
and you don't have a disc drive.
I'm using this on ZZZ, baby!
So,
You bought a Sharpie for this?
What the fuck? Time to sniff.
this gift card is only for Alan Wake 2
Oh, Willer's gonna love Alan Wake too.
That's been known.
or
Though again, I didn't like Control.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Did you play Control?
So this is the 3rd bullet.
You have 5 bullets, though.
I have 6.
Oh no!
Because the Colt Smith & Wesson, the greatest handgun ever made, has 6 bullets in it.
It's not wrong.
The single action army.
Yes.
You can feel the reload.
Yeah. So, this is the 3rd bullet.
Thank you, Joe. I will enjoy one of these 2 games.
So, the 4th bullet is primarily for you. It was going to be potentially for Tyler if I couldn't find a copy of Space Marine 2, but it's only for you. By June 20th,
My birthday.
you must purchase one of these games.
Okay.
You have to purchase it, so you have time to play them.
Okay.
That's the rule. The 5th bullet for all 3 of you. All 3 of you must play at least 4 hours into the game I've given you by September 26th,
Easy enough.
Which is his birthday.
which is my birthday. Or there's going to be 3 of you next year here.
He died.
That's so mean, Joe. You can't say that. That's such a vibe killer. Everyone's punching.
However, the 6 bullets for me.
I will kill myself.
I will kill myself.
I will play a
If
game.
you don't play 4 hours,
Persona 3.
I will literally Persona 3 myself.
I will play a game from each of you next year.
Okay.
You
Well,
don't
I
have to
was gonna
purchase
play
the
mine
game.
anyway.
You don't have to purchase the game. You just need to tell me what you want me to play.
I want you to play Monster Hunter Wilds.
Grimstone.
You can do that.
Brimstone was so fucked up.
But the caveat is you have to tell me by September 26th.
You just have to beat P3.
All right.
I would like to be more, but it's fine.
Okay.
But
what else
you have
I
to tell me
did.
by September 26th so I have time to at least play the game.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Now-
And it has to be something that by September 26th until end of the year, I can reasonably beat it. So not like Final Fantasy 14.
None. We all are.
I know.
We're all
But,
sane human beings who love you.
I know. But I just want
Only a bad friend would make a friend try to play FF14.
Also,
No, that's not true. I enjoyed it.
You're a little freak.
I pulled out a gift card and wrote only for Alan Wake 2.
Yes, that is what Joe has given me since
Yeah.
I lost my physical hard drive when I made.
I
a
wasn't going to give it
stupid
to you anyways
purchase.
because I know you're so apprehensive against physical discware.
Nah.
But anyways, let's figure out who won. In terms
Not
of,
me.
It's not
Oh,
me.
not me.
I think I won.
I think you won, Will.
Probably.
I guessed. Unicorn Overlord 1. Balatro 2, that's 2 points.
That's 2 points.
Astrobot 3, that's 2 points.
4 points.
Space Marine 4, that's 2 points. And Persona 3 Reload 5th, but that's in there. So I got the
You got
entire
6.
top 5. But then I got 3 things.
Oh, you did. You just got them in a different order.
Yeah, you win.
Yeah, you win.
Yeah, you win.
Jesus.
The only one I got was Astrobot.
The
Everyone-
only
everyone
one
bow.
I got.
Tyler got Metaphor, Helldivers, Astrobot, UFO 50, Mouthwashing. Bradley guessed Astrobot, Elden Ring, Yakuza 0, Mouthwashing, and UFO 50. And then Joe had Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, interesting Metaphor, Unicorn Overlord, Balatro, Astrobot. Man, y'all didn't have faith in my
We ain't had
P3 love.
nothing.
I thought it was just going to get hit by the debuff and die, but it didn't.
This is undebuffable. They made it the definitive version.
What's our top 10, Willer?
Our top 10 game of the year 2024 in reverse order. Destiny 2, The Final Shape.
Yay.
Silent Hill 2 Remake. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. UFO 50. Metaphor, Refantasio. Unicorn Overlord. Space Marine 2. Astrobot. Balatro. Persona 3 Reload.
We did it.
We did it.
That's a good list.
That is a good
That's
list.
You heard it here
good
first.
list.
It's official.